and check over on the YouTube screen in a few moments to see if that's operational. But in the meantime, thank you everybody for being here. Looks like I think we are okay. I'm going to go ahead and start our recording in just a moment. Everybody, for those of you guys that are wearing some form of a fourth density projection, that little veil of technology that we have going that makes you look more human, make yourself look even more human so they don't know we're all actually a bunch of weird hybrid aliens gathering on YouTube. And boom, I think according to this thing, our recording's working. I don't know why I did not hear the little recording sound, but it looks like it's happening. And I want to say greetings once again to everyone that's here. According to my screen, we are now recording. Some of you guys are going to be finding this over in the YouTube realm. I do want to let you know this is not necessarily an interactive live stream. What we're doing here today is we're just kind of celebrating the last 3 years of this very, very strange and unique Patreon group. And before we get started, I'm going to talk a little bit about kind of what we've been doing over the past, few years, what's been happening, how this whole thing got started. For some reason, my Zoom camera view is really awkward. Once again, if you guys know me, like I said, as we got started, there's always a series of weird glitches. So give me a thumbs up in the chat if I'm on the main screen. It should be on the main screen. I'm trying to keep it on my main screen, but it won't stay there for some reason. It just keeps clicking back. And so let's find our chat once again. There we go. Everything's kind of getting worked out little by little. And I'm going to click off the screen and go ahead and check YouTube, which it should be. There we go. It's working. We made it. Okay. That's always really awkward when you're on two different screens at the same time. As the YouTube scene is always 10 to 12 seconds behind everything that we do in here. So there's a weird like delay that occurs. It's a very, very strange thing. Selena says, how do you make the emojis fly? I have no idea. I haven't seen any flying emojis, but I know sometimes when people click it, weird things happen. And so maybe that's the Zoom AI that's hanging out with this. For those of you guys that don't know, a lot of people out there in the world have taken some they've been a little bit put off by the idea that there's this Zoom AI that monitors and watches all of your stuff now. I don't think it's the greatest idea. I'm going to be real, but if there's one thing I've learned at this stage of the game, the more we try to resist those things, the harder it becomes to, exist concurrently and to work our way and to kind of weave our light and to be present and to be the most empowered versions of ourselves. And so I say, let it come, let it be here, let it hang out with us. And anyway, so we're just going to let that roll. And thank you for being here. For those of you guys that don't know, like I already said, this is our 3-year anniversary. And I think when we first started this strange Patreon group was, I believe it was September, or actually, I think I first announced it in August of 2020, right? That's 3 years ago, right? I think it is. Somebody nod in the chat or put a bunch of emojis in there. I think August of 2020 was when I started getting this feeling. It was like some form of a guidance. You could call it a frequency, or maybe it was just me kind of like responding to the collective energy at the time. As a lot of you guys know, we were just getting knee deep into the viral madness that 2020 will always be known for, one of the strangest, most awkward periods of human development. And 2020 was a really powerfully difficult, I think, year for a lot of us. It was a really wild year. It was a year that had a lot of activation, a lot of changes. And for myself and the work that I do along with Honora, it was a bit of a turning point in terms of kind of putting ourselves out there on what we might call more of a public level. I was already public in doing the work that I was doing and had been so for about, actually, I guess 3 years at the time, because we started in 2017 officially on a professional level. But come around late summer of 2020, I think that was the year that I did an event called Camp Disclosure. It might have been 2019, but I'm pretty sure it was 2020. And we headed out to, I want to say it was Georgia, although my concept of time and my memory is pretty poor when it comes to that stuff. But we headed out to somewhere for this event called Camp Disclosure, which was actually very, very fun. The first Camp Disclosure was awesome. We had an amazing time. And it was a little bit of a launching point for some of the more formal training programs and some of the more formal group work that we were stepping into at the time without really knowing it. A lot of you guys have heard me say this, but it was something that I kind of did not want to do at the start. I have always been kind of a little bit weird about putting up a deliberate paywall behind our work. I didn't like how other people did that. I didn't feel like it was something that I wanted to charge a lot of money for. I didn't feel like it was a thing where I wanted to hook people on this constant series of, like subscriptions and people that were paying every single month. It was just never me. I have never really been a salesman, which I guess is kind of a funny idea if you've watched some of our live streams where I talk endlessly infomercial style about some of the classes we do. But it was just never a thing that I really took pride in doing. It was not something that I felt drawn to do, but we felt guided to begin a Patreon group solely for the purpose of me being shown at that time that there was a group of people on the earth plane that were going to be going through a very serious and very real series of activations. What do I mean by activations? I mean pieces of ourselves were coming online, aspects of self, abilities, mission changes, directions, trajectories in our human life. And what I was shown is that one of the ways in which I could be of, greatest service to our collective was by starting some form of a group in which we would meet on a regular basis to either work through energy or to, and honestly, at the beginning, it had nothing to do with doing readings. That was never actually that was actually not the plan when we started. I was like, this is going to be completely educational, and we're going to do these very, very serious groups. And I think at the time I had made comments about like, well, how what we're actually doing is we're kind of training an army of intuitives and psychics, and honestly, that is still very, very true. Although I think one of the best things that we've done over the past few years is not take ourselves too seriously. And I think if there's one thing I revel in doing, it is not taking myself too seriously. And so I think, the more lighthearted, the more realistic, the more we kind of approached it in authenticity, the more it's continued to grow. And I don't mean grow exponentially by any means. It's been a very steady, very reliable, very, very regular group of individuals that have been drawn back to the energy that we've been creating over and over and over again. And I think I said this on another YouTube live recently. There are people here, there's a couple of them here today, actually. I saw you guys in the background, people that have been here since the very, very first one we ever did. And they have come to, I think, damn near every single Patreon group we have had, I have noticed. And so there are people that have been with us this entire time. And I'm really grateful to those of you guys that have just that have found value in the work that we do and that have been through your own processes of activation and awakening and healing and the changes in your own life. And so really the whole mission behind today, as you guys know, is we're going to be doing tons of readings for everyone that shows up. But before that, we're going to be doing just a little bit of an energetic attunement, a very brief one like we do in a lot of other groups, a lot of other months. We're going to be working with just a few channels in the body and doing just a little bit of breathing to kind of prime our energy fields and get us ready for maximum activation. The reason why we're doing this is not only because I think, we are coming to a stage in which, we need to be as clear and empowered and open and in some cases protected as possible, but also because I believe in what I have foreseen in the professional work that I'm doing and also within kind of the personal healing work that I've been doing is that the coming year for a lot of us on the earth plane as we kind of work our way toward the latter part of 2024, which is coming up, is, I think most people can agree, being set up to be a very turbulent time with many, many changes, many unforeseen or seemingly unforeseen events, I think, are currently being uploaded into our collective consciousness. And I think for those of us that are maybe unawakened or unaware or have not been an active part of co-creating reality right now, we are up, or they rather, because I don't think that's this group of people, but they, or what we might call the larger mass of, sleeping, unawakened people on this planet are and probably will be due for a great shock, a lot of changes, a lot of difficulty, kind of like we saw in 2020 when this group first started. And, with all the viral madness that was going on, people were kind of losing it. They were kind of falling apart. Everyone got to experience it in their own way. And, some of the reasons why we continue to come in here and meet and activate our energy and do, certain clearings and series of readings and whatnot is because I think we are being set up for another great change, whether you want to call it a good one, a bad one, a crazy one. It's just the nature of the world right now. And I think not only is it part of the Great Awakening, but it's part of this great upheaval and an unveiling of hidden knowledge that is taking place all over the world. And so I do believe that the coming year, for those of us that are walking the path of true awakening and really connecting with the absolute real essence of self and the source energy that is within us, and that's everyone here, and I mean this very, very sincerely, we are needed now more than ever before. And I mean that sincerely, absolutely 100%. You are needed now more than ever before, especially if you're one of the people that just happens into this group and was like, what? I heard they're doing free readings. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll click on that link. What the hell? Why not? It's free. You are needed more now than you have ever been. You have an ability, you have a skill, you have a mission. There's a part of you that chose to be a part of this awakening journey on earth. And I think the more that we can connect with each other, the more that we can speak about what we're going through, the more that we can engage in healing processes, whether as a group or on an individual level, the stronger and the more empowered we're going to be. And so for those of you guys that have been with us over the past few years, you'll notice that when we come into these groups, we always do a little bit of energy work, a little bit of meditation, and then we launch into some readings. And so that said, we're going to go ahead and get started on that before I keep ranting, because I might, I might keep on doing that. But let me know if you guys have any questions before we get started here. And I see all your comments in our chat, by the way, which is a little bit different from the YouTube chat. If you are watching us on YouTube, I do want to let you know I do not have access to the YouTube chat at the moment. I do not know what's being said over there. But if you want to head over to the Patreon group right now, patreon.com/Blue Flame Collective, you can get the Zoom link and you still have time to roll in here. So if you're over there watching us in YouTube realm, just click on that, head over to Patreon, Blue Flame Collective, and the Zoom link is literally right there. So you can definitely feel free to join us if you feel called, but we're not really going to be interacting with YouTube. Just so you know, I can't see what anyone's saying over there. I've got no idea. It could be a graveyard. It could be a bunch of people doing weird like emojis. I've got no idea what's happening over there, but I'm going to check your comments and questions here before we get started. There we go. Thank you. Now that we got that big mouthful out of the way, Donald Scoggins says, I went to Camp Disclosure in August 2020 in there you go, Flat Rock, North Carolina. I think that was the first one, right, Donald? That was the first one. And honestly, I had a good time there. I personally had a good time there. I know some people it was a difficult process. He says it was a blessed time, especially for me, as I felt so isolated at the time. It was verboten to meet in groups, right? It certainly was. It was the worst thing you could do, right? In 2020, it was like, no way, you must stay 6 feet apart at all times, and don't worry, I won't go into all the viral madness keywords. But it was a very, very strange time. And I think it definitely highlighted our greater need as a collective to come closer together, to continue to gather, to continue to be a part of stuff with each other. And it was the sparking point for a lot of what we're doing here today. And anyway, thanks for being here, you guys. And that says, hi, Matthew, happy to celebrate with you guys today. Much love and gratitude for all you do. Thank you for finding us. And that, I mean it very sincerely. Debbie Elliott as well. It's good to see you again. We got Brandy in the house. We got Aurora Diamond Heart, who's one of our YouTube mods. Maybe if you feel guided, Aurora, maybe check over on YouTube and make sure it's not going insane. Although it's probably not. It's probably totally normal, as it always is. What's up, Lori Stewart? Thank you for being here. Sandra Smith. We got Donald Scoggins. We got Felicia Ashbranner. We got Nora in the house, as we know, live from the other side of the world. We also got Victoria, also live from the other side of the world. Thanks for finding us. I saw you. Good, very good to see you. First Lady Erica, Selena. We got a lot of people here. Thank you guys for being here. Very, very sincerely. And so, yeah, I don't see any questions, but if you have any questions before we get started, what's up, Kim? Good to see you as well. Geraldine. I always say your last name wrong. Geraldine Hale. I think it's Hale, right? I don't know. I always have a hard time with the EI, combination in people's names. I'm like so American that I always get weird about those pronunciations, but it's good. It's good to see you, Geraldine. and everybody that is here. Mary Highstand, very, very good to see your face. Joanna LeBlanc, everybody. We have Leyland in the house. Cool. We have a really, really good cast of strange beings that have chosen to join us here today. And greetings, everyone. So here's what we're going to be doing. We're going to start out with a little bit of a vagus nerve opening process. And a lot of you guys already know all about this, all about the vagus nerve. But if you don't know, why do we always work with vagus nerve in a lot of these groups? Well, the vagus nerve, aside from a lot of, physical things like, rest, relaxation, helping us recover after moments of intensity, helping to reset, the physical body and to, create kind of a calm, more steady, more adapted state within the self. Aside from that stuff, the vagus nerve is one of the most important pathways for development of your intuitive abilities. When we talk about, the concept of what might be called or described as an information superhighway within the physical body, because the vagus nerve is very, very physical. I believe it's the longest nerve in your body. They call it, the wandering nerve. It's the 10th pair of cranial nerves. It is incredibly important for the discernment of truth, for your ability to feel a subtle vibration coming from a person, place, thing, whatever it can be in the world, and to be able to accurately discern the nature of what is going on. And that's not that it gives you all the answers. It's not that, there's any great information that comes from it. But if the vagus nerve, or rather the vagal tone, is weakened within the body, it has a dramatic effect on our ability to tell what's real, what's actually going on, to read the emotions of others, to connect with the thought forms and just the essence of truth that is available. And so as we get started here, we're going to do a little bit of a vagus nerve tonification process. We've done a few of these on live streams as well. But in my opinion, as a person that does this work professionally, I think if there's one place that you want to continue to tone into, auditorily, if there's one, cranial nerve that you really, really want to get a handle on working with and strengthening within yourself, even if it's just for the sake of becoming more physically in tune and physically sound, the vagus nerve is going to be one of your greatest assets, or it's going to be one of the greatest weak points within the physical body, because the weaker it is, the harder it is for us to adjust, the harder it is for us to bounce back. And so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a little bit of deep breathing together as a group. We're going to do it as one unit, one organism. We're going to bring breath into the body. I'll count from 3 to 1. You'll bring all your breath in, kind of inflate your body as big as you can. And then we're going to exhale all together at the same time. Especially when we do things in synchronization, it has a much, much greater effect. And so after that, we're going to do just a little bit of toning auditorily. I invite you guys to please join me in the toning if you do choose. And yeah, we're going to see how everyone feels. And then we're going to launch into some readings. I do want to let you know, for those of you guys that are members of Patreon, we're going to be giving away some sessions as we go through, just kind of randomly giving away some free individual sessions for people. I'll be choosing a name from, the cast of characters that's here. And we'll probably give something away to just regular people that are hanging out with us as well. But anyway, okay, I feel like I got all of that out of the way. It's kind of like a purging of awkward energy that we dump off at the start. But if you're ready, everybody kind of just settle in with you, make yourself comfortable. If you can, kind of open up the lower quadrants of your body, kind of make sure that your thighs are relaxed. If you can make sure that your feet are touching the ground, that'll certainly help. It's not required, but we're going to create a stable base in which we're sitting. And just really open your belly, open your hips, open your shoulder blades, take care of where, the tension that's in your face, kind of allow your shoulders to kind of droop. It's like we're going to let everything kind of hang open. You know how sometimes when you get home from work or something and, maybe I don't know, you're probably not like me, but you'll kind of open your belt or you'll change clothes and you kind of like just let everything hang out for a few moments. And just take a couple slow breaths. Acknowledge that you're here today to just create clarity and empowerment, awareness within the self. And in the next few moments, we're all going to take a deep breath in together, like a unit, like one organism, like one being. I can feel you guys settling in. We got a lot of really psychic and really intuitive people here. Yes, you can absolutely tell as a group gets settled in. And so we're going to do 3 breaths here together. I'm going to count from 1 to 3. We're going to breathe in. We're going to hold that breath, like I said, and then we're going to let it out. And on the third breath, what we're going to do is we're simply going to tone. It's going to be it's going to be a sound. I'm going to turn off my sound filter so it will be audible to everyone. There it goes. So you'll get all the background noise. As of this second, you're going to get all the background noise, but you'll also hear the tone that I'm going to create. And so what we're going to do is 3 breaths. And on the third one, everyone's going to tone. Don't worry if you don't match the sound that I make. Don't worry if the sound you make clashes horribly with the sound I make. The note and the wavelength of it is irrelevant. What we're doing is we're vibrating the vagus nerve and we're opening up your energy body. So let everything kind of hang open. You can have your eyes open or closed, it doesn't matter. But let's do breath number 1. 1 unit, 1 group, 1 organism, priming our energy in 3, 2, 1. Breathe in. Hold it at the top and let that breath flow out of your body. As you breathe out, create a little bit of a sound like a snake, like a shh or a s, let that breath bleed out. Good job, everybody. I think we're going to do 4. On the 4th one, we're going to tone just so everyone's in line. So let's take 1 more breath in together. 1 unit, 1 group, 1 organism. 3, 2, 1. Breathe in. Hold it at the top and press your breath all the way out. As you release that breath, flatten your stomach like you're letting all the air out of a tire or a balloon. Don't worry if you feel an urgency to breathe again immediately. That's okay. You can breathe again as soon as you let that big breath out. We're going to do 2 more of those, and then we're going to do a tone on the 4th one. And so this is 1 more silent breath we're all going to take together. We're opening up the vagus nerve pathway. We're also opening up some chakras and creating a little bit of solidity in the root chakra as well. And so let's breathe in 1 more time here together. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Breathe in. Big breath. Hold it at the top. And let everything out. Completely drain that breath from the body. Press it out. Create some urgency. That vacuum in your body that makes you want to breathe right away. Press everything out. Good job, everybody. Allow yourself to normalize with a couple little recovery breaths. And we're going to do 1 more. And as we exhale this breath, we're going to simply it's just like a round, warm tone. It might be higher than me. It might be lower than me. It doesn't matter. I just let the voice do what it does. And so you let your voice do what it does and have no worry about the way it sounds. It's one of the ways in which we create a true scalar wave frequency with the human body. And we can talk more about that later, although you guys have probably heard me rant about it for the past 3 years. So let's do breath number 4. We're going to breathe in on a count of 3, and as we breathe out, we're just going to tone together. 1 unit, 1 group, 1 organism. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Breathe in. Hold it at the top and good job, everybody. Some of you guys are really good at extending your out breath and creating that tone. Really, really good work. Kind of feel like we should do 1 more. Let me know in the chat here on Zoom. I feel like we could use 1 more to really open up the energy body, and then we're gonna start there we go. I see some yeses. Good. I can feel it. It kind of feels like maybe another one will help. And so You're also helping me, just so you know. It's equally for me as it is for everybody here. So we're going to do one more. And on this one, you're really going to inflate your body. Some of you guys will feel warmth in your face already just from that one tone. You'll feel this kind of warmth in your body kind of rising. You'll notice that your belly kind of just relaxes and everything goes on the way out. That's a good sign. So we're going to do one more tone here together. Prepare yourselves. Let's breathe in one unit, one organism, one body. In 3, 2, 1. Breathe in. Fill it up. And very good. Good job, everybody. Some of you guys extended that really, really far. Good job. Thank you. It's one of the easiest ways to reset the vagus nerve. In addition to that, we're just going to make a couple little adjustments to your physical body. Many of us have done this before on other lives and other groups. You can take your fingertips as you kind of return into your bodies. You're going to place it right here. Look where my ear is. And find that bundle of tendons that goes down the side of your neck. You can do this on both sides. I'm just going to show the left side of my body here as I show you where it is. So you're going to take 2 fingertips. You're going to press it underneath your ear, behind your jaw right there. We're going to do it on both sides. And just breathe deeply, and we're just going to drag your fingertips down to your collarbone. And you're going to go right down here. Some of you guys have really good collarbone. Mine's not very defined, but you're going to find those little tendons, you know, when you tighten up your throat. Kind of do that. You'll find those tendons right there. Your vagus nerve is right there. It comes from right here and goes whoop right on down. So we're going to kind of massage behind your ear, underneath your ears, behind your jaw. Reach in there. Make some circles. Swallow a few times. Some of you guys are going to yawn like I'm trying not to do, although let yourself yawn. Take a yawn and then kind of drag your fingers down the side of your neck. Drag it down to your collarbone. When you get down here to your collarbone, kind of stretch that skin. Work with those tendons. Move it around. You're not doing it too hard. You're just kind of stirring everything around. You're working the outer layers. You're working some of your lymph nodes and passageways, and just kind of stretch that area. Take a couple breaths, press everything out of your body, go back up to the top, right underneath your ears, behind your jaw. Make some circles, create a yawn. Drag it down here to the collarbone. If you want to do an extra step, what you can do is kind of reach into your collarbone, position your neck and your shoulders so you can kind of put your fingertips into your collarbone, stretch your fingers in there. You guys will notice how easy it is. Everybody can do it. Kind of reach your fingers in there and just stir around, move the flesh around like you're kind of stretching and opening things up. Sometimes it's like you're evening out a bedspread or a tablecloth. You're just taking everything and kind of smoothing it out. And so see how I'm doing it? We're reaching in there and then we're kind of stretching everything around. If you want, you can go up on the sides of your collarbone. And some of you guys are going to feel some little areas in there where you're going to feel like a little bump or a little round spot, or these, the contours of your inner self. And sometimes those are just lymph nodes that are a little bit clogged with energy or clogged with fluid, and that's our sewer treatment system. As we become more psychic and more aware, it's really, really critical to keep working with your lymphatic system, because when we talk about the process of discerning truth, through the vagus nerve, which is, like I said, shockingly important for being able to tell, like, what's really going on. What do I actually feel? The lymphatic system, it's like, if you can't see through that fish tank, you have no idea what's going on. And so the more we can work with this area, the more we can open things up and stretch this around, the clearer it's going to be. And so just kind of work with this area. We'll do one final step right here at the base of your, or excuse me, the tip of your collarbone. Find that little notch right there, that little notch. And what we're going to do is we're just going to tap on the very, very top of your chest. Take some breaths in. As you breathe out, you can kind of hum with me. Breathe in and you can move down your sternum if you like, move down the center of your chest. Some of you guys will feel guided to actually kind of thump your chest a little hard. That's actually okay too. You know, some of us want to do it lightly. That's okay as well. You don't necessarily have to put pressure, but I'm kind of one of those people that will like, I'll kind of put a little bit of force behind it. And so only do that if you feel called. Let's just tap up and down your chest. Brandy says it's getting hot in here, right? That's a really good sign. If you notice your temperature shifting, that's because chi's opening up, energy flows opening up in the body. That's exactly what you want to have happen. Especially because your thymus is right underneath here, you guys, right underneath, kind of like right in between the lungs, where the lungs come together in your chest. For some people, it's a little bit lower. For most of us, it's right around this area. That's also going to help with your immunity and your emotional clarity. And so just tap a little bit more. There we go. We're not going to spend too much time on it. When you're done, almost like you are clearing some plastic wrap, or you're ripping you're ripping the wrapping paper off a Christmas present or something, you know, however you want to do it. Or let's say you're unwrapping a package, you're just gonna take that energy off and cast it aside. Very good. Good job, everybody. Thank you for doing that. But for those of you guys that hang out with us, we do it all the time. So for a lot of you guys here, it's kind of old news. But
Thank you.
anyway, good job. Let's start doing some readings. Let me know if you have any comments, any questions, and we shall begin. And so I think Honora is here. I'm going to change my camera setting, which I guess I have to do manually today. Usually it does it for me, but I'm going to remove this spotlight here. There we go. And so I think it'll change your view as well, but I think
Thank you, you
Honora's in the
too.
background as well. Let us know if you're here, Honora. I think she's here. I believe she's, there we go. Hello, greetings. How's it going?
Greetings, everyone.
Oh, I
Oh,
think you're
good.
muted.
Oh, can everybody hear me?
Oh, do I need to let you unmute? I'm not sure. Unfortunately, I can't hear you.
Oh my.
It might be me.
Hey, everyone.
Okay, so it is me. Hold on a second. I have a little bit of an audio thing going on here. How about now? Say something.
Mic check.
Boom. There we go.
We
Wow.
got it.
Okay, cool. There's so many glitches. I'm really glad anyone could even hear me to begin with, because I had no idea my other audio was off. But anyway, yeah, thank you. How you doing over there? She's all the way on the other side of the house, you guys.
Oh, good. Thank you for the clearing. We definitely needed that start.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah. So do you have any observations or messages or anything you want to say? I guess we have made it through 3 years of this strange group. And yeah, anything you want to start out with? Any comments?
I guess I ask everyone to welcome in practical energy. It's been a while since we've been balancing the dreamer state and the sleeping state. And for those that are looking for more actionable steps, this weekend is the right time with Mercury going direct, and there's all of these different crossovers and transits. So, and I please take this to heart, everyone. This is where practical energy begins. For those that don't follow me, I have a Substack called Celestial Signposts, and I post new updates about new moons and full moons whenever they occur. And I also summarize, there's a children's book, Reading Children's Facial Features Through Chinese Medicine. I should put that in the chat as well. So just giving a shout out to that.
Please do. Please do.
Thank you, Joanna. See a comment.
Cool. Okay, so I think we have everyone else muted in the background. Don't be hurt if I muted you, just so we don't have any background noise. And so everybody else in the background is muted. But anyway, I didn't mean to cut you off. Was there anything else you want to say before we get started on readings?
Um, as I put my Substack in the chat, I guess set an intention, everyone. We are moving forward, and this is not the time to give up now. For those that have been, I'm going to use the word focused on their process, and I would say everybody here has been adamant on becoming the best version of themselves. I would say don't give up and keep moving forward. Yeah.
Feel you. I feel you. I've also like lately, and I think everyone goes through this. Everyone wants to give up in their own way at some point, especially over the last couple months, right? I'm nearly positive a number of you guys out there have been through it in your own special way. Like, we've been wanting to give up. You want to throw in the towel. You want to like, forget it. I'm not gonna do this. I just give up. I think I've certainly been through that, like, Lord, in a big way. And so hang in there, everybody. Seriously, cool. I see a lot of people agreeing in the chat. Um, but yeah, thanks, you guys. Feel free to check out Honora's Substack, and yeah, I guess if you are ready, we're gonna start doing some readings. And so this is how we're gonna do it here today, guys. You can ask a question if you want. If you're here in Zoom, if you can find the little hand raising thing, that's gonna let me know that you want to auditorily ask a question. And because we have a bit more people than usual, it would be really, really cool. If you do have a question, we're just going to keep them really short. We're going to keep them really short. And so keep, make it, it can be general or it could be specific, but we just ask that, we keep the questions a little bit shorter. And so hopefully you can find the hand raising thing. Let me know if you can't find the hand raising thing, but otherwise, we're just going to go ahead and get started here. I'm going to do it based upon kind of how we normally do it off of the Zoom chat. And so let's see if we can find the starting point. I think the starting point is going to be Joanna LeBlanc because it's the first one that says would love a general reading. So if you're here with us on Zoom, we're going to start with Joanna LeBlanc because I think that's the first. That's the first. That just feels like that's going to be our starting point. That's going to be our starting point. And so we're going to move back and forth from that. I saw two has a question, so we'll probably do I saw two after that, and then we'll do Mary High Stand. We'll do Luther. And then if other people want to raise their hand, we'll kind of weave you guys within there as well. And so the way it's going to work, you can choose to get a reading from me, or you can choose to get a reading from Honora. It's totally up to you. Don't worry. I will not be hurt if you, because a lot of people want to get readings from Honora as well, especially if you're from the YouTube realm, because she never shows up. Actually, this is your first time on YouTube, I guess, right? Accidentally, right?
I would say third or fourth.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh no, you're good.
Yeah.
But it is what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, I do drift in and out. I'm not routinely there. So for those that are in the YouTube realm, greetings everyone.
Totally.
Yeah.
So do you want to start out with Joanna LeBlanc? I think we're going to start with Joanna if you're ready.
Okay. Ready.
Cool. Take your time, get settled in. Yeah, you're ready.
Joanna, I'm hearing there's somebody coming back into your life, or there are a few options. And I'm hearing your soul is looking to find its divine connection. It's like, is this my divine connection? Is that not my divine connection? The fact you're asking that question shows that you have moved on from the past. So if there's a part of you that wonders, have I moved on? Am I going to repeat the same karma? Am I going to repeat the same timeline? They want to reassure you're not repeating any timelines. And it's okay to ask for a king. I'm hearing you're looking for a king energy, and the king energy is benevolent. And you're allowed to ask her that because you deserve that and you're worthy of that. So if you find yourself wondering, am I doing the right thing by what I have said earlier? I would say yes, you are, because you are honoring yourself. And entering the timeline of honoring yourself is where we find great compassion for ourselves and also devotion. So that will also lead you to what you're meant to do next in terms of your passions. So I would say hang in there. There's a lot going on for you. Hope that message helps.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm a little bit late on the draw because I was checking our YouTube screen here. So I'm gonna I'm trying to go back and forth. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Joanna. I'm gonna grab my cards as well. Next up, we have, I think, yeah, we said we're gonna do I saw two next. And so if you want to go ahead and unmute I saw two, feel free, go for it and ask your question if you're ready.
Yes, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How's it going?
Oh, well, I will see. So, happy anniversary to everybody. And my question, I will link it only to professional. I really would like to know what I should be doing. Actually, what message is it for me about professionally? Not like in 6 months, like now.
Right now. Okay.
So, anyone, Nora or Matthew, anyone who wants to answer me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you as well. Thank you as well. Yeah, let's see what we can come up with. This is for I saw two, and the question is, what does she need to be focusing on? What does she need to be working on in the now moment? Take a couple breaths with me. I saw two. I'm gonna pull a card for you, and I'm also gonna let you know what shows up intuitively. I'll say from here we go. Okay, so from an empathic perspective, if we were looking at an area of focus within your current energy field or just within your current path, it does look like it's going to be working on or projecting self-confidence. Part of this, I also say, just because I do have a little bit of a pre-existing knowledge of what you've been working with or just the person that you are, but I do believe rather you are at the stage in which you have already amassed a tremendous amount of knowledge and capability. And I think if there's one thing that we would grant or maybe set you on to forth with, it is to have confidence within the self, to project yourself fully and openly and really begin to teach, to begin to demonstrate what feels like lifetimes of knowledge that are contained within your being. And so from an energy center perspective, I would say work with solar plexus. More specifically, if you were looking for, places within anatomy that you could focus, like I was mentioning earlier, you could focus on lymphatic stuff, but specifically that little spot right at the very base of your rib cage, right in the center. It's one of your most important lymph nodes. Not that there's one really important one, but we've mentioned it in certain other classes and other lives, and it's called the cisterna chyli or cisterna chyli. And so anything that you can do to tonify the center of your body, what we call the center of being, like right around here, this region of your body, anything you can do to kind of tonify it, to create strength there, to learn how to project your voice. Feels like there's an ancestral frequency that will come through you and almost kind of alter the sound of your voice as you learn to kind of push that energy outward. And so I would say, yeah, confidence would be the greatest keyword. Let me pull a card for you. We'll see if there's anything else. Well, I would say work on releasing any toxic threads from what we might call the mother side of the family, feminine ancestry, some of the self-limiting behaviors and beliefs that are carried forward from this just, what you might have been taught or maybe what you weren't taught. And at the risk of going on and on, let me just pull a card for you. For those of you guiding, I saw two, 3, 2, 1, boom. Well, if you were wondering what would I focus on and you received a 5 of cups, I would say you're going to be focusing on letting what's done be done, letting what's gone be gone, letting what's broken be broken, what's spilled has been spilled. There's going to be certain things that took place, certain changes that happened that it's over now and you can move forward. And so look at the areas of your life that are intact, that are whole, and place all of your emphasis upon things that feel good, that are operable. And honestly, just hearing your voice again after a little while, it feels and sounds like you're doing really, really good. And so anyway, I feel like I'm ranting at you already. I saw too. I'm sorry, but thank you. And I pray to God that helps you on this journey. There we go. And so thank you. Next up, we're going to do, I think it was Victoria, right? Victoria was after Joanna LeBlanc. And so, hello, Victoria. No worries if you don't want to come on camera or, excuse me, open up your audio, but you can if you choose. Otherwise, Honora, you want to do a reading for Victoria? And I'm going to put you on the screen as we do. So go ahead.
The first thing I hear for you, they're trying to explain your living situation. They are energetic imprints. They want to tell you there's nothing to worry about. These are just imprints from the past. And a lot of times we leave behind things we have not completed. So I would say these are not necessarily ghosts. These are just old energies that you can clear. For some reason, they're telling me to comfort you by saying these are just energetic imprints that you can clear out versus there's a lingering and lingering energy of some sort. But you're being called for balance, and a lot of times when we're called for balance is to find home within ourselves. So if you feel a bit displaced, or if there's a feeling of being alone and wondering how do I conquer that fear, creating a home within yourself or balance, because they're saying that you help those without anything in return. So it looks like there's certain people that you're helping right now, and that timeline is going to close, and you'll have more time for yourself. Though I do see some isolation there. But they're telling you it's okay to let go of your past, and there is a movement forward, but looks like they're kind of asking you to call in your orphaned parts, just to feel a sense of home, a sense of warmth within yourself before moving forward. It's like building a house. You have to start with the foundation. Otherwise it's going to blow down, by any unexpected weather changes. So I hope that helps. There is a movement forward for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Boom. Thank you, Victoria. I would add one other thing to that. Every now and then I'll do that, as you guys would know. It feels as though you have an untapped source of strength within you, Victoria, and maybe you've been feeling weak in certain areas of your life. And I think that's a little bit of an illusion that's been cast upon you based upon some old wounds and stuff that's still lingering. But anyway, not to add too much to that. Thank you for being here. I pray that helps. And I think next up, we're going to go to one of our hand raising people. And once again, guys, if you want to speak your question out, you can raise your hand and we'll kind of mix you in with everyone. The one that's furthest to the left on my screen is Sandra Smith. And so Sandra Smith, I think you can unmute yourself. So if you want to unmute and ask your question, go for it.
Greetings, hello. It's been a long time waiting for a reading. It was really difficult to come up with a specific question for a specific anything because there's just so much going on. Getting ready to create content for myself, health issues, relationship, pick any one or all. Just some clarity, some clarity there, just let the universe speak to me what I need to hear.
Cool. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Let's see what shows up. Boom. For Sandra Smith, I'm going to start by pulling you a card. And so take a couple slow breaths there in the background. I'd say within your energy field from an empathic level, the impression I get is that it's time for you to prioritize your desire. Choose a certain outcome, choose a certain path, choose a certain direction in which you want to channel your energy, your desire, your passion, and focus solely upon that. It feels like you might have a few irons in the fire. You might have some lingering kind of difficulties or old wounds from previous stages of development. Feels like you might be holding some just kind of dead emotional energy in your body from the last 10 years, but maybe even longer than that. And so, relearning how to completely express and release negative emotions while also releasing rigidity of belief systems and just kind of allowing new things to come in, I think is going to be very, very helpful for you from an empathic level. I think you're also going to notice what looks like body changes and just places within the self that are holding on to a little bit of inflammation are going to drain out as you create a bit more sovereignty within the self. And also, I'll say it again, prioritization of desire. What is it that you're seeking or that you want the most in this world? And you're going to be working directly toward it. It also feels rightful that you're going to be creating content. I think the more of us that can show up and be present in the online realm and just showcase whatever awkward version of ourselves that we are right now, the better. But let me pull a card for you. Let's see what shows up for Sandra Smith. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Okay. Well. You got one of my best friends in the world of tarot. It's the Hermit. Oh boy, which is, oftentimes a can of worms. But if you're wondering, what do I need to know? What do I need to do when a hermit comes in? There's certain things that you're going to accomplish right now that you're going to be tasked with handling, that you're going to that you will be asked to realize about yourself that can only be done by you, for you, with your energy, with your own internal guidance. If you're wondering, like, is there a place within myself that I need to heal? This is a good one for Hermit. If anyone's ever receiving a Hermit card and you're wondering, like, Spirit, what am I supposed to be working on right now? The Hermit says you must go into the darkest hole within yourself, the place that you least want to look. The thing that you need the most is in the place where you least want to look. And so you're going to be diving very deep into your internal world, into your internal remembrances, into the darkest places inside you. Some people say that the Hermit is an expert in shadow work and looking at the ugliest parts of himself and then, healing them and acknowledging them. And I think that's true in many ways. I think the Hermit, it guides you toward doing shadow work, but it's not always about shadow. The Hermit's not always going into some dark, scary place within himself. Sometimes he's going into the places within himself where the greatest wisdom and the greatest teachings and the greatest healing also hides. And so there's going to be things you're going to discover hidden about you in the coming days and weeks and months. And I would say just prioritize your desires, continue to put yourself out there, and understand that at this stage of the journey, the greatest source of wisdom and healing and guidance within you, believe it or not, it's you. It's you. It's not that we don't have help, but the Hermit says, well, this is a solo journey that you're very, very well set up for. And there's a lot of mystery that comes with it as well. And anyway, in my opinion, it's a very, very cool and powerful card to get, because whatever it is, you're going to be able to handle it with just you, just your own self. And anyway, I feel like I'm kind of looping on that, but I appreciate you, Sandra Smith. Thanks for hanging out with us. And yeah, appreciate you. I hope that helps. Next up, I think Mary Highstand was coming up next. I believe so. Go ahead, Honora, if you have anything for Mary Highstand. You guys can also specify who you want a reading from. We kind of just trade off. Otherwise, I haven't seen the bottom of the chat, so somebody might have already chosen. But yeah, if you're ready, Honora, go for it.
Mary, first off, I'm hearing that if you're looking for a missing link, there is a missing link in your preparation. I'm not sure what that is, but they just want to validate that you're not circling around or ruminating. There is actually a missing link, but you will get the answer for it. It's going to be in nature. So there's something where you have to go outside of yourself to notice the missing link. But I guess I just want to validate you that there is a missing link and you're not ruminating. Second off, if you're wondering, what am I being called to do at this time? I guess they're saying that you inspire a lot of people, and you have inspired a lot of people throughout your lifetime without realizing it. You may not have had a direct acknowledgement of that, but your whole life you've inspired people in different directions, whether it's children or adolescents or adults. You've actually inspired people to become who they are today, whatever direction they have chose. And a lot of times we don't see the seeds we've sowed. But I guess they're saying that you're a way shower, you're showing the way, and you're meant to remain that way in terms of showing the way and being a spiritual sovereign self. So I guess they're saying don't doubt your capacity, don't doubt what you're doing, and there's still work for you to do. You still need to show the way, because there's a lot of, it's interesting, the word I'm hearing is technology. That's not something that I would use, but there's a lot of technology that you're able to summon. So there's a capacity where you can contain or group a certain element and show people how to do that for themselves. I guess they're saying your job is not done yet. Yeah. I hope that reaches you well.
Yes,
and thank you for being
so
here.
much. Thank you, Honora. Thank you. You brought tears to my eyes. Thank you.
I love you.
Thank you. Love you too.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate it. You're definitely one of those people that I'm talking about when I say there's important work that needs to be done for our collective, and the world needs you now more than ever before. I mean that with absolute sincerity. I know you and I have talked about it individually in the background a number of times, but yeah, thank you. I think next up we're We're going to grab one of the people that have their hands raised. The one that's closest to the left on my screen is Selena. So we're going to do Selena, then we're going to reach into the chat. We're going to see Luther. From there, we will go to Ocean Soul. After that, we will go to Courtney. Just to let you guys know where we're at, we're going to kind of go back and forth between the chat and what's on the screen. And so, yeah, next up is Selena. But feel free, if you want to unmute yourself, Selena, if you have a question, go for it.
Hi.
Hello, howdy.
I guess my question is just whatever I need to hear right now. And it doesn't matter who does it. Thank you.
Cool. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for being here. Okay, let me put this little camera spotlight thing rolling. Okay, this is for Selena. Those of you guiding Selena in this human journey, we're just looking for any wisdom, any guidance, anything that needs to be known at this stage of the time on earth. We'll start with a card for you, Selena. 3, 2, 1. Boom. I have to move it because I have a window. I have the chat right there. So I'm doing it on this side. Okay, so you have, wow. All right, you got one of the true warriors in the world of multidimensional tarot. You got the Knight of Swords. And so let's say if we were asking a question, okay, what am I supposed to do? Or what do I need to know? Or you know, what kind of messages would spirit be bringing me? And a Knight of Swords comes in. This is the energy of intensity. It's an intense mission, and it could be wildly intense. It could be, I'll be real, it could be negatively intense. It could also be beautifully intense. But if you're wondering, you know, what is the task? What is the mission at hand? Yes, it's intense, but this is a disseminator of truth. This is a speaker. This is a person that brings messages from the heavens down from above and, you know, begins to, in some cases, shout them to humanity, in some cases, deliver them very tenderly. But whatever way they're going to be doing it, it's going to be an intense thing. And so whether it's intense tenderness or whether it's intense, you know, cataclysmic energy that's going to be broadcasted from your body and your field, the whole idea is that you're going to be embracing the throat. You're going to be embracing your voice. If you're wondering, what do I improve when a Knight of Swords comes in? Know that it's not what you're saying, it's the way that you're saying it. In fact, that could be said for all of the characters in the world of swords. Swords are about communication. They're about how we're received by the world. They're about the look on your face. They're about the body language that you hold. They're everything about, you know, just the manner in which you present. They're psychic. They're communicative. They're your voice. I think I'm kind of looping on that, but it'll either be an energy that'll save your life, or it'll cut your head off, or it'll cut someone's head off in the process of saving your life. There's sometimes collateral damage that a Knight of Swords can kind of take part in, which is not good or bad. It's just part of the game with Knight of Swords. And so it's a temporary period that will bring you from point A to point B. That's one of the ways we identify what the Knights bring us, their energy in motion and their processes that are in action. So you're learning how to express intensity. You're learning how to use the voice. You're learning how to project yourself. And we could also say that you're going to be bringing in a lot of wisdom from higher realms. And so I think because we know a little bit about you and what you do in kind of your own processes of self-discovery and what we might call some of the mystical abilities that you have, the Knight of Swords, as I start drooling on myself here, the Knight of Swords is going to ask you to express those things, and they might come out crazy. That's what you got to know about Knight of Swords, you guys. He might say some really, really crazy shit and just be like, bam, and he'll just blurt it out, and people are like, okay, all right. And here's the thing, that's exactly the way Knight of Swords is supposed to be, because this is the messenger of intensity. And so learn how to use your intensity and understand that it's an asset, but it's something that will come in for a short period of time. And by short, not telling you a week, not telling you a month, it could be 2 years in the, 3 years. In the greater scope of our human life, that's nothing when we look at it. And so time is irrelevant, but it's a process of development of the voice and the manner in which you project energy. And so, yeah, I hope that finds you well. Thank you for hanging out with us on these lives and being part of our group. And yeah, keep on doing good work out there. Appreciate
Thank you. It really resonated. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you as well. Okay, let's move on. We're going to move on to in the Zoom chat. Next up is Luther, one of our longest term members of this whole entire time. Don't worry if you don't have your mic on, Luther. Feel free if you want to shout anything out, if you have a question. Otherwise, how do you feel about doing a reading for Luther, Nora?
I'm on it. I'm already tuned in.
Oh, okay, cool, cool. Luther, we love you. Thank you for being part of this group for so long. I mean that sincerely. You were one of the first people that joined us in the very, very beginning. And yeah, I sincerely appreciate you, Luther. And so let me go ahead and get out of the way here and yeah, go for it.
Hmm. It's an interesting message that I'm hearing. They want you to know that you have a talent for creating and supporting life. It's interesting because when I tune into that, it looks like you're being asked to interact in different timelines, and one of them is fatherhood. It seems to be they kind of take you into the past and then take you into the future, but looks like they're activating the fatherhood journey within you, and you're guiding people through a series of events that you have been through yourself. And a lot of times these individuals will not listen to you. So you're experiencing the heartaches of a father, by also experiencing the bliss that a father has and the compassion and love that a father gives. It's a very magical timeline. It's extremely sacred. It's an honor in a sense that you have your guides around you, and it looks like there's so many elders surrounding you. It's kind of they're showing me the wheel of life. It looks like they're kind of cycling through different individuals coming in and out. You're definitely passing on information. You are definitely doing the work. You're definitely guiding people. But again, there may be those that will not hear you, and you may have a lot of love for them and care and wonder if things will be okay with them. They're saying that it's okay, but looks like they're kind of activating your higher masculine power throughout this process. But another thing I'm hearing just now that it popped in. I guess they're saying overall you're refining their character. So don't think that you're not helping them. You're refining their character. You're giving them the missing elements of what they should become, even if the consequences do not align or what they desire does not align with what you were saying. Or I guess I mixed up a lot of verbiage. So I'm hearing a lot of things. But I guess they just want to tell you that things may not turn out the way they expected, but you're actually refining their character. You're giving them a new value system to pass on. You're breaking generational, I'm not going to use the word curses, I would say, but there's like a generational bonds. You're breaking that. You're creating a new system, a new family tree. Yeah, thank you for doing that. It's an honor. I hope you see that within yourself. Thank you for being with us, Luther.
Boom. Thanks, Luther. I'll add one very, very brief thing to that. Maybe it's unnecessary, but it does feel like there's people from your past that will benefit very, very greatly. Like a previous stage of your social development and your time on earth, there's people from your past that if you're willing to connect with them in the coming months, weeks, days, however long it takes, there's going to be a relaying of information or something that I think is going to cause you to feel more empowered and present within the self. And anyway, not to go on and on, but boom. I hope that helps, Luther. Thanks for hanging out with us. Next up, we're just gonna keep rolling, you guys. We got a lot of people here, so we're just gonna keep rolling. On to the next one. I think we're gonna do Ocean Soul next. As I recall, I might get some people mixed up here and there, so I apologize if I do. I mean it very sincerely. But if you're here, even if like you can just kind of let this play in the background if you got stuff to do, because I know it's going to take a while. Some people are going to be waiting for a while. That's how it is when we have a large group. But the idea is we're going to get to everyone here today. That's literally our mission. And so Ocean Soul, if you can hear us, you're up next. I see your question about lupus, but go ahead and ask if you want to go ahead and mention that. Feel free. I don't see it and I don't hear anything. That's okay. You might be talking down in the bottom of the chat. Let me scroll all the way down to the bottom. Cool. There we go. Just wondering if I'm connected. Well, I think it depends on what it is that you're asking about being connected to, but let me pull a card for you real quick here. And I saw your question about lupus as well. Oh no, you asked for Nora, didn't you? I'm so sorry. I see your other one. So you guys, I gotta weed through the comments and stuff here. And so yeah, because you specifically requested Nora, I'm gonna slide out of the way. And as you can see, Nora, she has questions about kind of lupus and just connection. And so I'm gonna go ahead and let you do your thing on that one. And then I think Courtney was next. And so Sorry about that, Ocean Soul. I will easily get mixed up because I don't see the bottom of the chat. But anyway, go ahead, Honora.
I'm gonna start with the connected portion. As I went down the chat and I read the word connection, the first thing that showed up is spirit animals and nature before lupus. So I guess they want to say, yes, you're being connected and you're being shown how to befriend them. And here's the irony: when you're being shown on how to befriend them, you're also being shown how to befriend your own emotions. So I guess if you're wondering why there isn't a clairvoyance or clairaudience, they're kind of allowing you to take a step back and revisit yourself, or visit the versions of yourself that did not get the tender care that was meant, that you deserved, I would say. Well, overall, yes, you are connected, and to strengthen that connection is to strengthen that connection with your emotions, feeling your emotions, naming them and allowing them to settle in. You name it to tame it, in a way, versus not necessarily ignoring it. Looks like you were ignored throughout your life. You were dismissed, ignored, not acknowledged for what you've seen. But looks like a lot of times there's a lot of self-doubt, or is this true, or am I making this up? I guess the answer is no, you're not making this up. You're not, I'm also hearing you've witnessed a lot of abuse, in the sense you've witnessed people abuse the environment. So that is kind of a part of the heartache or the sadness that may come through. Or I guess they're saying that a lot of times we take on emotions from the environment. Okay, that makes more sense. So I guess notice what emotions are yours and what emotions are not yours. It looks like that's where you are at the stage of the journey. Speaking of lupus, let me go forward. Did you have a specific question about that? I don't recall seeing that in the chat.
I think it had to do with, is my lupus blocking me, as I can find in the chat, but I might be missing.
Again, take this with a grain of salt. When I tune into the lupus energy, it looks like I'm hearing it's keeping you safe of making mistakes. It looks like you come from a timeline where people were hastily made decisions, or made decisions out of winning. They wanted to win something. It looks like you not necessarily you created, but that disease created itself to allow you to pause. A lot of times when we see the root of why something is there, we're able to cross through it, and eventually things will dissolve. So notice where you are protecting yourself, or where you realize, I need to protect myself. And ask yourself, what do I need to protect myself from, and why? And how can I exist without the need to protect myself, knowing I am protected? But overall, yes, you are getting communication. It looks like as you strengthen your relationship with your emotions, things are going to change. It's kind of, you're going to be given, I'm symbolically seeing a sword versus a wand. It's like symbolically they'll give you a sword. You may have a new ability of speech, a new ability of seeing or doing. I guess I'm saying that there is an ability that will come out of it, and as debilitating and exhausting it can be inside of your body, things are going to shift. And for some reason I'm being shown a lemon. I'm not sure what that is, and I guess I have a lot of ancestral guidance around you too. You're not alone. You're definitely not alone. You're definitely connected. Yeah, I hope I validated that for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ocean Soul. I pray that finds you well. And yeah, boom. Thank you for that. Next up, I got a finder on my list. I'm pretty sure it was Courtney, right? You guys, Courtney, I think you're still here in the background. Next up, we're going to do a quick reading for Courtney. She says, I'll take whatever you got for me. Thanks. Okay. Here we go. This is for Courtney. Boom. Let me fix my camera. What's going on here? There we go. So this is for Courtney. I'm going to pull a card for you real quick. Anything that needs to be made known. Continue to embrace your creativity. Okay, there we go. Continue to embrace your creativity. Work on the energy of the wrists. Work on the forearms. There's a little bit of a strengthening process and an attunement, and something that will be cleared from the use of your hands in a little bit of a different manner. That's very specific. And so work on kind of tonifying and kind of loosening up your wrist, and just the manner in which you're able to kind of direct energy. And I know you do artwork as well, so there's something that's going to kind of flow through you as you kind of open up that area. It could also have to do with pericardium, because pericardium has a very important opening right there in the palm of your hand that goes right to the tip of your middle finger, that as you learn to work with that, it's also going to help you change and just improve the manner in which you send energy. or what it is that you're kind of broadcasting from the body. And it's also going to have an impact on intimacy of all kinds. And let's pull a card for you real quickly before I go on a awkward tangent. For Courtney, 3, 2, 1, boom. Well, Courtney. Earlier I was talking about Knight of Swords, and you got somebody that's even better than Knight of Swords. You got the King of Swords. And so when King of Swords comes out and you're wondering, what am I supposed to do, you guys? First off, you're going to continue to generate and display and become very, very comfortable with your strengths. It's important for King of Swords to play to his strengths. And I'm not aiming this at you, but I'm just telling you in generality, the King of Swords is not meant to be the best at anything. He's a major player. He's one of the strongest. He's one of the most impenetrable beings, but he's not meant to be the best at something. He's meant to be the strongest. He's meant to be like this wall in this world that people can lean against. They can kind of put their weight on. He's able to hold people up. He's able to protect people. He does it by, strengthening not only the physical body, but also by, and I'm going to hold this up very close to the screen, there's going to be a wound within the heart. It could be a major one. It could be a little teeny one. It doesn't matter which one it is. But when the King of Swords is actively working upon the wounds of the heart, there's a certain type of clarity and a power that will come forth from you that is much greater than everyone else. You'll also need to work on the crown, continue to open the crown, continue to work with the top of the head. But really the mission with King of Swords is he demonstrates strength by learning to become vulnerable in other ways. Because here's the whole thing about King of Swords. Some of you guys have heard me say this a million times, but the King of Swords is a lifesaver, kind of like the Knight of Swords. He could also be a life taker. We're giving you both the good and the bad, but regardless of what it is, he's one of those beings that will be out there pulling people out of the fire and, saving their lives and battling, honestly, sometimes he's battling demons if that's what you're called to do. But he's one of those beings that will do it while at the same time he's bleeding out inside his armor and he's like barely holding on, but he's able to operate and do all kinds of stuff in the mortal world. And so you're healing the vulnerable wounds of the heart. And it's crazy because I was just talking about your hands and the pericardium. And technically he's covering his pericardium. What's the pericardium? It's the layer around your heart. It's got everything to do with how you transmit energy, how you love yourself, how you love other people, how you receive intimacy in your life, the ways in which you express those things, and also the places within you that are impenetrable. And so you're going to be working on many themes with this guy with an understanding that you're not supposed to be the best, but you're going to be one of the toughest that there ever has been. And so to me, this is remarkable energy. And I think because we've met in this life, I think it would be really cool to see you kind of embody more of King of Swords. And just remember, if you have a hard time communicating with people, I'll say this one last thing. If you have a hard time communicating with people or being heard, Courtney, and you have King of Swords, you must learn to speak their language. And I mean that both literally and figuratively. And that's also going to go for people that are trying to get through to you. You must learn to speak their language. And so anyway, thanks, Courtney. We love you. Thanks for being here. Next up, we got, I think it's Annette. I see Annette over there in the corner. We're going to grab one of the people that has their hand raised. Hello, Annette. Go ahead. Do you have a question? Feel free, shout it out.
I do have a question, specific question. So I'm feeling like super stuck and like the world's just kind of like happening around me. I'm having a real hard time, which is bizarre, with like time. Like, I was a nurse for 35 years. I had a schedule. Life is not like that at all. I'll forget. And that sounds bizarre. It's not like I have memory problems, but what day it is, or, oh gosh, I'm supposed to be doing XYZ and it's 2 PM, or, it's just a very bizarre place I'm finding myself. So is there something I need to shift? Is there something, I need to do, something that's blocking me? I don't know. Just, can you tell me about that?
Totally. I'm going to say one thing really quickly, and then I'm going to hand it over to Honora. Welcome to fourth density. Seriously, I mean that respectfully and seriously. Fourth density is the framework of human consciousness in which we begin to move outside of the boundaries of time. And so as you continue to dissociate from the previous self, from the previous line of work, from the previous identity stage, it's natural that you're going to come to that stage where you're like, what day is it? Do I even know? I don't even know. What was I doing? I don't know. Dissociating for the last 4 hours. Honestly, that's in some cases, that's the best thing you can do. And so I would say, remove all feelings around that. Allow yourself to flow and be, especially if you're able to do that at this stage of your journey. Let your mind wander and connect with spirit. Be present as much as you can. But if you find yourself separating from the mortal world, good. Good. I mean, because we're still here in it, right? We're literally still in it, whether you love it or not. We're still in it. But and I also say this because you and I have spoken in the past. You are absolutely a healer. You are absolutely. It's like I can see it, I can feel it within you, and so I think the more that you embrace that, the better. But anyway, I'm going to hand it over to Honora if you have any messages for her, and yeah, go for it.
I'm hearing a few things coming through right now, and I would say the first off, they want to say that you're being seen, you're being recognized, and they see you. But looks like the past, we're coming out of summer, but this summer was all about like calling out prejudice in yourself and others. You're calling out prejudice from those around you. So your body's asking to rest. There was a lot of calling out, and you were purifying your environment. You were purifying your family members. There was a lot of purification rituals that you were doing. You were an agent for that. And I hope you see that within yourself. And I'm hearing, what's next? What about me? How can I'm going to use the word satisfaction. You're allowed to feel satisfied. You're allowed to feel connected to your intuition and feel productive. You had an extremely productive summer, regardless whether you've been gentle. I guess I'm hearing that you speak gently, and it's subtle energy that you use, that you create change with. And yes, you have created change. It's going to take a few more months for people to recognize the change they have created within them. So hang in there. You may not hear a direct or a verbal acceptance or a verbal. I guess I'm hearing that you may not hear people coming to you and thanking you and showing you gratitude or even hearing you. It looks like there's a lot of isolation in there. But the question I'm hearing is, how do I transform? How do I transform from this? And I'm just going to say it. I'm seeing weaving or knitting. There's something about weaving, and I'm seeing coasters and something that's warm. It looks like perhaps medicinal teas or medicinal, something medicinal that you can drink. And I'm seeing coasters that kind of change the environment by the colors they intentionally choose to create. It looks like there's going to be a shift for you in that, allowing yourself to merge your right and left brain in a sense. It looks like that's kind of where you'll feel more satisfied when both realms are interacting together. Because there's a lot of knowledge in there. It's a matter of sharing it with joy versus sharing it out of stopping somebody from hurting themselves from fear. You see what I mean? You're good at helping people stop hurting themselves, but you don't want to do that anymore. You want to help people experience their highest self in a sense. So if you're wondering what's my purpose now, it's like you're allowing people to step into the highest version of themselves. And it's not easy when people are so dominated by fear. They'll more like, again, as you know, the brain is wired for survival versus experiencing joy. It looks like you're surrounded by those type of people mostly. The channel kind of switched off. So I hope this message finds you well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Annette. Thank you
Thanks.
for being here. Appreciate you. Okay, guys, we're going to grab somebody from the list here, and then we're going to head over to our hand-raising people. As far as I can tell, next up on our list, and I know it's been a while, so hopefully you're still hanging out. Next up, we got Carrie Love. Carrie Love. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom. I don't know if you had a question, Carrie Love. There's a lot of messages, so I might miss some of your questions. Sometimes you'll ask for Honora, and I'll kind of miss it because we tend to trade off. Let me scroll down to the bottom for Carrie Love. After Carrie Love, we're going to see Miss Erica. Is it First Lady? First Lady Erica, sorry. and then we'll keep it rolling. There you go. Oh, she said Honora. Okay, cool. Yeah, definitely. Okay, thank you. See, I had a feeling it was in there. I knew there was another question. Anyway, I'll go ahead and step out if you want to do a quick reading for Carrie Love as well. Thank you.
Hi, Carrie. As I tune into your channel, Okay, I was just checking if there was a question. I wasn't looking at the chat. Okay, tuning into Carrie's timeline, Carrie's channel. Huh. You're being asked to come out of your comfort zone. It's like I see an air balloon. It's not plane, it's not car, it's not train. It's something extremely unfamiliar. It's like they're pushing you in a way where, you know, you're floating. There's no support in a sense. You're being pushed out of your comfort zone. But that's what changes your life. And it looks like there's a lot of, I'm hearing a lot of praying. There've been a lot of times where you've prayed for change, prayed for what's better, what's there out for me. And I'm also hearing taking delight in doing what you love without having to feel that you earned it or you deserve it or you have to be professional at it. I'm not sure why the word professional came in. I guess they're saying don't be hard on yourself and you're not being superficial by pursuing things that make you smile. As simply as that. But what has been happening as well, if there's fear of finances or feeling the need to escape because of financial burden, that will also ease off by the end of September. It looks like you'll get some support in that. But overall, it's like they're putting you in an air balloon. And what's tricky about that is they're highlighting everything that you could do to self-destruct, and you're able to pause from that. So they want to congratulate you for doing that, for not stepping into the version of yourself that could sabotage yourself. And it takes a lot of courage to actually be in that space. They just want to validate that. But it seems like you're climbing the mountain. I would say you're climbing the mountain, you're entering the heroine's journey. But overall, you're allowed to take delight into things that make you feel alive. And that's the only way forward if you're wondering, how can I feel and connect more to myself, more to my abilities? And if there's a class you want to sign up for, they're saying go for it. And you're able to actually gain knowledge by just hearing other people's process too. Guess I'm not sure where that came from. They're validating you for that. Hope that helps.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And get ready. Go ahead.
Thank you. That does help a lot. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Thanks, Carrie Love. Thanks for being here. Get ready, Honora, because you're up again for First Lady Erica. I think she might have had a question, but I know she was requesting you. I just want to let you guys know what's our order for the moment. We're kind of going back and forth between our Zoom chat and people that have their hands raised. And so one of the ways I'll know that you want to speak your question, for those of you guys that are kind of rolling in, is you will press the hand raising thing. That will let me know that you want to speak your question. And so we're going to go back and forth between hand raising people and people in the chat. So we got First Lady Erica coming up with Honora. Then I'm going to do a quick reading for Kim. And then from there, we're going to go to Mason Strunk that has his hand up as well. And so just to let you guys know the current order of where we're going, and we might be hanging out for a while. So I want to let you guys know we're committed to getting through literally everyone that's here today. Don't sweat it. It's literally what we do. I mean this sincerely. I will literally do this all day. I know Honora is the same. Like we do events where it's like we'll just see people over and over and over and over again. I think sometimes when you do this work on a full-time basis, you'll just like boom, boom, boom. You can keep doing it, and spirit definitely helps. It's not all us, but anyway, I think you had a couple moments to breathe there, and yeah, I think First Lady Erica had a specific question. I hope you found it, but thanks for being here, Erica.
The question of what do I need to let go or work on to be more organized? Here's what's interesting. They're saying you don't need to write everything that you hear. You do not need to take a lot of notes. I see like a book and there's a lot of writing. They're saying you don't need to do that. It's already preserved inside of you. You can pause and just absorb through osmosis versus write everything down and plan everything on paper. It looks like I guess they want to reassure you that, and this is an interesting thing that I hear, you can turn anything into gold. That's interesting. I haven't heard that in a while. It's like you can share life's riches and turn anything into gold by being yourself. So you do not need to preserve a lot of knowledge or write things down or create for some reason I'm seeing a lot of visual templates that you're putting things together to make sure that you don't forget something, or, you want to make sure that everybody got a voice, everyone had the turn, everybody's boundaries respected. There's a lot of emphasis on making sure that it's a safe container. And what do you do? And one thing to do to be more organized is to reveal more emotions. That's an interesting one. As you reveal yourself, others will reveal themselves too. But I feel like that's more speaking on an interpersonal section of your life. If you're wondering how can I get a person to open up about their life, open up about their past, allow yourself to, for some reason I'm seeing visual expression. It could be through a creative manner. It looks like in your interpersonal life, there's a lot of how do I say it? It's like a stage. You're both on stage and you're celebrating each other in a way, and that's how you get the best out of each other. It's like it's very light. It's very light. It's jokester. There's a lot of jokes. It's giddy. It's beautiful. Like I kind of love the energy there. But they're saying, yeah, don't minimize yourself because you do not have the full understanding or the full story. It's okay to say, this is my current set of understanding. This is where I am right now. But overall, for some reason, they're emphasizing, do not withdraw from society. I'm not sure if there's a part of you that's moving away. Just try to find a way in between being in your own world and sharing your world with others and being with others too. I guess the channel, I'm not sure if there's a book coming up, but you're allowed to write it too. You have a lot to say. Yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot going on there, Eric. I hope this message finds you well.
You blow me away every time, and I just bust into tears when you said that, because I was literally writing notes, and I'm constantly writing notes, and I like speak to a voice memo and stuff, like writing notes, and like I keep a lot of stuff. And in my heart, I think I even told Matthew, like, I feel like I don't even want to do my YouTube anymore. And you just touched everything. And thank you a lot.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Erica, sincerely.
Yes. I just want to say I believe in you. And many do. Please, we believe in you. Yeah.
And please don't stop doing your YouTube channel. My God, whatever you do, don't stop doing that. The world I mean it sincerely. The world needs you for real, for real. So anyway, thank you. Thanks. We love you. Thanks for being here. I think next up, we're just going to keep rolling, guys. We love you. We're going to keep rolling. Next up, we got Kim. And so I'm going to go ahead and do a reading for Kim. I didn't see you put a preference in the chat, Kim. Hopefully I didn't miss it. But let's do a quick reading for Kim. Thanks for hanging out with us. Once again, everybody, you can raise your hand on Zoom if you want to speak your question. You don't have to. If you're watching us on YouTube, you guys, because no, I'm not monitoring the YouTube chat, but I can tell White Swan and Aurora Diamond Heart are doing an excellent job. You can still head over to the Patreon page and click this Zoom link. I mean it sincerely. We might be shooting ourselves in the foot if a lot of people get a hold of it, but it's all good. In the meantime, this is going to be for Kim. Let me get my little camera thing straightened out here. And then after that is Mason Strunk. And so where is my little thing? There it is. Okay. For those of you guiding Kim in this human journey, is there anything that needs to be made known? Oh, I can already feel it from the start. Okay, so emotional regulation is key for you, demonstrating strength and kind of just continuing to walk in the understanding that there's a whole framework and wavelength of information and guidance that's available to you as you let go of the past, as you learn to truly open the throat and completely release emotions within the body. It does feel like on maybe multiple levels, you're kind of working through, I say this very delicately because everyone gets weird when you say this word. It does feel like you're kind of working through some karmic stuff. Some of it's awesome, some of it's a little bit difficult. And so I think the more you can embrace any waves of difficulty or uncertainty within your body, within your timeline right now, the better, because to me, it feels like kind of the chapter or waves of uncertainty that you're experiencing right now is something that was designed by you for you to give you maximum catalyst. I say that both on a general level, because that's how it is for everyone, but also on a very, very personal level. I think that there's a certain amount of strength and just power of will that is within you that has gone unacknowledged throughout the majority of your human life. And so my prayer is you're going to be recognizing the internal authority that is present within you. And anyway, before I rant on and on, let's pull a card for Kim. Here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Boom. Whoa, this is a card that I pulled right before we started this group today, you guys. And I was like, what? Why is he here? Who knows why? He's usually here for a number of reasons, but this one's for Kim. And so when you have a King of Pentacles, and that's who you have here today, Kim, if you're wondering, what do I do with it? What am I meant to do? Okay, cool. I got King of Pentacles. Great. This is the king of the earth realm. This is the king of the physical realm. He's the ruler of those things. He needs his environment to be as comfortable as possible. He thrives on beauty. He thrives on things that taste good, that feel good, that are comfortable to him. And so the more that you can embrace those things in your life, the more that you can beautify your environment. It's really important to have a place in your home or wherever you're staying, wherever you spend the most time in, that is very comfortable to you, that feels good, that looks good. And so you have authorization, if you're capable, to invest yourself in creating a very safe, very beautiful, very well-contained place in which you can connect with your energy internally. Now, having said that, King of Pentacles does also come with a few blockages or issues that can show up in their life, especially if you find yourself over-reliant upon routines. If you find yourself doing the same things at the same time on the same days and repeating that over and over and over again, that's where the strength comes in for King of Pentacles, because there's a reliability that shows up. There's a solidity that comes in for King of Pentacles. But at the same time, it's like you have to break through certain, areas of stagnancy and predictability. And so you're going to be breaking any predictable tendencies that you have. If like people know you and they'll go, oh, Kim, well, she's just going to this or she's just going to that. And you go, well, yeah, that's true. You have authorization to break those rules. You have authorization to reverse traditions. You have authorization to do things very, very differently. And a lot of you guys have heard me say this before. Maybe this applies to you, Kim. Maybe it doesn't. But and it's funny because I was like, you need to beautify your physical environment. Another thing you'll do with King and Queen of Pentacles, if you really want to create or force, it's like you can force a new perspective in your life, which sometimes is very, very helpful, because King of Pentacles will just get stuck in like, well, this is the way I do it. This is how I operate. This is how I roll. And that's their strength. But if you really want to change and create new processes in your life, King of Pentacles, I would recommend rearranging the room that you sleep in. Force yourself to wake up looking at a new wall or in a new direction. And the thing is, you might hate it. That's kind of one of the downsides of King of Pentacles, is when you uproot their physical environment or their routines, they kind of will go a little crazy, or they get a little like, they just get weird. And so while that can be difficult for you to uproot your routines and your reliability, it's going to be one of the things that's going to force you to see energy in your life in a different manner. And there's going to be certain possibilities, or honestly, ways in which you can receive stuff from the world that could not have happened if you would have kept doing the same things on the same days at the same time. And so break your routines, break your predictable lines of patterning in this world. And yeah, you'll become uncomfortable by it, but it's going to show you way, way more about what you're capable of. And I feel like I just blurted out a bunch of stuff to you, but take care out there, Kim. Thanks for hanging out with us. I pray that message finds you well. And yeah, there we go. Boom. Thanks, Kim. Next up, I believe it's Mason Strunk. Mason, you have a choice. I noticed you didn't specify who you wanted to do a reading with. It can be with myself or Nora, either one. But feel free to unmute yourself if you want to go ahead and shout out your question.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. I was wondering if I could get any messages from my guides. I guess I would like Honora to do that. And if it's not too much, for you, Matt, to pull me a card.
Yes.
Because I do love that. So.
Totally. Yeah, go for it. Any messages from guides? Go ahead.
The first thing I'm hearing is you are definitely shifting from being embedded in an inner life scenario. It looks like there are cycles where you're either within yourself where nothing is happening, or there's a lot happening at the same time. So they're just validating that, like the isolation period is slowly ending. It's coming to a close. And they're asking you to reflect on what you have attained throughout that time. And when I say what you have retained, it's more of what personal creativity are you going to show the world? What are you going to show the world of your understanding? How are you going to show it? And then you're allowed to be a childlike self. You're allowed to dream. You're allowed to whatever way you want to present yourself, you're allowed to do that. So I guess they give you those periods to come up with kind of like an inner flame, and you kind of need to expand that. Like, how are you going to present that? How are you going to create your orb in a sense? I'm also hearing if you choose to do Reiki or energy work, yes, it's within you. Do not fear much about having the technical terms. You're already doing it. Like, you're very natural at it. And sometimes it can be extremely static that you feel it and it takes over your day. Just learning how to ground can really help you with that process. But yeah, you definitely can do energy work. That's one of the first things I'm hearing. I just want to see moving forward what's happening in here. You're now martyr. Transcend yourself. Transcend the need to be of service to others without gaining anything back. You know, I guess this is something I used to say. Once my rent is free, I'll do my work for free. And you're allowed to say that too. You're allowed to give healings for others. And also, like, you know, get corn, you know, exchange corn, do an exchange. You're allowed to do that. But you're definitely good with the body. Yeah, you have an ability with the body. I guess they just want to validate that too. And again, don't be fixated on the terms. They keep saying, for some reason, they're saying like, it's like there's an anxiety around, am I going to have the right words to say? Just go for it. And people will they'll feel you. People will feel you. People will feel your capacity. Just trust that. You've seen a lot and you're able to translate that in nonverbal means. Just trust that, I would say. And I'm going to pass the mic to Matthew with the cards. But yeah, believe in yourself.
Thank you, Nora. That's very validating.
Cool. Thank you, Max.
Thank my guides for me.
Totally. Let's pull a card for Mason before we move forward. I definitely agree with what she's saying in terms of you being a healer. It feels as though you've greatly matured something within yourself over the past year or so. It's like there's something that has refined itself and become much more present. And anyway, that said, before I go on and on, for those of you guiding Mason, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Well. Here, let me put this on the big screen here. Well, all right, Mason, you got a 9 of Cups. So I guess if you're wondering, what do I do with the 9 of Cups? There is a lot of something present for you. For some people, this is a stage of wish fulfillment. For some people, this is a stage of having nearly too much. For some people, every now and then, it's like a period of extreme excess, and you get to decide which one of those it's going to be. If you're wondering, what do I do with it though? Okay, cool. Maybe it's excess, maybe it's wish fulfillment, maybe it's nearly too much of something. If you're wondering what you do with the 9 of Cups, there's going to be pieces of energy from your past, whether it's emotions, whether it's ideas, whether it's versions of yourself, that you're going to be dumping them out. You're going to be giving them away. I've said this a million times, so it's kind of a cheesy statement right now, but think about a 9 of Cups, you guys, like a closet that you have in your house. And every time you open the door, all kinds of stuff starts falling out and you have to like push it all back in there. And of course you need everything, right? So you don't throw it all out. But the whole mission of 9 of Cups is that you're going to get rid of the pieces of yourself, the old emotional ideas, the pieces of, we could call it programming, we could call it identity, we could also just call it emotions that have been lodged within the body. Because whenever you guys see cups, we're talking about emotions and experiences. And so you're going to be getting rid of things. You have authorization to give things away, to dump them out, to throw them in the trash. And, like a lot of cards, when you see stuff like this, whatever you are willing to get rid of, not always, but in most cases, something else is going to come in and fill that space in. And so the more pieces of yourself that you let go of from the past, and the more you allow something to become fully released from the body, more opportunity will show up. It does feel like Nora was saying that you have a very interesting form of body intuition. I could also see you doing very, very physical healing work if that's something that you chose to step into, and it might even be hands-on healing, maybe even something through like a massage modality, if that's what you're seeking to do. But you're going to probably also be helping people release emotions within their self. And for some people, that becomes very shamanic. You might have a shaman within you that's kind of waiting to show up and waiting to be acknowledged. And anyway, the more you can release toxic emotions, the better with 9 of Cups, because it is one of those energies that will weigh you down in the future. It doesn't always do it, but at times it's like you'll realize like, whoa, I'm still in that belief system from, I don't know, 2008. Why am I? And it's not saying that you are, but if you feel those things coming up as you try to make progress and grow in this life, Nine of Cups is going, well, wait, that's totally stagnated or rotten out. Just pour it out, dump it out in whatever way you can. And anyway, I pray that helps. Thanks for showing up here today. And yeah, thanks for
Thank you
hanging.
too so much. Thank you.
Totally. All right, guys, next up, I think it was Samantha McClellan. I want to say it was. I'm pretty sure it was, at least on our long list of reading people here. I think it's Samantha McClellan. I don't know if you had a preference, Samantha. I didn't see one. I'm going to go ahead and pull a card for you very, very quickly.
Thank you. No, just a general.
Cool. Okay. Excellent. I'm trying to find your name in there it is. There it is. I'm trying to find you here just because it helps me focus on people. Cool. In general reading. Excellent. Take a deep breath in, Samantha. Okay, there we go. All right. We're going to be releasing rigidity of thought forms and old memories within the body. Anything that you can do to address waves of childhood trauma, not that it was great, not that it was small, it's just there's still a little bit of an acknowledgement of an inner child that's going to greatly aid you going forward. If I were to place emphasis on some place within your internal world right now, it would be within the dream state, within the dream body. To me, it feels like you're traveling very greatly, but it's like there's a little bit of an anger charge or a little bit of an annoyance charge that comes in. Maybe it's from people that you have a hard time dealing with in this world. Maybe it's just from old versions of yourself. As you release energies of the liver, as you release energies of the gallbladder, you're going to have much more conscious recall of things that you've been involved with, maybe in dream states and in other lives. You're going to notice a lightening of the mood and probably a number of other things. And before I go on really far here, I'm going to pull a card for you. Yeah, I can feel the throat as well for you. So anything you can do to truly exercise the voice and really, really release something within you, even if every now and then that something is telling somebody to fuck off, like for real, you're going to be like however you have to do it, you're going to be fully exercising something within the throat. It's going to help the hormonal balance within your body as well. But anyway, for those of you guiding Samantha McClellan, 3, 2, 1, but oh, there we go. Here it is. Interesting. This is the first appearance of the Nine of Pentacles, which honestly, Samantha, this is a really good card to get. And so some of you guys have heard me say this before. Literally everyone wants to have a Nine of Pentacles. If you're wondering what's a Nine of Pentacles in your life, it's a stage where things finally feel good, they look good, they smell good, they taste good. You're going to have a lot more than you have right now if that's what you're seeking. It won't be finished though. It won't be complete. You might be keenly aware of the areas in which you're still contained, in which you're still held back. And that's part of the journey of Nine of Pentacles. It's meant to help you break through certain things. And it can be a very comfortable stage. If you are wondering things as simple as, is this certain area of my life going to get better? And I say, is this certain area? Because it's not one pentacle, it's 9 pentacles. So it's several different areas of your life all together at the same time. And when you look at the themes of Nine of Pentacles, it does get a little weird when you really look at it and you're like, okay, cool. We have a beautiful environment, a beautiful woman. We have all kinds of beauty around us. It looks good and it's meant to look good. But when we really look closely at it, you're like, okay, well, there's a bird there and maybe the bird's tied up and I don't know, it kind of looks like the woman has this, somewhat oddly restrictive hairnet on that's meant to kind of show a little bit of restriction in terms of, things that she thought were freedoms for her, sometimes can hold her back. And then we look at it and we're like, well, yeah, what's that big gate? What's on the other side of that gate for you? So in the coming days and weeks and months, as you work through inner child stuff, as you begin to kind of express yourself with more determination through the throat, you're going to come to this point in your journey where you have to walk through a gate, a gateway, or a passage point with no understanding of what's on the other side. whenever the nines show up in the world of multidimensional tarot, you are pretty close to the final stages of a certain part of your journey. And if you're looking at, what are the themes of finality with pentacles, it's usually learning how to receive. That's one of the big missions of pentacle people. It's like, well, I have to learn how to receive something in a new way. And so honestly, it's a really good thing to get, though. Don't ever let it throw you off. Like I said, I want the Nine of Pentacles, even though it's not done and not complete. Everyone would be happy to have it. You know what I mean? Sometimes you see, rich people or celebrities, and you're like, damn, I wish I had their life. And maybe you do, but when you look closely at it, you're like, I don't know. Do I? And so you're going to be learning to break through that into a whole new chapter. And anyway, I feel like I'm going on and on with you, Samantha McClellan.
Thank you.
I pray that finds you well. Thank you for being here. Cool. Next up, we're going to do Brandy, and then we're going to do our hand raising person. Looks like it's Wendy's iPhone. And so, yeah, Nora, if you're ready. I don't think Brandy specified a preference. She might have. Maybe she did. We're going to do Brandy, and then we're going to do Wendy's iPhone. And so, at least I don't think I see a preference from Brandy. Do you? Shout it in the chat if you have one, Brandy. Although
I'm great.
Oh, there you go. Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, where'd she go?
Or great. Either one of you is awesome.
Oh, cool.
Great.
There we go. Thanks. Go ahead, Honora, whenever you're ready.
They want to validate that what you're observing, whether in a situation or a person, is true. So they're not false information that are coming through. It's real information. It's a matter of how to express it, like how do you choose to express it, or how do you choose to confront that person? Do you want to scale it into a form of justice where both of you are on equal sides, or do you want to say goodbye to that person? I'm not sure if it's a group of people or one person or an archetype, but I'm seeing an exit. You're in process. Should I leave or should I stay? Should I become something else and handle that situation, embodying a new character, or should I just let go of what it is and see what's out there for me? Regardless of what choice you make, it's just going to transition who you are within more than your external environment. So if it takes a lot of energy to change, if it takes a lot of energy to leave the environment, it's not going to necessarily take you to a better environment. It's going to still be just another happenstance. However, your internal character will change regardless of what choice you'll make. So it's a matter of how do you choose to grow? How do you choose to shed light on what is meant for you? It looks like something is, what's the word I'm looking for? Or what I'm hearing is that your wealth will never be stolen from you, whether it's your emotional wealth, your emotional well-being, your financial wealth. What's yours is meant to be yours. I guess they just want to say that. But I hear that there is a desire of justice or a desire of righteousness. But if there's a lot of noise in your head, I'm hearing that there's a lot of noise. It's asking you to be a part of a life force. So whether it's exercise or just choosing to move your body in a way that allows you to feel more centered and connected, or see it as more finding your own signature. What defines me? Is a slow movement? Is a fast movement? Is it this? But I'm seeing artwork too, so I'm a bit confused on that one. It could be that they're asking you to take a break and go to change the scenery and be a part of a scenery that will soothe your nervous system before making decisions. That could be another thing that's being shown. But regardless of what you do, put yourself first. You're allowed to benefit yourself first before others. And it looks like you're caring for a lot of people, or there's a few responsibilities, but that will be taken care of too. Those that you're responsible for will be taken care of regardless of the choices that you'll make. Yeah, I hope that helped. It's been a bit scattered. Yeah.
Thank you, Brandy. I will just add one little piece before we move forward. I believe you need to give yourself credit for all that you have overcome, all that you have healed, all that you have endured, and understand that it's a sign of great strength. It's a sign of absolute empowerment and ability. And to me, you feel like a mega empath, which could be good. It could also be really bad. It could also be bad because it's like, yes, I'm going to absorb everything around me. And it's because you can, because you're capable of holding it. doesn't always mean it's the best thing. And so maybe you'll work on a little bit of some boundaries with what you absorb from people, but I want you to take that very, very lightly. You'll know if there's anything there. I'm kind of just commenting on the flow of energy. And anyway, thank you. Thank you. Next up, we got Wendy's iPhone. I don't see a preference here or anything, Wendy, but feel free to unmute yourself and shout it out if you got a question. It can be for either of us. But yeah, go ahead. Hello. Don't worry, sometimes it takes a minute to get it working. Oh,
Can you hear me yet?
We can now. Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. And just Wendy is fine. I don't really have a preference, I guess, or a specific question. I don't really know how this works.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, no worries. It's only if you have a specific question. Some people will want to ask, some people don't. But yeah, we can just pull a card for you. I'll go ahead and start. And yeah, let's just see what happens. Take a deep breath in with me. Really slow, really full. For those of you guiding Wendy. Faith and trust within the self. Working on the lower parts of the body, working on the feet, working on the calves, working on the thighs, working on creating solidity within the physical body is going to be very, very helpful in terms of what you're going to be called to endure or walk through, and also for helping you shed energy that you've gathered in just old belief systems that are hanging on to you. It feels as though you have a chapter of greater, if it is what you're seeking, abundance or some form of inclusion. If I were to guess the reason why we're being shown kind of like the legs and the ankles, and honestly, it's kind of pointing to the Achilles tendon, you might be holding some ancestral energy or belief system. Yeah, honestly, it feels like belief systems more so from the mother's side, possibly, or from feminine ancestry, which, they're both going to have a big effect on you, male, female. It could be a bit of both, but it feels like you might be being held back with some limiting belief systems, just from other people and stuff that you've absorbed. And so learning to shake that energy off and to, I would say strengthen the lower parts of the body. You're also going to be helping to open up the root chakra, which is going to create much more of a receiving state for you. So the more, okay, thank you. And this is a weird one. You're going to notice a voice change over the coming years or days or weeks. However, it's like something's going to open up and become much more, not that it's not already open, but something's going to become much more present and powerful. You might be one of those people that has the ability to command certain things in this world in ways in which you haven't necessarily been shown that you're able to do so. And so I hope that finds you well. I'm going to pull a card for you here really quick. For those of you guiding Wendy, 3, 2, 1, boom. Oh, very, very cool. This one's going to be dependent on what it is you're trying to manifest in the world. You've received the first ace. In the world of multidimensional tarot, the aces will come in to tell you about timeline shift opportunities. They have to do with cycles in your life. And so what you're going to be doing is looking at cycles of how you receive, how you manifest things. And for a lot of people who don't know, when you see pentacles, you'll be like, well, it looks like a coin. Does that mean it's about money or abundance? Yes, it certainly can be if that's what you're seeking. But pentacles are also physical health. They're the physical body. They're the earth realm. They're how you receive. They're your root chakra, which I was literally just mentioning. And so it's kind of cool that I was saying strengthen the lower parts of the body and kind of open those up, because that's going to help you receive. It's going to help the root chakra stay open. At the same time, with the Ace of Pentacles, you can do things very, very differently than you've done them in the past, especially if you're able to identify cycles that come around in your life. Sometimes 1 year, sometimes 5 years, sometimes 20 years, doesn't matter the time frame. But the aces denote jumping off points in personal cycles, wherein if you are willing to do something very different, like the kind of things where people would look at you and they'll go, what, Wendy? She could, but she won't. Oh, shut up. She never will. She'll never do that. She won't do that. Whatever those things are, especially if it's a thought form, an idea, a desire that comes around every so many years or weeks or months. And you'll know because you'll get a few feelings like, yeah, that's back again. Haven't felt that in a while. Haven't thought about that person in a while. Haven't, wanted this in a while. The aces come in to say, yes, do it. Baffle the matrix by forcing the world to respond to you differently. The way you'll do that is by, creating a really, really, a big ripple in your current time space continuum. And so look at your cycles, shatter them, break them, learn to open up the root chakra. And this will bring us into a physical timeline shift, which I know for a lot of people is a very woo-woo thing. You're like, what does that even mean? It's a different wavelength of physical reality, one that's initiated by you. And so it's incredible opportunity if you're willing to play the game very, very differently in terms of what you're receiving in this world. And anyway, I feel like I might be looping or ranting at you now, but thanks. I pray that finds you well. Thanks for hanging out with us. I mean it very sincerely. I appreciate you. And so, boom.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up. Who's next, Honora? Do you know who's next?
We have Donald coming up.
Oh, nice. Mr. Scoggins. And so, yeah, go ahead if you have a message for Donald. I don't know if he has a preference. I haven't checked through the chat, but just to let you guys where we're going, we're going to see Donald. We're going to grab who's this with their hand up. We're going to see Laura Kays, and then we're going to keep working our way through the chat here. And so if you do have a question, you guys, you want to speak it, put your hand up. That's kind of, I'll be real, it kind of makes it a little bit easier for people if you're willing to do the hand raising thing, because it just makes you pop up on the grid a little bit quicker. But we're going to get through everybody that's here. So anyway, let me go ahead and get out of the way. And yeah, I don't know if you have a question, Donald, but if you do, you can even state it if you'd like as well. And I'm going to slide out. Go ahead, Honora.
Hey, Matthew.
Yeah,
just pretty much anything in general. That's a quick reading from Honora and also from a quick card pull.
Donald, it's interesting. You're the first person whose future self came through. Yeah, that's how I was sitting with like different channels. Your future self says, have faith. There could be something within your sphere they have to take care of. They're saying, have faith, do not worry. Like it's going to be solved. I guess there's something in your everyday reality that is, it's like a heaviness. It's like I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess they're saying that have faith. It's like it's repeating, have faith. I'm not able to tune in, but somebody's trying to comfort you and say, have faith. You have solved it. We have got this. Things are okay. I'm not sure if it's with living situations or something to do with somebody else or taking care of yourself. It's like they just want to validate you'll be taken care of. It's all taken care of by you, from you, for yourself. Like you've done it all by yourself. You've taken care of yourself. They just want to validate that. Yeah, as I'm tuning into your guides. Okay, I'm tuning into your guides. I guess if you're trying to hear an inner voice or there's a desire of separating your thoughts from your intuition, they're saying try to pause and listen to silence. And then from there, you'll be able to decipher, are these my thoughts or is this my intuition? Sometimes they do blend in, just letting you know. But yeah, you have a lot of gods and goddess energy around you. It's like an interesting life force. So I can see how it can be really static to like tune in and out. Grounding will definitely help you in the sense. And I'm hearing that in the past, you may have been exploited, you may have been used, and they're saying that you're in a place where you're able to defend yourself and trust you'll be able to speak the right words. Your throat is active and it's moving. You may not notice it, but you have actually grown and you've taken care of a lot of people too. They just want to validate that. But you're able to express your own wisdom. They're saying you have the ability to express your own wisdom. You have the ability to, seek truth and know who's not saying the truth and who is. But overall, they're really emphasizing that you'll be taken care of. And I'm not sure if there's a sea or I'm seeing a boat in a sea. I'm not really sure what. It's interesting. It's like I'm hearing and seeing. It's interchangeable. And if you have family members that have passed, they're guiding you and they're here with you. They just want to say that they're here with you. Yeah. Thank you for that. I'm gonna pass the mic to Matthew.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Scoggins. Let's pull a card for you. I don't know why I feel like I want to refer to you as Mr. Scoggins. I hope that's okay. I don't know why. It's just, I think it's a cool thing. I think you have a cool name. Okay, we're going to pull a card for Donald. We're going to make it quick. Yeah, okay, here we go. Sorry. Man, you are like a relic from another time, and that needs to be embraced. You hold a series of values and just an element of masculinity that I think is very rare at this time and place. So please continue to embrace it and understand that the right people are going to reach you at the right time. And that said, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh, he's back. Okay, well, interesting. Honestly, this fits you, man. You got the King of Swords. King of Swords showed up for somebody else too. King of Swords is one of the most impenetrable energies in the entire world of tarot. Like I said earlier, he's a life giver, he's a life saver. Yes, he's a life taker, kind of like Knight of Swords. They can come in really, really hard if they choose, and sometimes they can seem impenetrable. Honestly, it's a good thing if you can use that in a really smart way. If you're wondering, what do I do with it though? Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm willing to acknowledge those things about myself. He can be overly rigid. At times, he can be overly controlling. At times, he can seem like a brick wall. And so one of the things you'll do in your life is it's not that you'll avoid those things, but you will actively soften certain areas of you that might feel too hard. Not that it's a bad thing, because that demonstrates the natural amount of strength that King of Swords has. But what you're called to do is open the crown. So you are going to develop new belief systems with the King of Swords, or you're going to allow different belief systems to come into your body. And I think how Nora was saying, there's like guides, or there's things that are communicating with you, or maybe she didn't say that and it's just coming in now, but you will receive new guidance with King of Swords as you open the crown. But it's crazy because that's your strongest place. And so at the same time, energy is going to try to, push in on you, and belief systems and things are going to be sent at you in this world, and they'll just bounce off. The King of Swords is a trip because things will kill other people in this world. And for people that have King of Swords energy, it'll just like, bink, oh, that, whatever. But the hard part is you'll have a wound within the heart that everyone else deals with really, really easily. And King of Swords will be there like, okay, I'm good. And the thing is, you can handle it. You can be good. But King of Swords will need to go, okay, there's a really weird, vulnerable place within me that I have to now work on. And I mean, I have a lot of King of Swords energy. A lot of us have it here. And so you will need to embrace a certain type of vulnerability. It'll attract something into your life that at times is really, really hard to get a hold of otherwise. And so anyway, it's a good thing to have. Continue to embrace that part of yourself. And anyway, watch out. I'll go on and on, but I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out with us. And yeah, thanks, Donald. Next up, I believe it's Laura Kays. I'm pretty sure it is. Go ahead, Laura. If you want to unmute yourself, you can ask for myself or Honora. If we do it quickly, we can do a little bit of both. I know we kind of linger. Anyway, go ahead. How's it going?
Well, I was just going to say, hey, it's great to see you guys. Thanks for doing this.
Totally.
And I have to mention that the last time Matthew did a reading for me at the conference, my mother's cell phone called me, and my mom is dead. Remember that?
Oh, okay. I remember his time. Wow. Okay, that's cool.
But anyway, whatever the universe wants to talk to me, I'm ready.
Okay, cool. Yeah, go for it. Nora, I'll let you take this one, and maybe I'll pull a card for her afterward. But yeah, go for it. Oh, you're muted. Sorry.
Thanks. All right. As I tune into your channel, just give me a minute. Okay, they're showing me different directions of taking this. If you're trying to convince somebody, it looks like somebody needs to be convinced. I'm going to use the word to take care of themselves. It looks like there's a situation and somebody needs to be convinced to take care of themselves. They feel they need to know that it has happened before and how that has turned out. So if you can illustrate a story where you're trying to suggest this, I'm going to use the word, the self-care tool. There's a self-care tool that will benefit them. You have to You have to illustrate how that has helped somebody else and what they have become, even though you have the understanding that they just need to stop doing what they're doing right now. It's not helping them. So there seems to be a situation of he said, she said, but you're doing the right thing of stepping back and allowing them to kind of experience what they need to experience. But I hear the urgency of trying to help. But I would say watch out not to get drained from some vampire energy around you. It looks like they're draining your life force. So please take care of yourself. So that's one chapter, it looks like, in your circle. Another thing I'm hearing, I'm not sure if you've devoted yourself to a practice or you've devoted yourself. It could be even hearing a channel or, I'm gonna tune in into this channel at this time, at this day. So it looks like there's something you've dedicated yourself to. I guess I'm hearing, do not separate yourself from the world as you tune into that. So I would say watch out of that. Watch out of like separating yourself from the world. And it looks like there's a way of, or there's a habit of either you're with everybody or not with everybody. Either you're not isolating. It's interesting. I'm getting confused. I'm confusing with my wording. So I guess they're saying find a way to enhance unity within yourself and also unity with others. Do not abandon yourself. It looks like people really drain your life energy. But moving forward, if there's a project you're trying to start, it's okay to network with people. It's going to start with a conversation and then it will manifest more in physical form. So I would say be patient. It looks like you have a vision and people may not fully understand that. Yeah, there's a lot going on in there. Things will kind of make sense, I'm hearing, by Christmas. I'm not sure what's going on down there, but things will be finalized by Christmas. It will make more sense in the next stages of your journey. Hope that helps.
Thank you. We're going to pull a card for Laura really quickly, and then we're going to announce the first winner of our drawing for members. And then I think Aurora Diamond Heart's coming up on the reading stage. But let's pull a card for Laura Case. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Whoa. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me put this on the big screen here. There we go. Well, Laura, you've received temperance. If you're wondering what am I called to do with temperance, I'm going to keep this short. This is about self-healing, self-maintenance, taking care of yourself first, generating balance within yourself, whether it's physical, emotional, spiritual. And this is the card and the symbol of the healer. And so when it shows up and you're just wondering, like, is there a thing that I should be doing right now? Is there, spirit, are you guys making a recommendation to me? And always take it with a grain of salt, what I'm saying. But you guys, whenever temperance rolls in and you're going, what do I do? It's about you and generating balance, healing, and peace, harmony within yourself first above all others. And so after you do that, you'll notice that people will organically come to you and kind of take part in healing stuff and, the things that you're doing, that you're offering to the world. And so create balance within yourself. Remember that you in your own special way are a bridge between the spirit world and the physical world. It's as real as you want to make it. Seriously, though, it's a beautiful symbol to have. And anyway, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. I hope that finds you well. And so I'm going to immediately make an awkward shift. I pulled a name like from our chat, you guys, while we were hanging out in the background while Anora was talking. And it landed on a person. And it's weird because I can't find, oh, there it is. Okay. The first winner of our drawing for a private session is Greg Herrera AZ. Hopefully you're still here, Greg Herrera AZ. You're the winner of a session. And so you're like the little mouse pointer in the chat landed on you. I don't know how it happened. Like, honestly, it's like one of those things I'll just, and then scroll through and boom, it landed on Greg Herrera. So if you're still here, Greg, congratulations. If you're interested, you don't have to have a private session, but if you want one, we will talk later and we'll book you in for a private session. We're going to do 2 more before we leave here. And so Greg Herrera, congratulations. You're our first winner. Appreciate you. And thank you, Laura, for being here. Next up, I know it's Aurora Diamond Heart. I don't know if you had a preference, Aurora Diamond Heart. Maybe you did. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah.
It says flip a coin.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. I don't have a coin.
I have a coin.
But I'll just, we're gonna pull it out and we're just gonna, I'm gonna do a quick reading for Aurora Diamond Heart and then you can give her a little bit of a comment, but I just made an executive decision that I was going to start with me for your reading. And Aurora, also because you were in a dream I had last night. Don't worry, it was nothing weird. We were literally hanging out back of some huge building. And for some reason, we didn't want to go inside. We were like, yeah, I don't want to go inside either. And we just didn't go inside. And there was a number of other people hanging out there. But I remember, yeah, we had a whole conversation. And it was cool. I think you were telling me about your kids or something. It was a very cool dream, very, very vivid. I think you're doing a lot of work in the dream world. Not always aware of it, but we're going to pull a card for Aurora Diamond Heart. Anything that needs to be made known or seen or just, yeah, what needs to be acknowledged. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Whoa, it's going all the way. Here we go. Boom. What? All right. The first appearance of 7 of Cups. Which I know you're familiar with in your own way. So you got your own version of 7 of Cups. When we have a 7 of Cups in our life, I think I said this to someone else earlier, we must prioritize our desire, what it is that you truly want right now. You have many irons in the fire, many possibilities, many things that are available to you. You know about this. Some of them are crazy. There's the dragon, there's a serpent, there's mystery. That's that mask, you guys. It's meant to symbolize mystery. We don't know what it is. Then you also have, abundance. You have love. You have, you have a castle there. You have your entire domain. You also have accomplishment. That's that little wreath that you'll see right there in that cup that oddly enough has a death symbol on it, but that's not what it has anything to do with. And so 7 of Cups, it's like you got a lot of stuff that's available to you, but the whole problem is with 7 of Cups, you guys, is you might not get all of any one thing. You might not get all, you know what I mean? You'll sip from many different cups and you'll get a little bit of each one, but a lot of things can go undone or you might not get all of everything. And so prioritization of desire is critical when you have 7 of Cups, because it's one of the things that will help you take something from just merely being within your dream realm, merely being from within your overall atmosphere to becoming real. And so understand you got a lot of real possibilities available to you. It's just we have to be able to go, okay, I want that cup. Who knows which one it is? Sometimes you'll choose the dragon, you know what I mean? Sometimes you'll choose mystery. We don't know, but it's like you must choose one. You must choose one. And so what is it that you want the most, I guess, right now? And anyway, I'll leave it there before we move on. I don't know if maybe Honora has a thing she wants to add into that, but yeah, thank you. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for taking care of the modding duties. I just started checking YouTube while she was talking in the background, and thank you everybody on YouTube as well. There's still time. You can still find the link. But anyway, anything else before we move forward? Honora, go ahead while I find who's up next.
I'm hearing you're allowed to advocate for yourself and you're allowed to say when you want things at a certain time, whether you want to take things slow or speed things up too. You're allowed to advocate for yourself. You're allowed to put things into action. There's a huge emphasis on that. And if you're wondering if there's a potential partner, I'm hearing a yes too. For some reason, there's like romance coming in as well. There's like partnership. I guess they're saying that you have a community there and you're not alone. Yeah.
Feel it. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you, Aurora Diamond Heart. I'm trying to find who's up next. We're scrolling way up in the chat, you guys. Now, if you haven't already heard, if you want to speak your question out, you can raise your hand. It is a little bit of a cheat code because it helps you pop up on my screen a lot easier. So that it kind of helps. Yeah.
Felicia coming up first, but I have seen a list of questions for me and I'm circling through the chat.
Yeah, go for it. Find it if you can. And I'm going to see who's after Felicia. We're going to look for who's after Felicia. In the meantime, go for it whenever you're ready.
Okay, Felicia, I'm still searching for your question. It's somewhere down there. You had a few, as I was looking, going down. Okay, Felicia, we found you. Okay, first question. Is there a practical first step forward to relocating to Cali where my family lives? Is there a practical first step forward? This is interesting. Design your room. Make sure your room is your own. A lot of times depression comes in when we feel displaced, or I'm hearing that a lot of times when sadness comes in, it's when your body does not feel at home, does not feel contained, does not feel supported. So find a way to feel supported in the environment in which you're relocating to. I do see you might have your own place coming up or living nearby. So I'm not sure if that's the situation happening, but it's a good move when I feel into it. Looks like there'll be a lot of travel moving forward from that place. It's very positive. They're showing me different things that you'll be doing, kind of revisiting. I'm not sure. I'm seeing animals, I'm seeing people, I'm seeing a lot of travel, and yeah, I'm seeing a lot of travel. I'm seeing like interacting with the plants too. I'm not sure where that, if you've done that in the past, or you're pointing at certain things like, look at this, look at that. There's a sense of wonder, there's a sense of there's life, there's enthusiasm. So you're definitely doing the right thing. But allow your body to feel supported. It looks like when you're being weighed down is when you feel like you're out of place. And I'm hearing that you put people first before you. So you're always making sure everybody's accommodated and welcome. But how do you make yourself feel welcomed in that new environment? Is it a scent? Is it a pillow? Is it a certain for some reason I'm seeing like an old smell. I feel like that's more of a ancestor coming through, or a family member. An old cologne. I'm not sure if there's somebody, if that rings a bell about somebody, but yeah, I guess I'm saying that there's family around you. You're being supported into that move. For the second question, I'm gonna attempt the second question. What was the title of the book I wrote in one of my past lives? That's an interesting one. What was the title of my book I have attempted in my past lives? For some reason, I'm seeing different timelines. I'm seeing a timeline where there were screenplays, and I'm seeing a timeline where, actually, I'm seeing a screenplay timeline. The screenplay timeline you've written about survival, how to confront abuse of authority, how to confront abuse of authority, and how to find humility and compassion, and leveling up your self-esteem as confronting things that would disempower you. It's kind of the story of a beggar for some reason, somebody that had to beg to survive, and how they have turned their life around, how they found their willpower, how they found their strength. So that seems to be one timeline in which you've written something, a screenplay. It's interesting. It's interesting. And as I'm going through, what's the second one? The second one is interesting. It's kind of more on laws of predictability, magic. It's kind of like there's a magician archetype, something related to magic and predictability. And what does it mean to manipulate energy? And how is that used in society today? So that could be a story that you've written illustrating how people are being manipulated, trying to wake up people through the lens of helping people understand how they're being hypnotized. But I'm hearing, I guess that's me trying to decipher what I'm feeling and seeing, but deep down, I feel like you've actually tuned into some law, you've tuned into some law, and if you explain that, like I see a logical explanation behind things, not necessarily a storyline. So I guess I gave you 3 variables, and I'm glad this is recorded. The channel kind of closed, and yeah, thank you for that question. That was interesting. Yeah. Good luck with your move.
Thank you, Felicia. You're a true mystic. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for joining us. We're going to keep moving. We're going to grab one more person from the chat. Then I see Amy up there on the side. And so we're going to grab, we had somebody already lined up. I got to scroll all the way back up here. Don't worry. We'll find you. Almost there. There's a lot of messages that we have to scroll through, you guys. So it takes a little bit. It takes a little bit to get through. Talk amongst yourselves as I navigate our chat here. I might have gone too far. Okay, hold on. We're almost there. Nora, I'm going to ask you to find who was after Felicia, because I can't find.
I see Nora, and then
yeah,
Debbie.
thank you. There it was. It was Nora. Okay, thank you, Nora. All right, she had a question about the left side of her body. I just for some reason can't find it on the chat. It's so buried. Which is
find the numbers 445, 445.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, wow, that was so long ago. And so Almost there. Yeah, I went way up to the top. It always makes it a little bit awkward, but I went way up to the top. 4:45. There we go. Okay, thank you, Nora. I believe you're probably off screen now. I know it's the middle of the night where you are. The question is, what are these energy waves going up and down the left side of my body? I've had it since, okay, there we go. Instantly in there. I know you're going to see this a little bit later. I would call it a little bit of energetic pressurization, a little bit of a neurological abnormality just in terms of energy flow within the body. I don't know that it's necessarily, oh, there we go. I don't know if it's necessarily about strengthening or kind of balancing one side or the other. It feels like an energy that needs to integrate and kind of roll through, like something having to do with an activation stage. And it just looks like the left side of the body might be a little bit more vulnerable when it comes to feeling or perceiving that imbalance. I know that you do receive or have in the past had some sort of a migraine interaction. And so you could look at the left side as being one of the players in terms of how that imbalance and how the pain frequency enters the body. Overall, it feels like kind of a scheduled activation of a certain thing, kind of like when they're working on a road and they shut down one side of it for a little while and all the cars have to go on the other side for a little bit. It's part of a work in progress. I would say in generality, it feels like as you open up the left arm, as you open up the left shoulder, as you learn to vent energy from that side. And if you're wondering if there's a thing that I could focus on to help that happen, it feels as though it's going to be about embracing femininity, strengthening femininity, maybe creating a new relationship within yourself in terms of how you define yourself as a feminine being. And yeah, just continuing to allow that energy to work through. I'm going to pull one card for you, just if there's anything else. And then we're going to keep rolling. I think, yeah, here we go. For those of you guiding Nora, is there anything else? 3, 2, 1. Boom. Whoa, the first appearance of the moon. And so when the moon shows up, you are in a temporary period of greater intensity. Yes, it has everything to do with the astrological moon, the hormonal moon. It has a lot to do with femininity, once again, because I just mentioned that, but also because the moon is inherently feminine when it rolls in multidimensional tarot. Things can get savage, things can get weird, things can be illuminated in your current state. And for you, it's funny because you and I talked about this recently. It does also have to do with the dream world, what takes place within what we might call the astral realm, quote unquote, and the revelations, or we could call it a revealing process of things that were previously eclipsed in darkness. And so it's a very good thing to have as long as you're willing to kind of handle the waves of intensity that can roll through the body. So in going back to the left side of the body and looking at the moon, it is a surge of energy that will come in. The more spiritual you're willing to make it, the more ceremonial you're willing to make it, the more ritualistic you're willing to make something when the moon comes in, the greater the effect that it will bring into your life. And so embrace those things. Continue to balance out femininity, work on the left side of the body, open up the shoulder blade, the left arm if you can. And I think you're going to notice different thought forms and ideas will enter the self. And anyway, I feel like I'm ranting at you. And thank you, Nora. We appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out with us and being part of this strange family. And as I take a breath and stop drooling on myself here, we're going to go on to the next person, which I believe is Amy. And so Amy had her hand raised. If you're still here, Amy, go ahead, unmute. If you have a question, you can shout it out. Go for
Hey,
it.
Matthew.
Hi.
I'm probably reading with you. And there's no real question. I've been trying to think, but I think just do a reading.
Totally. It's good to hear your voice. Now I realize who you are. I was like, which Amy is this? Anyway, thank you for being here. It's good to see you. For those of you guiding Amy, give me a moment here. I'm going to change my little camera view. Oh, Lord. Okay. My Lord, understanding the depth of what you're capable of and who you truly are, the vast wealth of knowledge and ability that is buried within the body, within your energy, within the connections that you initiate, within the timelines that you view. understanding and embracing that is very important. It does look like there's some energy that has gathered, maybe from friends, maybe from family, maybe from the current environment that might be creating a bit of an emotional malaise or difficulty within your current moments. You'll notice it at times like in the morning, late at night, when certain thought forms continue to roll through the mind's eye. It does appear as though, and I also know this about you already, you're very, very good at channeling and releasing and connecting with those energies, learning what it is that they have to teach you. But it does feel as though there's a little bit of an emotional regulation that I think that's going to come in, that's going to help you stay more steady and more empowered. Overall, it looks like your environment, this is a, wow, okay, here we go. Your environment is using you as somewhat of a conduit, a divining rod, or even a lightning rod to arc through or root certain energies that can't necessarily be received by others. While it is a great honor, it does necessitate a bit more grounding within the self. And so the more grounded you can be, the more you can plant your feet into the actual earth. Whoa. The more you can work on the throat. And some of that's me as well, but you'll also be working on projecting the voice, projecting authority in some form. Those things are going to help you very, very greatly. It does feel like, and this is something that came to me in our previous conversations, Amy, it does feel like there's a voice that will speak through you. Maybe it's the guides or the energies that you're working with. In my opinion, and I always differentiate when it's an opinion, and this is an opinion part, I think that they're guiding you toward creating a work, whether it be a writing, whether it be a book, whether it be some form of a compendium of knowledge and things that you've picked up in your travels and the timelines that you're viewing and connecting with. I believe that's going to liberate you in a way that might not be necessarily, noticeable to those in your third density day-to-day realm, but it's going to be something that's going to elevate you to another level in what we might call, for lack of a better word, the astral or the higher dimensional planes. And so please acknowledge the wealth of ability, guidance, understanding, and just deep, deep complexity that is within you. And anyway, you're really easy to talk to and really easy to connect with, and I'll keep going on, but I really just want to honor the strength and the ability that is within you. And I'm really glad that you're a part of our group. I think you were also one of the first people. You were one of the first people that joined us long, long ago. And anyway, I love you. Thank you for being here. I pray that this information finds you well. And yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, just one question, Matthew.
Yeah.
When you talk about this work, is it something that I can do by myself?
By yourself in terms of allowing energy that's going to come through you, or allowing something that will speak through you. While it's not necessarily by yourself, it's something that will be physically done by you. You'll be the one physically putting it together. And at times it's going to feel like you're completely alone in that journey. And I think that's part of something that you created for yourself. But there is a vast collection of energies or beings or guides that you're already working with, the many aspects of self, of other people that you and I have spoken with over the years. So it's not like you're doing it alone, but you are the conduit for the energy and the messages that come in. And so it might be somewhat of an isolated process, and you may feel physically alone in that journey, meaning, like I said, you're the one that's going to record those words, but you will notice it will be inspired. The words will be given to you. If you want to call it channeled, which some people get like, but it's definitely something that as you continue to open up will flow through you with greater ease. And so even if it is completely isolated and alone, it's not in the physical, or not in the physical realm in which you're going to be, alone. There's many beings with you. And anyway, I feel like I'm going.
Thank you.
I hope that answers your question or helps in some way. I appreciate you. Thank you, Amy. Let's see who's next, everybody. Nora, do you know who's next? Were you able to check it out?
Next, we have Debbie Elliott coming up. I'm not sure if there's a preference or question. I read the general reading.
Cool. Okay, so we're going to see Debbie Elliott, and then I see it looks like we got Tim Williams up with their hand raised. From there, we'll return back to the chat, and then it looks like after that, we're going to see Pat Windsor, and then we'll just keep moving back and forth from there. But anyway, I'm going to slide out. Nora, if you have a message you want to give for Debbie Elliott. And thanks for being with us, Debbie. It's good to see you hanging out and just being a part of our group. And anyway, I'm going to go ahead and get out of the way. Go for it.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Thanks.
Hi, Debbie. It's interesting. I'm getting an image of a caterpillar coming out of its cocoon. It's kind of going in and out. It's not sure whether to transform into a butterfly or to just stay in that cocoon. It's not sure whether it wants to break out. It's still trying to get in touch with itself. Like, who am I as an individual? There's a lot of devotion to knowledge, devotion to lifelong learning. But it's a matter of allowing yourself to just be seen, similar to a tree growing and having fruits instead of just staying as a tree. I'm not sure if I illustrated that well, but I guess they're saying that you have a strength and you have a skill and you have the discipline and you got the toughness from life experience. They want to validate that you got what it takes to move forward and to experience life in your own will. You're able to design your own resolution to whatever shows up in your path. It's also telling me there's a part of you that's looking for time for themselves. So I'm getting kind of like two different images, whether there's a lot of you're being occupied with something, but you're also protecting your boundary at the same time. And I'm also hearing, just knowing who's there for you and who's there to get you in a sense. So it's interesting to see the timeline you're in. But overall, they're saying that you're allowed to be angry at things that you're meant to be angry about. You're allowed to be angry, but also, I guess the main message they're trying to give you is that you're strong enough to be a butterfly. You're strong enough to break through when you choose to break through as well. So if you need to retreat in your cocoon, that's okay as well. Just want to validate that. If you want to tune into your own energy, you can call out the queen. The queen is the one that knows, how to protect herself and others and uses authority to do that. So that could activate your throat simultaneously too. Yeah, I hope this message finds you well. You're having guides and family members tuning in. I guess they want to say that you're loved and you're not alone.
Thank you so much, Honora.
Yeah. Thank you, Debbie Elliott. Thanks for being here. Who's up next? It looks like it was going to be Tim Williams. To let you know who's after that in the chat. It looks like, Astrid, what's going on? Good to see you. We got Astrid. After that, we're going to see Pat Windsor, and then we're going to go right on back to the chat. It looks like Rita's up next after that. And so I'm just saying it out loud so I don't forget as well, although I can pretty much guarantee you that I will forget. So that said, Tim Williams, go ahead if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself. How's it going?
How's it going?
Let's see.
Yeah, really my question this time was, I'm starting school next month, and I was just wondering if any messages or energies or anything come through about that. Starting down a new path.
Well, what are you studying this time around?
I'm going to be a licensed massage therapist and getting Reiki certified, as well as breath work, and the introductory class was kind of cool. We did a Qigong meditation. It was really neat. Looking forward to it, but
yeah. Okay. Yeah, that feels really, really good. Let me go ahead and let's do a reading for Tim Williams. Take a deep breath in with me, Tim. Honestly, you're choosing an entirely new timeline, although it's something you've done in previous lives and previous versions of yourself. It was very well received, and it was you heeding a call to service that I think is one of the greatest things you can do right now. That said, in kind of returning to a more structured place of learning, while it does appear it's going to empower you on a number of levels, it may also reawaken some old wounds that are hanging out under the surface within your energy body, within the emotional body. And so be mindful of the stories that you tell yourself. Be mindful of the kind of assumptions that you might make about what you're capable of. You have a very powerful inbuilt system of discerning, receiving, and moving energy, and it's going to be a little bit different from some of the ways in which you're being taught and some of the information that you're going to be picking up. You're going to have an intuitive guidance within yourself that honestly authorizes you to do it a little bit differently. And so, in the process of learning and in picking up things in a more structured environment, please continue to do it as they tell you to do. But later on, you have authorization to break certain rules, I think, in ways that for you are going to, at the beginning of the programming process in terms of energetic learning might feel a little bit strange. but you've definitely done this before. And we can say that for literally anyone who's stepping into this line right now, especially at the age and the stage that we are on earth. These are things that every single one of us has done before. And so just be mindful of the wounds that arise and continue to treat your emotional body above all else, because it does look like in learning to acknowledge and release certain emotions that are within you, that's not only going to be one of the greatest avenues toward really releasing old energy, but it's also going to show you more about what it is you're capable of. And honestly, it feels like you responded to a call. Like spirit put out this thing that was like, we need healers, we need mystics, we need warriors, we need beings, we need people that are willing to help with the collective awakening and the unveiling of knowledge and the healing of the human, kind of population right now. And I think you did very, very well in responding to that call for service. And so without going on too long, I'm going to just pull a card for you. For those of you with Tim Williams, boom. Whoa. Okay, damn. All right, you got the return of Knight of Swords, which you might have heard is a very intense being. He's the messenger of intensity. He brings energy, he brings guidance, he brings a voice from up above, he brings all kinds of stuff. And so you're going to be learning to work with your own sense of electrified energy. You're going to be learning to work with the voice. You're going to be learning to project something in a much more determined manner with knowledge that it can be too much. That's kind of one, if there is a downfall to Knight of Swords, that we're not applying this to you, but we're just saying if there's a thing that you'll look out for with a Knight of Swords, it's that he'll do something a little bit too hard. I shouldn't say a little bit, he'll do something too hard and too fast. Some people can handle it and they need that. And they're like, yeah, man, I need the hardest, fastest, most extreme version of it, which Knight of Swords will be incredible at, being that. But when you're wondering, like, what do I heal? What do I work with? You're also healing the intensity that is within you. So you'll look at any of the places of your life in which you're sending too hard of a message, too fast of a message, too intense of a message, and you'll heal those as well. And I guess lastly, continue to work with your throat. Continue to work with your voice, and hope that finds you well. Thank you for being here, Tim. Appreciate you.
Yeah, it very much does. Thank you. Thank you.
Totally appreciate you. Oh, good job, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us all this time. We got more people to go through. I think next up was Astrid, correct?
We got Astrid coming up.
Yeah, go for it whenever you're ready. Thanks for hanging out with us, Astrid. Hopefully you're still here, although I think you're on the other side of the world as well. So who knows, maybe it's in the middle. It might be in the middle of the night for Astrid, but yeah, go for it.
I'm hearing you're going through a phase of not necessarily opening the heart chakra. It's more of allowing the heart chakra to be seen, allowing your true emotions to be seen, your vulnerabilities. Not saying that you're not expressing yourself, you are, but you're in a place where you're just allowing yourself to be wholeheartedly seen. And it looks like that has not gone the way you expected it to go. Your guides want to affirm that you deserve to feel nurtured. And there are people that care about you and cherish you. And it looks like there's a lot of worries and an anxiety of what's next. I have revealed my true self. Is there a secure place for me? Have I made the right choices? They're validating you have made the right choices. There has been a traumatized, it's like I'm feeling a tremor more than a crumbling underneath. It's like there's more of a tremor happening. But it looks like they're allowing you to get in touch with who you are and with your own true feelings, because you're meant to guide other people that have been through your situation, which is why you have been through what you've been through. And again, take this with a grain of salt. That might sound a bit cliche, but yes, you are meant to be guiding people to strengthen themselves, whether it's their body, their mind, their spirit. Therefore, you're in a place where you're strengthening your heart, and to strengthen your heart is to reveal all of who you are and realizing the true love that you deserve, and your true family, who your family members are, your soul family, your loved ones. But what's happening next? It looks like they have unexpected things that have happened. They're kind of guiding you in a place of finding inner forgiveness for a human free. I can't say that word for some reason. Give me a second. I think I'm translating. It's interesting. I'm translating something. Inner frailties, human frailties. I haven't heard that word in my mind before. It's like, forgiving yourself and having compassion for yourself and others for human frailties, like humility and connection with with their loved ones. It's like we're all human, we're all learning, we're all growing. So that connection could return to you. Just again, it's a choice. I do not necessarily see it as a toxic situation that would return to you. It's a matter of how you choose to direct your life, and are you heard? Or what's important is that, am I being heard right now in this relationship? So there's a lot of that, but there's also a new modality coming in. You're strengthening something or showing people how to strengthen themselves, redefining aging. So if you're wondering, what am I meant to do? You're meant to redefine what it means to age. It's an interesting streamline. I hope this message is clear. I'm getting different guides coming through. And I guess overall, you are loved and you're allowed to nurture yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Astrid. Hope that finds you well. I appreciate you being here. Boom. There we go. So I think next up on our list, as far as I can tell, we have Pat Windsor up in the corner there. After that, we're going to see Rita. After that, we're going to see Judy Huffman as well. And then we're just going to keep going on down the list. And so Pat Windsor, if you're still here.
Yes, I am.
Hello, go ahead. Yeah, thank you for being here.
Hi, Matthew. Thank you. I've gotten a couple readings from you. It was right on. The last reading I got, you stated in the cards that there were going to be changes and fast changes, and there was going to be abundance coming my way. And I guess my question was, can we get a little more specific with what those changes are and how that abundance is coming, manifesting, or something's going to happen? I don't know if you could get a little bit more specific on that, because I do have something in mind, but I don't want to say anything. I just want to put it out there.
I feel you. Yeah, that's okay. So we're asking for specificity and understanding the abundance that is available for us. Okay, so what you're going to do as we do this, Pat Windsor, is you're going to be putting that question about what it is that you're trying to become or do or step into. It's like you're going to be putting it on a little bit of a pedestal or on a little bit of a little table in front of you. And you and I are going to take a breath in together in 3, 2, 1, breathe in. Well, to be more specific, and I pray this is specific enough for you, this is something that only you and you yourself can initiate. And it feels as though it's something that you've been a part of in other lives, although there is a leap of faith that needs to take place. And so to be very open, it feels as though the pathways for you to receive more of what you desire in this world are many. There are many ways in which you do that, but Spirit has already shown you a specific path or a specific undertaking. It does look like there's going to be certain modifications or changes in terms of how you receive. And so if you're wondering, how can you receive more of what is due for you, how that you can receive more abundance within the energy body, you're going to be working on how it is that you receive right now. You're going to be working on the root chakra. You're going to be letting go of programming that is laden within the body from previous stages of your journey, and know that you are being specifically guided toward whether it be creating something or receiving something. I would call it a little bit of an inheritance. That's a carefully chosen word. It's not necessarily like someone dies and give you something, although maybe that's possible. It does feel as though there's an inheritance that's due for you also within the realm of knowledge and ability. And so it's really important that you allow certain things to happen, but just understand that in the meantime, you're going to be doing work on receiving and learning how to truly receive with it. It's not that you're not grateful. I'm not saying that, but you're going to be generating a new wavelength of gratitude within the self and an understanding that the thing that you're seeking right now, it's actually seeking you. It's a matter of allowing certain things to play out and continuing to put one foot in front of the other. And I feel like I might be giving indeterminate specifics here, so I'm going to pull a card for you as well. For those of you guiding Pat Windsor, if there is an inheritance-based energy, something that was destined for her prior to coming into this realm, or really anything else, is there a symbol that needs to be known or shown? Oh, I got to move my little camera thing here. There it goes. Boom. All right. It's the Magician. First time we've seen the magician in a while. And so if you're wondering, what can I do in the background to initiate this process of whether it be abundance or receiving more of what is due for me in this world, you're going to be healing the lightest elements of yourself, the darkest elements of yourself. You're going to be integrating the shadow self. But most importantly, you're going to understand that you currently are in a stage of transformation. And the more you can allow things to become different, the more you can allow new chapters of light and energy, things are going to become a little bit twisted. Things are going to become a little bit crazy. You're going to ask yourself, especially when it comes to, something like receiving abundance and the magician rolls in, there's definitely going to be stages in that journey where you're going to be sitting there going, I thought this was going to happen. I thought this would have been right now. I thought this, you're going to say like, well, they said it was going to be this. They said it was going to be that. And the whole thing is, the whole path of the magician is you're not supposed to see it when it's happening. The more we watch that pot as it boils, the more we sit there and go, come on, you're supposed to be boiling and creating something. That actually will hold back the magician. It's like you have to understand that there's already an irreversible path that has been set in motion with the magician, and you're not meant to see it. It's kind of like when this guy's doing a trick for old school magicians, you don't want to see the rabbit going into the hat before he pulls it out. It defeats the whole thing. It's like there's going to be a certain amount of mystery that you're going to need to embrace. And sure, there's a path of self-healing, but here's one thing I can tell you, and this is sometimes a very haphazardly stated thing, so I'm going to deliver this very carefully. But usually toward the latter parts of the year in which we are approaching right now, I think we're in September. And so usually by the end of a year's time, as we approach the end of the year, there's going to be a moment where you look in the mirror, you look at yourself, you notice what you're wearing, you notice where you are, you'll notice certain changes that have taken place within your energy, within your ideas, and you'll realize how much has already changed. But you don't see it when it's happening. It's a thing that you'll suddenly stop and go, whoa, something is happening. And so sometimes it will be about receiving money, which honestly, it feels like you can. It's going to happen for you. It's just you're going to change the ways in which you receive and probably do a little bit of self-healing in the background at the same time with the magician, because not to go on and on with the magician, but it's the first time we've seen him in a while. And if you're wondering, am I being held back in certain areas? And, the magician shows up and you're being like, okay, is something being held back from being received from me? The magician will need to integrate both light and dark. It doesn't mean you stamp out all the darkness within yourself. Absolutely not. You're going to learn certain pieces are going to stay, certain things are going to go. And so it's about integration with the magician. And anyway, I feel like I'm kind of spinning and creating, kind of overstating things, but give yourself to the end of the year to realize that path and to realize something that's going to be handed to you in this life. And I pray that finds you well. Hopefully that wasn't too indeterminate for you. But
no, that was good. Nora, I had put in both you and Nora. Can Nora put anything into that too? Or
yeah, Nora, go ahead. If you got something you want to say real quick, go for it. Go for it.
I'm hearing something else related to initiating a timeline for yourself or initiating. I guess I'm hearing that, something that you have to initiate and ask for more. It's like, if this is something you need to have a discussion that's calculated. For some reason, I'm hearing like a calculated discussion needs to take place if you want to speed it up, but it's already yours. I guess we just want to say that thing that is there is already yours. If you choose to bring it closer, there needs to be a calculated discussion. But if you choose not to do that, you're not gonna lose it at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah. It's yours. I guess just want to validate that. It's there and it's yours. And it can be sped up.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Totally appreciate you. All right, I'm finding our chat here. Luckily, I was able to locate the next person. It looks like Rita's up next. Hopefully, Rita's still here. I have no idea if you are, but I think I'll go ahead and pull a card for Rita, and then after that, we have Judy Huffman. I think we saw Samantha McClellan already. We did, right? And so we saw her, we have Leyland, and then we have Miroslav, just to give you guys an idea where we are in the Zoom chat. If you're watching us on YouTube and you still want to get a reading, head over to Patreon/Blue Flame Collective, and you can still jump in on that link. There's still time. There is still time. And so if you're still watching, you can do that. But in the meantime, this one is going out to Rita. Boom. I would say first off, Rita, you're being congratulated on walking through all the hurdles, all of the difficulty, all of the uncertainty within the self. It does look and feel as though you might be in a new chapter of uncertainty, of waiting for certain opportunities or looking for things that, you know, that you might feel at times are going to be more apparent for you. It does feel like you're at a stage right now where it's appropriate to sample many versions of yourself, to walk through many modalities, to take part in many different things. It feels as though that's completely realistic and very, very proper for you to do right now. In terms of looking for direction, it does look like there's a little bit of a guidance to put yourself out there on a more determined level. There's something within you that you within yourself might not ever feel fully ready or prepared for it, but you are, and you have been for a very, very long time. And so there's going to be a leap of faith that's going to need to take place in order for something to be completely realized. That said, I'm going to pull a card for you here, and we'll just see what shows up. 3, 2, 1. What? Oh my God. Okay, it's crazy because we just had a magician, Rita, and now we have a high priestess. And so, man, if you're, this is for everyone else that needs to receive this, but if the high priestess walks into your reading, especially in a 1-card reading situation, and you're wondering, well, what's going on right now? What exactly is happening? You're in an initiation phase. You're being initiated into a new stage, into a new line, into a new order, into a new chapter, into a new ability. In many cases, this is the #1 most psychic being in the entire world of tarot. She will open up the third eye, but it's going to be at the cost of you giving voice to what it is that you're receiving. And so understand that it does come with a lot of uncertainty. When a high priestess rolls in, there's going to be certain things going on in your world, Rita, where you're going to be looking for an answer. You're going to be looking for a direction. You're going to be looking for someone to go first, do this, and then do that. And, you know, there's a thing you're looking for. You're going to be hoping on some level that someone comes in and shows it to you. And the crazy thing about high priestess is she won't. She'll never do that. She'll put you in a real world scenario in which you will have no other option but to trust your intuitive ability, because that's what she does. She awakens and initiate those things within yourself. And so you are guided to operate 100% upon intuition. That's the initiation that takes place. People who are willing to do that with a high priestess will be initiated into a new stage, into a new path. But it's at the cost of you not knowing what's on the other side of the door, not knowing what's at the bottom of the cliff, not knowing what happens when you step off into that leap of faith. That's how it's designed to be. The high priestess says, put your foot out there and step into the unknown with no knowledge of what will catch you. That's the cost of admission for that initiation phase with high priestess. But the good part is, if you're willing to do that with true faith and trusting what is within the mind's eye, spirit will catch you every single time. And so it's one of the most powerful stages that comes in. I guess it's just awkward because the whole lesson behind her is there's going to be no one person that's going to say, there it is, that thing right there, that, you know, whatever decision is, that just doesn't come with a high priestess. And so trust your intuition, give voice to what you perceive within your mind's eye, and just keep on going, keep doing what you're doing. You're a true survivor. I love you, Rita. Thanks for being here. I mean that sincerely. So anyway, boom. We're moving on. Who's up next? I think it's Judy Huffman. It's Judy Huffman. Hello, Judy Huffman. Hopefully you're here. Hopefully you're here. And anyway, go ahead, Honora. I don't know if Judy Huffman had a preference. I don't see it in the chat. Although now I have to scroll through everything. So maybe there is one. Maybe you found it. Did you?
I just saw just reading anyone.
Cool.
And
Yeah,
I can
go
go
for
forward.
it.
The
Go for
channel
it.
is there.
Cool. Go for it.
You're getting a directive to call your parts home. It looks like there is a mood imbalance that would occur. I would not call it a deep polarity, but something that shifts you from either polar end. And it looks like when you go from one polar end to another, you abandon a piece of yourself. So it's a matter of asking yourself, like, what am I abandoning and who has abandoned me? So it's a two-way street. It's like acknowledging those that have abandoned you and what does it mean about them? And it has nothing to do with you. It's about how they can take care of themselves. So if it's a mother that has abandoned you emotionally or physically abandoned you, it's a matter of understanding how has she abandoned her own self and how we repeat certain patterns. And this has nothing to do with you. So it's kind of giving yourself that type of acknowledgement, but it's also asking to connect to your own feminine principle. It's interesting, not goddess, because I would paint as a goddess, but more of a feminine principle versus a masculine principle. So connecting to that of how to tend to yourself. And I'm getting a grandma figure, and she's asking you to honor all that you have done today to make you who you are. So I'm not sure if you've met your grandma in this timeline or in this lifetime, but looks like there are elders that are honoring everything that you have done for yourself. Like you've done things that they were not capable to do on their own. And they want you to know that like you are more sovereign or you have a lot more autonomy than you realize. And there's more to come for you. Yeah, grateful for you to be here. It's a heartfelt message that I'm receiving.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Sincerely appreciate it. And with that, you guys, before we move on to our next person, which it looks like it's Leyland. I think it's Leyland. Hopefully I'm not skipping anybody. We got Leyland, we got Miroslav, we got Jose in the background. We are going to do 2 more winners of private sessions. And while she was talking, I landed upon a person. So I'm going to announce the next winner of a private session. I don't even know if they're still here, but it's Victoria R. Victoria, you are a winner of a private session. If you choose to take advantage of it, there's no requirement. Maybe you're still here, but Victoria, congratulations. If you would like, you have won a private session. You can choose myself or Honora. It'll be in the next few weeks. And so that's for Victoria R. And don't worry, we're going to do 1 or 2 more of those before we close out today. But Victoria R, you're the latest winner. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thanks for being here. Let's see. I already lost my place. Okay, I think it was Leyland, right? Did I just say Leyland? I think I did.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Like I said, it gets a little bit manic after several hours. It's like you lose your place in a long lineup of all these people. Yeah, there we go.
Up to 4:45.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, I found it right then. Okay, so next up we have Leyland. We're gonna do a general reading. I'll pull a card for you, Leyland. Then we have Miroslav. We got Jose. We got Scorpio Creations. We got iPhone number 5, whoever you are out there, and then on and on from there. But in the meantime, Leyland, here we go. Let me fix my camera here. You're incredibly active in what we might call an astral realm within the out-of-body shared 4th density astral space. I would say from an empathic perspective, please take stock of notice, give a little bit more credit to what feels like a very, very deep and expansive connection of internal dialogue that you're experiencing and that you're connecting with. You can call it higher self interfacing. You can call it guide consultation. There's a deep ability within you. Maybe you're using it, maybe you're not using it, but it definitely wants to be acknowledged on a greater level. And it's very conversational. It's an energy that will connect with you and speak with you within your mind. And at times you're going to ask yourself, is that even real? Is that yes, it's literally real. And while there's another self that comes in that at times can distort some of that, there's a incredible wavelength of already inbuilt energy and information that's very, very accessible to you. And so just please acknowledge it in whatever way you can. Doesn't mean you'll take everything it tells you as truth, But if you're wondering, is that them, meaning my guides and the hierarchy of beings that connect with me, is that actually them? Yes, it is. It is. And look at the emotional quantity of it. And it's going to teach you a little bit more about what kind of an energy it is that's connecting with you, because it does feel like it's also based upon your emotional sovereignty or kind of what you allow. And so continue to connect with that voice within the body. I'm going to pull a card for you in 3, 2, 1. Boom. Wow, look at that. It's a 3 of Swords. Guys, if you're ever wondering, what am I supposed to heal? What am I supposed to acknowledge? Is there a thing I need to work on within myself? And a 3 of Swords comes in. Don't get freaked out, because it's not that it's the best thing you can see, but if you're ever wondering, like, what do I work on? It's the wounds of the heart. If it's a channel within the body, it's the pericardium. If it's a chakra within your body, well, you can see it. It's your heart chakra. But it's more than your heart. It's also the lungs, where we hold sadness, where we hold melancholy, where we hold depression, where we hold regrets. And it's also things that have been said. And so there's going to be stuff that still rolls through your mind's eye, Leyland, things that were kind of, given to you or programmed within you at an earlier stage. Every single one of us, you guys, had a time in this life, whether we were kids or adults, where somebody said something or a message was delivered to you and it went, boom, it just went right in. And it does kind of pierce the heart, and it stays with you. It stays with you. And every now and then, when you come into certain similar situations, you'll feel that old pain, or you'll feel that like this feeling within you. And Spirit's asking you to address those things, address the things that were said long ago, those elements of old energy that still exist within your emotional body. Heal them, open them up, pull the sword out, which is hard because you have to like pull that thing out of your body. And what it does is it grants you new power. It grants you new capability. It grants you a greater communicative ability. Whenever you see a lot of swords, you guys, it's also about the way in which you communicate. And so you might be deprogramming, or maybe not deprogramming, you're going to be releasing or talking about certain old wounds from your past. And you'll know what they are because you'll get fragments of them. Someone will say a little thing to you in this life and you'll be like, and maybe you might not react the way I did, but you'll feel it. You'll feel this little twinge or this little vibration within you. And that spirit going, oh, that's one of your swords that you got to pull out over the coming days, weeks, and months. And so just honor the wealth of guidance and information that is within you. Continue to heal the heart. And you might come to just new stages of intimacy. And that's all kinds of intimacy, but 3 of Swords has a lot to do with how we might block ourselves at times. And we're not defining it as being blocked, but we'll kind of block ourselves from receiving certain things because there's something that needs to be removed in the way. And so anyway, I feel like I'm kind of ranting at you, Leyland. But I hope this helps. I appreciate you. I don't even know if you're still here. But yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Oh, I saw you had a little question in the background. I've shifted in my service to others. May I ask for clarity on that change? Well, honestly, I would say that was you responding to the guidance that was coming in. That was you responding to the message that, your higher self or your guides were, sending you. And so I think that if you experienced a shift in your manner of service, that was you responding to the signal and them going, hey, maybe you should this. And you went, I feel like maybe I should shift in, whatever way that you did. And so, honestly, good job. I think that you did the right thing in that area. And so thank you, Leyland. Appreciate you. Oh, cool. And I saw Victoria was here too. So you saw that. You saw that you were the winner. Every now and then somebody will bounce and they won't know about it. So anyway, I'm glad you saw it. That said, who's up next? I'm pretty sure it was Miroslav. Are you still there, Nora? Maybe you'll notice that maybe you know where it is in the chat stream.
It's beyond 4.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, we're still at the 4s, between 4:45, 4:51.
Wow, that was a long time ago. Thanks, you guys. Remember, you can also raise your hand if you want to speak your message. It is a little bit of a cheat code because it makes you pop up on the grid a little bit faster. I think it was Miroslav, right?
Yeah. I found her question. I can go for it. That works for you.
Oh, yeah, here he goes. Hey, Matthew, I don't know where do I belong in this world, yet nor am I worthy of being here. But I just love your level of being real and no bullshit. Loved your last interview in the New Templar podcast. And so I'll just speak a little bit on that really quickly, Miroslav, and then I think Inara has a little thing to say. But yeah, thank you for being here. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up. I would say for you, if there's something that I would grant or give to you or ask you to work on, at least within the self, it feels like emotional regulation. Working on, and this is a very oddly delivered phrase, it is a little bit about hardening the heart, hardening the emotional exterior, becoming more impenetrable within yourself. You are worthy of being loved on a level that maybe you have not experienced yet in this life. And I think as you learn new methods of emotional regulation, if you're wondering how would you create more certainty, it does feel like it's going to be through grounding your energy, releasing something, pounding your feet into the earth, learning to shout and express, and honestly learning to explode in ways that at times you felt, are disingenuous or too much or too intense. You're going to be embracing that part of yourself, because I believe that's where some of your true strength is. And so I don't think there's any one being that's going to tell you why you are meant to be here. But if there's one thing I can say is that if you've made it to this point in time, and also because you and I have had a little bit of, contact in the past, you're following the path that was laid out for you. I think at this stage, like I said, it's going to be about emotional regulation, about grounding the body, about being fully present within the here and now. And I'll just pull a card for you real quickly before I get stuck on a endless looping rant. But please give yourself more credit for all that you have endured in this body and in this life. And yeah, here we go. Miroslav, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Oh, okay. This is a cool one. Good. That's a good card to get, Miroslav. You got a hangman. So here's the thing. There's things that were programmed into you long ago. Somebody said, no, you can't do this. No, you can't do that. You're not good enough. Or somehow it was pressed upon you in this world that you were stuck or you were too small. And I'm going to be real. You have the wrong idea about yourself. When you have a hangman, you have the wrong idea about yourself. And that's a hard thing for us to recognize. It's not that you were too small. It's not that you were too weak. It's not that you were too sensitive. It's that you hitched yourself to the wrong idea. You played it too small when you could have gone big, when you could have realized all of what is due for you and what could be given to you. And so let go of your old ideas about what you're capable of, because there's something that you're capable of that right now you're being held back from. And the crazy thing about it is the only thing that holds the hangman back, the only thing that keeps him inverted is himself. Nothing else. And so let go of some old ideas. Allow yourself to play it big. Allow yourself to be present. Allow yourself to really put yourself out there on a much greater, bigger level. Let your voice be heard. You'll experience an upset in the process when you let go of an old idea. You're going to hit the ground and go, what the hell was I thinking? Oh my God. And that's when the hands come out from behind your back. And there's a whole new level of capability that's due for you. So please understand, as you learn to regulate the emotional body, you're going to understand what it is you're truly capable of. But there's no mistake that you are here right now. And yeah, you've done very well. Continue. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I appreciate you. Hopefully that finds you well, Miroslav. Thank you. Next up, we got Jose.
I just wanted to add, she did ask a question about moving to Iceland, but I can take that forward.
Oh yeah, feel free.
In the chat.
I think Miroslav's male, but yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I just want to say, adding on to what Matthew said, it sounds like you're in a power stance, and going to Iceland will reveal to you what type of guide you are. It's more of your vocal ability, and people will see you as strategic and a person of fairness. So it's definitely a new timeline to explore yourself. I would say allow that to take place. It's very positive, and I'm just going to cut it short. Matthew explained the whole inner dynamics that you'll go through in Iceland without realizing
Hell
that.
yeah, go to Iceland. For real though, for real. If you can do it, it's going to teach you something about yourself. And so I'd say, yeah, man, make it happen, Miroslav. Oops. Make it happen, Miroslav. Seriously. Anyway, thanks, Nora. Good job. Thank you. Thanks, Miroslav. Next up, we're going to do Jose's iPad. Thanks for hanging out in the background all this time, Jose. We're going to do Jose's iPad. We're going to do Scorpio creations because you've been hanging out for a while. And then I noticed we got somebody with our hand raised. It's iPhone number 5. You were coming up anyway. Okay, good job. Thank you. So yeah, next up, go ahead, Nora, if you want to give Jose a reading on his current career.
As I tune into your timeline, oh, they're showing me your home mostly. So is your career more like your second home and you're transitioning homes? That could be a thing that's going on. I'm also hearing the question is, am I around the right people? If you transition career, will you be transitioning to be around the right people, honorable people, people of truth, people that don't speak deceit? So there's kind of a fear around that. I would say observe that if you can be yourself, or observe that if your boundaries are respected, or you have more than one guide coming through. One of your guides is saying, make a list of things that you want your everyday life to look like, and will the new career align to what your everyday life is? So if you're valuing freedom more than money, is that going to be there? If you're valuing money more than freedom, will you be making money and giving you the amount of hours where you can work? I'm hearing it's kind of like a middle ground right now, or perhaps they're still negotiating your role and what you'll be doing. But I just want to recognize there's a fear of uniting in that place, and there's a real reason behind it. But I would say as you get to know the area, or as you get to know the place and the people, ask yourself, do they feel trustworthy? I'm not sure if there's another option coming through. There's another option, or it looks like a relocation of place, or I'm seeing rooms. It feels very close by. It feels right. There seems to be a second option, or it could be a second role that you could be doing, and that feels, either one of them feels right for you. So there is something that feels more aligned, where you can have a sense of peace. I'm seeing you can lift your hands up and put your hands behind you and just be, and not have to overwork yourself, I think. So the question is, do you have to overwork yourself for that career? There's an option where you will, there's an option where you won't. It's a matter of your values and looking into that. I'm just gonna try to tune into one more thing. It could be physically enduring. There could be a difference between, perhaps in your previous job you didn't have to move a lot, and that one you do. So there's a physical change in there, or it could be an environment where one is colder than another. But it's definitely having an impact on your physical self. So it's a matter again of noticing if that works for you. But I do see, for some reason I see a phone call or a travel or a family member asking to reconnect. So it feels more like a family reunion coming up for you too. Yeah, hope that answers your question. I feel like kind of went in and out of different timelines.
Feel you, Jose. Thanks for being here. I'm going to add one little piece to it. I feel like you're going to have an opportunity to greatly, greatly change the path in the year to come. It's going to be about you taking a chance on something. It also feels like there's going to be somewhat of a weird pending change in the current career environment, like something will transition or have a strange, almost like an unforeseen speed bump will come in. Maybe it has to do with people you work with, maybe not, but you do have what I believe to be a very available course alteration that's coming up. It's just, you're going to have to seize it. It's like you really got to seize a chance when it comes in and grab onto it. And I might be overcomplicating stuff. Sorry. But yeah, thanks for hanging out with us, Jose. I pray that finds you well, and appreciate you. Next up, Scorpio Creations. Thanks for hanging out in the background all this time, Scorpio Creations. It says here, I would love a reading from Matthew if possible. Thank you so much for this time together. Yeah, thank you for finding us. And we're Scorpio Creations. Oh, let me fix my camera angle here. We'll pull a card for Scorpio Creations. I got to shuffle the cards. For those of you guys that don't know, I'm an advocate of repeated shuffling, like over and over and over again. It's critical to randomize the energy that we have and to continue to mix it up, especially when you're pulling cards and stuff like that. So We got Scorpio Creations. We got iPhone number 5. And then we'll keep rolling from there. I don't know who's next after that. We'll find out in a moment. Scorpio Creations, you got to have faith in something. Have faith in something. Have faith in the self. Have faith that a path is being laid out in front of you. And then I'd say it's very important for you to embrace fire energy in your life, which sometimes can come in the form of passion. Sometimes it can come in the form of, at times, anger or annoyance. Every now and then it's going to be something very boisterous and very powerful that it will erupt from you. But I would say embrace the element of fire, learn about fire, as an elemental force within the self. Fire is also the suit of wands in multidimensional tarot. And so there's going to be things you have authorization to physically do that you're going to look for permission on from the universe, and it won't ever be relayed to you. You're just going to have to seize it and go for it and take it and do it. And so when you're embracing fire, you're also understanding that in the process of you embracing fire, something's going to be burned up. Something may be destroyed. I say that carefully and lovingly. It's not like you're going to go haphazardly destroying things in your life, but understand that in embracing fire, you're going to burn. Something is going to burn. Whatever is burned is going to be born anew, and it's going to lead to some new channel of creation or communication. And so embrace your fire. Let's pull a card before I get too caught up in a long stream of ranting, which usually it'll happen after like 3 hours or so or more. I'll start and going in a long indeterminate manic thread here. But for Scorpio Creations, 3, 2, 1. What? Oh my God. Okay, this is a cool moment, Scorpio Creations, because I was like, I was talking about wands. I was talking about fire, embracing your fire. And who did you receive? None other than the King of Wands, also known as the King of Fire. This is, to be more specific, it's masculinated fire. So it's meant to command on some level. It's meant to demand certain things. And hopefully you can see this. He's got his hand out. What does that mean for you in whatever stage you're at? Is that your time has come, and the only way you're going to receive what is truly yours with King of Wands is you're going to go out to the world and go, it's my turn, it's my time. Give me what is here for me. I want what I want. And it's all about doing that in a thoughtful way, because a lot of us have seen a negative version of King of Wands. And when King of Wands is in somewhat of a negative mind frame, they can be very self-serving. They can be very willful. When you're approaching it from a positive, more, highly vibrational perspective, you're going to be rightfully demanding what is yours. You're going to be claiming what is yours, and you're going to be learning by doing. King of Wands, Queen of Wands, they learn by doing. They're past the point of it being a desire. They're past the point of it being an emotional thing. Now they're just taking it. They're going out there in the world and they're physically doing it. So there's going to be certain things that you just have to go out there and go, me, mine. And for some people, they get weird when you do that. And you're like, what, really? But you've got authorization to do that. In fact, there's going to be certain things that are going to come into your life that will only come into your life with King of Wands when you're willing to be like, no, excuse me. What about me? Hello. What about me? Hold on. I'm over here and I want this. The more comfortable you can become in doing that, the more you can do that from a higher vibrational perspective, meaning that you're understanding that you're bringing other people along with the ride with you. It's not just solely about you, but the way that you claim it for everyone else is by claiming it for yourself first, by allowing some form of energy to burn within you and embrace it. To me, this is a really, really cool energy to have. Just know that if you don't use it, let's say if you bring in too much fire energy and you don't use it, it can make you a little bit angry. It can make you, it's like use it or it will use you. And anyway, I feel like I'm ranting at you, Scorpio Creations, but embrace your fire. You're doing really good. And yeah, anyway, thanks for being here. Thank you, Scorpio Creations. Next up on the side here, we got iPhone number 5. If you're over there, iPhone 5, and you want to speak your question, go for it. I see a little bit of it there. Greatly appreciate reading regarding finances, getting full-time job and living situation, but go ahead and shout it out if you'd like as well. Feel free.
Hi, Matthew. Yeah, this is actually, I got a new phone. This is Gail Emer. I'm on your calls
Oh,
a lot.
hey.
What's going on? Yeah, I wanted to know about that. And also I just want to throw something else in. I'm like super, super empathic, and I'm having an issue where I absorb so much stuff from other people and the environment that like it's gotten more intense now. And I've had a few situations recently where I think opportunities come up with like a job, and I realized that I think it was other people's thoughts actually in my head that I was digesting and not really my own. Anyway, that's the only other thing I wanted to add to that. So that's been a real problem. It's like I don't trust myself now because of that. Anyway, that's all.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Thank you. And so what do we need to know about self-trust, empathic absorbency, and also full-time finances, job, living situation, all those energies? I'll let Honora address a little bit of that first, and then I'll go ahead and add something to it. But you look like you were tuning into something there, Honora. If you want to say something, go for it. I think you're muted as well if you don't know.
They're kind of showing me like survival fears. It seems to be a recycling moment. I'm not having the right terms, but looks like you go through certain cycles. And one of them is revisiting your capacity to survive. And each time you're noticing something different. For example, this time you've noticed that you've absorbed other people's thoughts or other people's ideas versus your own. But then the question is, how do you recognize your own force over theirs? So that seems to be the path you're being pushed to. And a lot of times we have those opportunities where you might have thought this job was meant to be mine, but it's actually not meant to be yours. You're meant to be pushed into understanding your own life force, and then you'll find the right job for you. So I guess I want to say it's not a missed opportunity. It's kind of allowing you to redirect yourself into where you're meant to be. Another thing that's showing up for you, I would say, is your capacity to experience yourself and also like tell your story or speak your truth in a way. That has massively changed. But for some reason, I'm seeing like a photo book or like a book of photographs, like a catalog. I'm looking back that could remind you of pieces of yourself, or seeing traces where building onto what your maternal family weren't able to do in this life. So it looks like you're being given an opportunity to create a new cycle for yourself. But if there's anything, I'm not sure what you do, but it looks like you have a practical expression. You're good at problem solving. So they also want to reassure you that there are jobs out there if you choose to just take on a new timeline, you can do that too. I guess they're saying that there is abundance there and don't feel stuck. It's okay to try on different costumes in a way, try on different suits, but overall they're asking you to tune into your own life force and get to know yourself on a deeper level, because looks like you're kind of setting the way for other people in your family. To try and see if there's anything else that's showing up. There's anything they want to honor that you're no longer allowing yourself to be victimized, and that takes a lot of courage. Yeah, I guess like they just want to see where you've come and how far you've come.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and respond to the other part, which had to do with energy absorbency and just kind of looking at the energy body in generating strength and kind of solidity as an empath. At least for you, it feels like breath work is going to be very helpful. I say that somewhat on a generalistic perspective, but also because it feels as though your lungs are a place where we will hold other people's sadness. We can hold other people's uncertainty. We can hold, we can hold other people's regrets. It feels like that's a place that is quite kind of full for you right now. And so learning to clear the lungs is going to be very, very helpful. Like I've been saying to a lot of people, full release of trapped emotions within the body, but breath work is really going to help you. And I might start sneezing here in a moment. Sorry, guys. It happens every once in a while. But breath work is going to be very, very helpful. Also, I would say working with the shoulders, working with intestines. It feels like you have a tendency to kind of circulate energy through the body and just kind of hold on to things and roll it around inside you and kind of just think about it and talk to it and feel it. And while that's a sign of great power, I think it's also a sign of something that can keep you in a state of rumination or kind of, continuing to hold something within the self. So in your own time, you're going to be doing breath work. You're going to be doing Qigong. If you're not already doing that, as a lot of you guys have heard, I believe it's nearly one of the absolute most powerful and best ways of generating solidity within the self, especially if you know you're empathic and you're absorbing stuff from people. Please do Qigong, do any form of yoga that you can. It's like you're going to need to open up the subtle body on a way that I think is going to create a lot more certainty for you. When it comes to abundance and other jobs, it does feel like maybe there's certain choices that you'll make that'll allow some sort of, pathway of energy or stuff to open up for you, meaning that I believe it's already there. It's just we have to come into more of a receiving mode and maybe clear out other energies that are within you. I guess the final thing I'll say, and I feel like maybe we're giving you too much info, aside from lungs and intestines, bladder is just important for releasing fear and hesitation that's in the body. And so you can look up those meridians, you can do work on them in your own way. But I think just by doing Qigong on an everyday basis, you're going to help create strength within yourself and push out energy that you've absorbed from other people. And my prayer is that's addressed your questions. I don't know. Sometimes I get lost after a while, but give yourself credit. You're doing really, really good. And so hang in there. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate that.
Totally. Thank you. Thank you. Next up, I was scrolling through the chat while Nora was talking, and it looks like we worked our way down to, it looks like Steve was here and then they left a while back. So I don't know if you're still here, say something in the chat. Otherwise, we're going to move on to Greg Herrera AZ. And I pray to God I didn't skip anyone else in that lineup there. But for those of you guys that are also still hanging out here in the background, please do say something in the chat so we don't miss you. We're going to get through everyone here. I did just set it to waiting room. So we're going to kind of keep it a little bit contained in terms of new people that are rolling in from the YouTube realm. But so for everyone else that's here, though, everyone here is still going to get a reading. And so it looks like, yeah, go ahead.
I think we had Sandra Smith. I could be.
Yeah, no, we saw Sandra.
Oh, we did. Okay.
In the early part.
Thank you. Yeah, with time, it does might.
It's all good. Yeah. It's all good.
Make sure everyone gets a turn.
And so, yeah, I don't know if Steve is still here. Maybe they took off already, but it looks like Greg is up next. Says, hi, y'all, joining late. What's up, Greg? Congratulations on winning a private session. You can choose either one of us. He says, a general read, if possible, Honora or Matthew, Aqua Sun, Cancer Moon, Leo Rising. Been detoxing all week from an illness, and it feels like some kind of reset. Any thoughts? I'll just say one thing really quick, and then I'm going to hand it over to Honora. I agree. You are in a reset stage. It looks like you have a lot of possibilities available to you. And it's like, it's not that you haven't seen them. It's just like, you know how sometimes you're in a dark place or what we might call a cone of uncertainty, and you don't know that there's things that are available to you. You don't know that you can reach out and demand certain things. And I think while it might be about, setting up prioritization of desire, which I've been saying a lot to people lately, it's rightful for you to claim certain things right now and to even identify yourself as certain things, even if you don't feel as if you're fully ready to embody that or present it. And so anyway, before I go on and on, I'm going to hand it over to Honora if you have anything for Greg.
Greg, I'm getting interesting guides, and it seems like they're asking you, what do you fear destroying? What do you fear would get destroyed by actions that you're taking right now, whether it's destroying your body or destroying your emotional self, destroying your mental health? It's like, what do you fear you're destroying? There's a lot of Lemurian Atlantean energy kind of like shifting through. A lot of I'm going to use the word ancient for now, ancient energies. By here calling for your evolution, you're calling to evolve, and it looks like you're reflecting on yourself. It's like I see you reflecting through the mirror. You're trying to reflect and looking for things to fix. But I just want to reassure that no, you are not destroying yourself. Nothing can destroy you. You will not be destroyed as long as you recognize your sovereign self and you can think for yourself. A lot of people stop thinking for themselves and they start like absorbing other people's information, and you're not one of those. You're thinking, you're processing, you're choosing, you're actively doing that. You're not passively soaking information. Just want to validate that no, you aren't. You will not be destroyed in this lifetime. And it looks like there's a lot of anxiety around that. It looks like what's happening. I hear you're done with experimenting. You're done with experiences. You're done with seeking. You're done with experimenting. You want to be. So it's a matter of what do I want to be? And well, I allow myself to lead because I know what needs to be done. So activating that version of yourself, that leader, the inner leader, the inner leadership within you, can you activate that? That can speak for you and tells you what needs to be done. Otherwise, there seems to be a cycle of healing, fixing. I guess just to summarize, looks like you're stuck in a cycle, and to call yourself out or to call out your power is to find your inner leader, the one that holds the throne and knows what needs to be done, because you know what needs to be done and that can be taken care of. It'll answer a lot of your questions as well. All the questions you're not asking today will be answered by connecting or aligning yourself with that archetype. And I'll pause there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Greg. Good to see you. I found our next person in the chat. Somebody put their hand up as well, and then they went away. So maybe you'll come back. I didn't get to see who it was. I'm very, very sorry. I didn't get to see who that was. But oh, there she is. Okay, cool. So you're going to be up after Tammy, because I found Tammy in the chat here. I got to go back and find your question, Tammy. I got to scroll through all this stuff. We're going to do Tammy, and then we're going to see Gal Fire, and then we're going to keep moving on from there. But let me just find you. Let me find Tammy in here, because I know you had a specific question. There it is. It was from Tammy. She says, I would like to ask a question to Matthew. He gave me my first reading ever 3 years ago. Damn. Okay, thank you. I'm wanting to know what I need to know to attract my soulmate in. I've been aligning my masculine and feminine energy and feeling a man's energy close, but wanted to know what I can do. Or no, that's a really good question. Thanks for asking that, Tammy. I know sometimes that's vulnerable when we're searching for someone, and it's like, do I want to put that out there? Do I want to say it? Yeah, no, really. I think you're at the stage where it's rightful for you to say, I want this. If you want great love, you say, I want great love. If you say, I want intimacy and passion, then you're going to say, I want that. And so it's rightful for you to say that. But just real quickly, before I launch into a thing, I want to let you guys know. So we got Gal Fire coming up after that. Actually, I'm going to let you find the other person in the chat after that, Honora, because I feel like I'm going to lose Tammy's stream here. But hold on. Let me get my camera situated. Boom. Okay, for Tammy. And so we're going to tune in directly to the body or her timeline in terms of what is it that we need to know about generating that partner. Okay. Take a couple breaths with me, Tammy, if you're still here. Even if you're not, we're going to do it anyway. It gets a little murky after a lot of people. There you are. Okay. Well, you might need to be more specific about exactly what type of a person that is that you're looking for. It's like you're going to need to know more about, what does this person look like? What are their tendencies? What kind of, it's even things down to like, what kind of a career might they have? What kind of a person are they? What are they into? What do they love? What do they hate? There's a certain amount of kind of naming it and claiming it and kind of, telling spirit exactly what you want. At the same time, though, it's like you're going to be remaining open to certain things that are set up for you and people that are available to you. It does feel like right now you have not met the person that you're meant to be with at this next stage of the journey. But if you're wondering, is it even possible for me? Is it even possible that I can find someone at this stage of the journey? I'm going to be very emphatic. Hell yes, you can. Absolutely, 100% yes. You may need to break out of a pattern in terms of how you receive, partners, or how you allow yourself to be available. Meaning, it's like you're gonna start looking in places where you wouldn't have looked before, or you're gonna make yourself available in ways that you haven't made yourself available before. It does look like there's kind of some framework and belief systems from they're kind of old. It's not that I can put a date on it, but it just feels like ideals from like the 80s or the 90s, or just like another time, like a previous stage for you that you might still be holding on to. Like, well, that's the way it used to be. That's the way it's going to be now. And it's definitely not. You're going to break into a new, it's almost like you're going to look in a different pond. You're going to find that fish in a completely different body of water than you would have looked in the past. And so it does feel like you are due to receive credit and congratulations on balancing parts of yourself, and also in letting go of kind of old expectations that you were holding on to. It feels like you did a good job of letting go of some kind of implanted ideals from family of origin, like, maybe your parents or people that brought you up, they mirrored a certain type of relationship or passion, or just a manner of connecting that you've definitely broken through a lot of that. But please do not give up. Look in new directions. Create more specificity. Demand it. Start talking about it, telling it to everyone. Have a shameless quality of saying, I am seeking the other. I'm seeking a new connection in my life. And I believe, like I said, it's truly possible for you. Please hang in there. Don't give up. Keep putting yourself out there. I feel like I'm going on and on. But hang in there. You deserve it, Tammy. Seriously, I believe in you. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Thank you. Do we know who's up next? Oh yeah, it's Gal Fire. Boom, there we go. I didn't know if you had a question, Gal Fire, but feel free to unmute yourself. If you want to speak your question, go for it.
Hi.
Go for it.
I just really am having some life-changing things happen, and I know there's something weird going on, like in the ethers, and I'm not really sure if I'm like what I'm supposed to do. Really, I need direction. Really, I'm not sure what the heck's going on with all this. It's pretty crazy. So that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Go ahead, Nora. Do you have anything you want to offer in that area?
It seems to be that there are days where the lights are on or the lights are off. So it's a matter of finding a way to balance that, a form of discipline or a form of strength. So it looks like you're in the dream world, you're being presented with your strength. It's like sometimes you'll feel your dreams, sometimes you will not remember your dreams, but there's definitely a vision that's coming to place, that's being conceivable to you. They're trying to allow you to make a choice. So right now they're trying to say, can she make a choice? Can she choose what to do next? They're kind of allowing you to have free will, because you've had a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? There has been a lot of constraints in your life that you had to break. Therefore, right now they're not necessarily putting constraints on you, or telling you shoulds and do's and don'ts. They're not doing that anymore. Instead, they're acting out of love, and they want to support you in a way where you make your own choices. So there's that coming through, but there's definitely a lot of energy happening in the ether, in the dream world. If you choose to do so, you can practice those skills in the dream. It's like if there's a skill or a strength, it's like they're showing me some warrior around. Like, if you want to be a warrior and there's a skill you want to practice, you can start in the dream world to see if you can apply it in, the physical world. That's definitely something that can come through. But the number one thing they're showing me as well, like there's a mother figure coming through, and she's asking you to be sovereign, and she's asking to find compassion for your past. If there's anything, she's showing up, she's asking you to be sovereign, and announcing to the world that no one has dominion over you. But overall, I do see a stronger connection to your inner child. There's a lot of compassion in there. But they're also warning me about the body. Just nurture yourself and take it easy. Some days you're very active and kind of allowing yourself to ground. I feel like I threw a whole bunch at you right now. I hope you received that message. Hope I answered your questions too, if there's any clarity.
Yes, thank you very much.
I will add one more piece to that, Galfire. Generate and feel the authority that is within you. There's an ability to command, there's an ability to be more strengthful and present, to demand certain things in this world. Maybe it was not reflected to you, maybe it wasn't shown to you, but it's like you're going to be echoing that and showing up in a way that I think it's going to stop you from dissociating into uncertainty. So it feels like there's a little bit of just kind of dissociating into like what, where, when, and I'm not defining you as such, but it's like there's an inner authority that I think is available to you that wasn't necessarily shown to you at other stages of your journey. So you'll feel kind of disingenuous pulling out this more powerful version of yourself, but it's rightful. It's rightful for you to do so. And anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you.
That makes a lot of sense. Definitely. Thank you.
Nice. Thanks for being here. I appreciate
Yeah.
it. Cool. Thanks. Who's up next, everybody? We're going to keep working our way through the chat.
5:38, we have John, but I don't see John in the meeting.
John, if you're still here, let us know. We have a lot of people, so we're going to kind of, if you're not still here, we're not going to, you know what I mean?
And then we have Christina at 5:39.
We do? Okay, Christina.
But I don't see her in the meeting either.
We're going to give John a second to pop in. We're going to give Christina a second to pop in. Who else do we have underneath that? We'll still see you guys if you're still around. But if you're still hanging out in the background, put a message in the chat or use the hand raising feature so we know that you're still here to get a reading. Otherwise, we're not going to linger on those that have left, but I know it's also a long wait, you guys. I realize it's a long wait. We got a lot of people rolling through.
We have Rachel as well at 6:10, and I see Rachel in the meeting.
Okay, cool. I have not seen those other two names pop in yet. And so, whoever's up next on that list, go ahead, go for it. Go for it, Honora. I think you're more on top of the chat than I am at the moment.
Go past 6:10 and you'll find the update. And I can take Rachel's question as well.
Yeah, go for it. I see other people there coming through as well. And so everyone that's here, don't worry, put your name in the chat. Say something so we know that you're still in the stream of people that's ready for a reading. Otherwise, if you just hang out in the background, we'll eventually get to you. But trust me, it'll help if you do the hand raising thing as well, because then it kind of like you show up, you pop up on the grid really fast. There's Rachel. Cool. Anyway, I'm going to get out of the way. Honora, go ahead. If you had somebody there, feel free.
Rachel, did you want to speak your question, or I can go for it?
Yeah, I had kind of an added bit. I was slightly distracted, but I was curious. What do you do to heal a really tattered auric field? My question still applies. And then I guess I'll just call it there. The other part went out my mind.
I'll start with healing the field of energy. And this is an advice for everyone too. I would say connect with your chi flow whenever you feel disconnected to yourself. Start connecting to your chi flow in between. Sorry, it's like I'm noticing I'm not able to speak. In the middle of your palms, and every day just tune in and pay attention to what you notice, and suddenly you'll feel your energy can expand and can get your energy closer and further away. I would say keep doing that. And as much as you know what's your energy, you'll be able to discern what's somebody else's energy, because it will feel different if you're trying to hold a sphere. If you're visual, I would say even imagine a sphere, imagine it expanding and, inflating, I would say. That's one way to do that. And another way is to nurture yourself for some reason. I'm seeing soup, which is interesting. That's one part. But I would say in terms of really repairing that auric field, notice your energy, and every day create a practice for yourself. And whatever you choose it to be, like for me, I just tune into my chi and keep doing that, and you'll find yourself you'll find yourself either having an inner dialogue or your guides coming through, or just more of an awareness of what your energy looks like and what your energy can do, and that's where your practice will transition. So I'll go from there. And in terms of partnership, and I'm reading on that, I'm hearing you like those that keep their word. So if there's a healing point, look into the timeline in which you've been with people that have not kept their word, that have not put partnerships first. And I would say that's a place to go and heal and reclaim. And from there, see what your timeline, what will unfold for you. But I do hear, yeah, you've been getting in touch with yourself. You've been doing a lot of inner work. So I would say don't give up. You've been doing a lot of work. The universe acknowledges that. You have a lot of guardian angels watching over you, but looks like you're in a place where you keep your word, and you want to be around people that keep their word too, and you're allowed to ask for that. So I would say give healing to that version of yourself that had gone through a series of betrayal, and life will unfold for you from there.
Yeah. I'm going to add one piece to that. And you have a lot of people know what I'm going to say. They're going to be like, again. But honestly, if there's one way that you can really repair an auric field, that you can create impenetrability within the energy body so that you can feel, and it's not like we are impenetrable, but you'll just notice that you're not as affected, you're not as assaulted, you're way more present within yourself. And it's not the only way, okay? But Qigong specifically, you can do any beginner Qigong video on YouTube. Just find one. We also have a Qigong video on the YouTube channel as well. If you scroll through our videos, you'll definitely find that it's kind of buried now, but that will create, and that's honestly the thing that changed my life, you guys. When this weird awakening path started for me, the only thing that brought me back into the body, that made it so I started to feel like I had a level of control over the craziness and the energy and all the stuff that was going on in my world, the thing that changed it for me was Qigong. And so you don't have to do any particular style. You don't have to go to a Qigong teacher. You don't have to go work with a Qigong master or anything like that. All you have to do is just begin a path of doing it. And so that will help you. And then in generality as well, opening your psoas and strengthening the pelvic floor muscles, which is honestly, for some of us here, that's even more powerful than doing Qigong. For some reason, this is for Rachel, right? I think for some reason that might be better for you as well, as you begin to find, whether it be a new partner or new, connections in this world. The psoas muscle, which is down in your hips, and the muscles of the pelvic floor and everything that's kind of tied together in that part of your body, it's like, as you learn to open it and heal it, it'll attract entirely different type of people into your life. And it's like your emotional core. And so it's critically important to open that up and strengthen that part of your body. And anyway, I feel like I'm just kind of ranting on, and it gets weird after a few hours. Anyway, thank you. I hope it helps.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much.
Totally. Thanks for being here. We're going to grab one more from the chat. Then I see we got a person with their hand raised here.
Kelly Dolan coming up.
Hey, Kelly. Thanks for waiting all this
6:58.
time. Thanks for waiting, Kelly Dolan. I appreciate you. Does he have a question? Do you have a question, Kelly
Yes.
Dolan? Go ahead.
No specific questions, general reading from me. Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's see. Let me just clear the channel for you, Kelly. Kelly. Let's see. Huh. There have been a change of events last weekend. They're taking me to last week. Things have been different. You had to act in a certain way that you're not sure of. Let's see. They've done the right thing. They want to validate that. And you're allowed to use, I'm going to use the word judgment. And judgment isn't, judging others. It's the pursuit of honesty. And have you pursued honesty? The answer is yes. They want to validate you've pursued honesty. You were an honest person. You were patient. You gave them a chance. You allowed the twist of life to come through, and you adjusted to it. There's adaptability in there. There's that. But here's what you don't know. You've actually inspired the people around you to take a change or to take a chance in something. I'm not sure what that is. It looks like whatever you had to do was more for others than for yourself. So allow yourself to rest after that turn of events. Again, I'm not sure what has happened, but you definitely did change it of somebody's heart. You created a change of hearts in your environment. But there's something you need to do as well. I'm trying to pick on. It's interesting. It's like, I'm not sure if that's a guide or a future self. The channels, it's a bit Let's see. Okay, here, that's a guide. That's a guide. Okay. Huh. That's a guide. There's a guide coming through. They're asking you to look at the unexpected change in a different way. You have to look at it in a different way right now. It's kind of a new way to invent yourself. As if you didn't have to reinvent yourself several times. They're kind of asking you to reinvent yourself right now. And they're asking you to do it in a big way. So I'm not sure what that is. You have to pour your energy in. You have to do things in a big way. But overall, you have created a change of hearts. And things are in your favor in a sense too. There will be success to it, but there's also going to be a change of events again. So I'm not sure if something you'll have to complete in order to go to the next chapter of your journey. But there's a period of rest too. So I would say hang in there. Hope that helps.
Thank you, Kelly Dolan. Appreciate you. I also feel something very, very resonant with the reinventing of oneself again and again and again. And it feels rightful for you to do so. It's like you'll experiment with many versions of self, and it's honestly one of the best things you can do. And yeah, thank you. Thanks, Kelly Dolan. Next up, we're going to do a hand-raising person, and then I want to let you know who else. I found some names in the chat that we haven't seen yet. We got Lucy Frozen North. I think she's still here, probably. Maybe she is. Baby Dot is in the background. We got Roy in the background. We got Judy Huffman. I think did we already do one for Judy Huffman? I thought we did. Maybe we didn't. It feels like we did. Maybe you missed that one, Judy Huffman, but I'm pretty sure we did. We got Astro K squeaked in, right? Astro K squeaked in there as well. So we're going to get to all you guys, but we also have a lot of people that have been hanging out in the background. So if you have been hanging out in the background this whole time and did not say anything in the chat, I noticed Lori Stewart as well. Say something right now and let us know you're still here. Let me know that you're still here. Let me know that you're still here so we can get to you. In the meantime, who was up next? Who did I say was up next? Was it Braden? I think it was.
Braden, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Braden. I don't see a question from you, although I might have missed it. Might have missed a question from Braden. Thanks for hanging out all night, you guys, or all day, depending on where you are. Yeah, we'll just see what comes up. I don't see anything for Braden in there, any question, but let's just see. Here we go. Well, oh, there we go. I see you at the bottom there. General question. What's up with me? Okay. Let me put this thing on the screen here. Oh, Lord, it definitely gets weird after a few hours. Weird in a good way. Okay, thank you. For those of you guiding Braden, anything that needs to be made known? Learning to express passion, learning to connect in a new way, whether it be through the seeking of intimacy, whether it be through the expression of such, whether it be through opening yourself up to new connections, if it is partnership that you seek, if it is more of a certain type of fire of passion or inclusivity, you feel very, very legitimately empathic, meaning I believe that you're receiving tremendous amount of energies or guidance or conversational kind of wavelengths of spiritual guidance that you might not be giving full presence to, you might not be fully acknowledging it. I think I commented on this with somebody else earlier. There does feel like a lot of internal dialogue that's being relayed to you on behalf of what we might call guides or other beings that, you know, maybe you're going to acknowledge that on a deeper level. It does feel like you've done a very, very good job in terms of staying sovereign, being accountable, taking care of things that maybe other people let go or maybe other people did not take responsibility for. It does feel like you as you know, whether you want to call it an authority, a male figure, we could even call it a father figure on a certain level. You've done really, really well in redefining that. If that's something that you define yourself as, you've done very, very well at redefining or breaking through what looks like certain blockages that may be family. Yeah, I can feel it in your throat. And so it's like you've already learned to overcome some of the communicative barriers that you were raised with. And as you continue to mirror that or show that to the world, you're going to be guiding a series of beings or people and becoming a lot more like you than you. Maybe at this time you're like, do I want this? You know, do I want to influence beings or people or just whoever it is that you're kind of working with in this life? It's rival for you to do so. Use your influential abilities. And anyway, before I go on and on, one card for Braden. 3, 2, 1. Boom. You got a Page of Wands, which is a new beginning. It's a new path. It's the #1 underdog in the world of tarot. People don't see the Page of Wands coming. They don't acknowledge you or him or her until it's far too late, until there's nothing they can do about it anymore but show up and save the day. He's also one of the big, he's like a true survivor. So there's going to be things that you're going to walk through with the Page of Wands that, you know, other people, you know, they won't be able to handle it, but you can. It's a true survivor energy and a major underdog. And so I would say, you know, when it shows up, you're going to be looking at new abilities that come into your life, and you're going to, something will be handed to you, literally something will be handed to you, and you're going to accept it. And at times it's a little bit too big. When you first get it, it's a little bit too large and you're like, whoa, what am I going to do with all this? And it's like, you can handle it, but you must understand in the process of handling it that it is a little bit too much. And that's the way it's meant to be. It's like, you'll take something and it's like, I got it. And you know, you do got it, but it's like, you'll balance a piece of something within yourself in the process of claiming what you're worth and being that underdog. And, anyway, I feel I might be spinning indeterminately on that one, but good job. You're due some congratulations in this life for whatever you've endured. And anyway, thank you. Appreciate you, Braden. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks. Cool. We're going to grab somebody from the chat up next. And I don't know who that is, but we're going to scroll through. Did you find somebody, Anora? Because I know we got a lot of people here still hanging out. I'm going to scroll up. I think we were at almost around 7 p.m. in terms of where we were in the chat. Okay, we saw Rita. We saw Pat Windsor. We're going to get to Astro K as well, but we're going to grab some people that have been hanging out in the background this whole time. I might be wrong, but it looks like Lucy Frozen North is due up next. Are you still here, Lucy Frozen North? Let's see. Are you still with us? She might be. She might be. I also see Hope in there as well. Thank you for waiting all this time, you guys. When we said it was going to be a long one, we were serious. It's going to be a long one. There you go. I see you're still here, Lucy Frozen North. Nora, if you're ready, let's see what we have for Lucy Frozen North. Thanks for waiting all this time, Lucy. I appreciate you. Oh, you're muted.
Oh my goodness.
Go for it.
Lucy, I found your question. What does the rest of the year look like for me? Let's feel into that. What does the rest of the year look like for you? Interesting. They're asking you to take a chance and to remember. It's interesting. It's more of a reflection, finding your own personal power. But they're asking you to take a chance to create. I'm not sure what that is, but they're asking you to take a chance to create, get in touch with your inner creativity. And I'm not sure if you're looking for a new method of creating abundance or fortune that's also available to you. There's a successor there. And I'm also hearing if you're praying for something specific, it will happen. It will help you feel a sense of control over the situation you're in, but there is a strong sense of prayer coming through. But overall, they're asking you to create, and I'm trying to feel into that. It's like a form of inspiration will come through. Trying to feel the rest of the year. There's a lot of reflection, I would say. I'm not sure if you're a part of a group, if there's a circle of individuals that have devoted themselves to a form of knowledge, but that seems to be taking place as well. But there's a lot of reflection kind of like a historian timeline in a sense. Trying to see. But there's something going on that you'll have to assert your authority to in terms of your family situation. And there's also weather changes coming up. Yeah, I hope that receives you.
Thank you. I will add one thing to that, Lucy, because the question was about what does the rest of the year hold for you? I think if you're looking for kind of a direction to pull your energy, it's going to be in generating joy, like finding something to dance about, something to sing about, something to be silly about, like a child. Then also anything you can do to let the sun shine upon the physical body. And I guess if you're in the frozen north, you're going to be like, what? How? What do you think I'm going to do? Go outside if it's frozen? I don't know. Maybe you will. But it does feel like sunlight in and of itself is going to be incredibly beneficial for you. So as you unpack what I think the rest of the year holds for you, if there's one piece that I would give to you, it's embrace the mind of the child and embrace that piece of yourself that wants to play and be silly and be seen on a greater level, because I think that's where a lot of joy and lightness is going to come in. It does feel like some isolation and stuff is still within your kind of your current world. And so break through that the best that you can. And anyway, I hope that helps. It gets weird after many hours, you guys. I had to go grab like some fruit in the background while everybody was talking and like eat a little bit of a banana, and it definitely brought my blood sugar back in. That said, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. I recommend go grab some fruit from the kitchen, and or it'll help tremendously. Well, I do a reading for the next person. Next up in the chat is Roy. He says, do I have any past life karma, entries, lineage, curses that are affecting my current life? Ooh, Lord. And so if Roy is still here, I think you're still here. I thought I saw you in the chat. You might be, maybe. Shout it out in the bottom if you're still here, Roy. He might be. I got to scroll down to the bottom of my chat here. There you go. Still here. Okay, cool. Roy, I'm going to count from 3 to 1. You and I are going to take a deep breath in together. 3, 2, 1. Breathe in. So it's less about what we might call entities. It's less about anything like an implantation. It does look like you have, or the feeling within the gut does have to do with a little bit of a parasitic energy and kind of normal food-based parasites. I wouldn't call it anything astral or incredibly difficult, but it does feel like it's affecting what we might call brain fog. It's kind of affecting maybe a little bit about how you communicate yourself and just being fully present, making full use of the energy that's available to you. And so, if I was going to, say what kind of energies do you need to break through or work on, I'd say a really good gut cleanse and a parasite cleanse is going to do wonders for giving you direction and clarity within the mind's eye. In terms of what we might call ancestral energy, or things that might be holding you back in those areas, clearing the endocrine system, working with your thyroid is going to be very helpful. Honestly, to me, it feels like you've already defeated or kind of deprogrammed a lot of old ideas that you were given at a previous stage of your journey, like maybe in childhood, maybe stuff that got kind of programmed into you. I would say strengthening the left side of your body, or at least as I tune into the self, it feels like left side of the body might be in a little bit more need of care. And so if you're wondering, how would I release additional wavelengths of ancestral energy that I'm kind of holding into, that I'm holding on to within the self, you're going to be you're going to be getting in greater touch with the wavelengths of femininity that's within you as well. You're going to be learning how to redefine that. You're going to be embracing some of the feminine aspects of yourself. And at the same time, you're going to be letting go of some distortions that you might have picked up in your own right, just from the way you were programmed as a child. Once again, to go back to just any energies that are kind of clogging up your field, I would say thought forms. more than anything. Maybe some parasite. Well, honestly, I feel very strongly about just parasites within the gut. If you do a parasite cleanse, you'll know it's working from day 1 or 2, because you'll get really itchy and you'll get stomach cramps, and you'll just notice like a lot of energy starts rolling through the gut. And that's going to be clearing out not only old belief systems, but thought forms. Thought forms above all else. What do I mean by thought forms? Just stuff, old ideas, kind of files that are hanging out in the mental body that are just, it'll just clog you up. And so, yeah, work with that as best as you can. And yeah, I hope that helps. I hope it helps, Roy. Thanks for hanging out all this time. I know it's been a long journey. Karma is always a factor for us. You've done really well on letting go of that, but embrace the things that we're talking about here. Clear the gut, strengthen the left side of the body, come to a new understanding of femininity within yourself, how you receive it, how you express it. And yeah, I have a feeling it's going to lead to greater sense of empowerment for you in whatever way you can receive it. And so thank you, everyone. Thank you, Roy. I want to scroll up. We're going to see Astro K really quickly. If you're still here waiting for a reading, seriously, you guys, please find the hand raising button so I don't have to scroll, so I don't have to wade through a very, very complicated chat stream here, because it's just way more helpful. If you're still waiting for a reading, find the hand raising button, move your little mouse pointer up to those. If you're on a computer, use the trackpad, whatever, find those little 3 buttons up at the top of your name right there and raise the hand. That'll be very, very helpful as well, because I know there's a few people just hanging out here in the background and I want to get to everybody. In the meantime, I think we're going to go with Astro K while we find out who's next. Astro K, if you want to shout out your question, go for it. If you could unmute yourself.
I should add, Matthew, it's Lori Stewart next. That's
Hello.
7:41.
Okay, we'll do Laura. We'll do Lori Stewart after that. Thank you for hanging out all this time, Lori. Anyway, go ahead, Astro K.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Hi. I don't have any questions in specific, so yeah, I just don't have any questions in specific. I just want to know more.
Okay, we'll just do it. We will do a general card pull for you. Go ahead, Honora, if you want to give anything to Astro K.
Okay, Astro K, as I tune into your channel. Let's see. I'm hearing you've been confronting, I'm going to use the word addictive behaviors or things that keep you in a loop. You've been confronting that or working through that. You've been working through that cycle. And I guess they want to commend you for keeping that up. Even if you have fallen back and forth into certain patterns, the fact that you're recognizing it and choosing to do something about it makes a difference versus just allowing it to happen, living passively. There's definitely that going on, but looks like they're kind of asking you to tune into your own inner world for a bit. So if things feel quiet or things feel, I'm going to use the word emotional. I'm feeling like sometimes I feel like there are days that things feel volatile, like there's going to be like a release is needed, like things feel a bit intoxicated, a release is needed, or there's a lot of emotions coming through. They're kind of showing you the realm of emotions and how to navigate that and how to transcend that nature. Because yes, you're a healer. You're meant to be helping people. You're meant to be in the field of helping people if you're not in one already. A part of me says that you're in one already. You're helping people. You're in that state. However, it looks like finding a where you feel empowered, where you feel like you have the willpower and the strength to do what you choose to do versus others dictating to you what you're meant to do. And if you have an entrepreneurial or a business idea that's showing up, not necessarily business idea, if there's a way you're looking to create more money or add more money, I would say go for that. They want to validate that. They want to validate that it's okay to do that or whatever it is that you're choosing to do. Like move forward with it. There are ideas they're asking you to move forward with it. One of the things you can do to kind of accelerate your timeline is to look at the tribal unit wound, a wound in which how you were wounded within a group of people. That's kind of like what they're showing me, like finding your wound in a community and how to feel a sense of belonging. Hope that helps.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you, Astro. Okay. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate you. Boom. I think next up, we finally found Lori Stewart. Are you still here, Lori Stewart? I think you are. I saw you hanging out there in the background for a long time. I also saw Lucy Frozen North had your hand up. We did do a reading for you. I don't know if you heard that already, but I'm going to go ahead and unraise your hand because we just did that a little while ago. So thank you. But yeah, Lori Stewart, let me know. You still here? I think you are. And I think we also have Hope hanging out there in the background, probably. I think you're still here. I see you there. If there's anyone else that's still waiting, I mean it sincerely, press the hand raising button. It helps us find you like way quicker, way faster. Really, it really helps. And I also see, yeah, a couple of other people there. Cool. So please put your hand raising up there. It's going to make it way easier. Yeah, let me find Lori Stewart. Did you have a question, Lori? I don't know if you did. Did she have a question? Go ahead, Anora.
She did, and I lost it in the chat.
We're gonna find it, Lori. Don't worry. Oh, here we go. I found it. Hello. I would love a reading if it's not too late regarding my legal situation. Whoever wants to read for me will be greatly appreciated. I'll start out on the legal situation. I'm just going to pull a card for you. I realize after a while I go into pure like intuitive connection and sometimes I forget to pull a card, but let's pull a card for Lori Stewart on the nature of that strange legal situation. I've noticed sometimes when I've watched other psychics or readers, they'll be like no legal questions and no medical questions. I guess that's a thing people can say, but I just say take everything with a grain of salt. I mean, really sincerely. I don't put that restriction on it, but some people do. I don't really know why, but let's just ask for those of you guiding Lori, is there anything that can be made known about the ongoing legal situation? What's happening there? What do we need to know? Here we go, Lori. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Huh. Okay. You got a Queen of Pentacles. We saw King of Pentacles earlier. If you're wondering, is there an outcome that is benevolent for me with the Queen of Pentacles? There definitely is, but there's a certain amount of energy that has stagnated. If you're wondering what's the difficulty, if there's a difficulty, or let's say if things are taking too long, if something is moving too slowly, Queen of Pentacles, number one, will have to learn how to receive something on a greater level. And she's going to have to learn how to shake things up in her world because they might be used to or content with sitting and waiting for something. And so the more waves you can make, the more of a shakeup you can cause, the more you can get kind of, you get up from this seating position that you might be in, waiting for something, and start create outcomes, start pushing on certain doorways, start contacting other people. Queen of Pentacles is not really a yes or no question. She's not, or a yes or no card. She's not really one of those beings that's going to come in and say, you win or you lose. She's not concerned with such energies. She's concerned with creating something out of what it is that she's been given. And so please make noise. Please kind of assert yourself as a Queen of Pentacles. If you're kind of waiting for, hoping for, looking for answers around certain things, whether it's legal or otherwise, make noise, be heard. Sometimes you're going to need to piss somebody off in the process in order to make the wheels start turning. In generality, Queen of Pentacles can receive if she's willing to receive, if she's willing to allow something to come in, like you're going to receive what is due for you, but it will be at the cost of, upturning certain traditions, predictable pathways, stagnancy within the self. And so to me, this is a benevolent energy, but I'll be real. It's not going to tell you whether or not you're going to win a court case. So it's going to be up to you to create noise, create assertiveness, and to, force a timeline. If you believe that whatever is going on is meant to truly happen in your favor, you got to push on it and push on it hard, because the downfall of King and Queen of Pentacles, they'll just sit. They might just be like, okay, I'm just going to wait for something to happen. And that's rightful. You can do it. When you're in a positive vibrational state, you can wait for something to come to you. But if you need to create change, if you feel stuck, if something's not moving anymore and you need answers, they have to get up from where they are and start pushing on things, rearranging their world. And so it might not necessarily answer the question that you're asking, Lori Stewart, but I believe that there's still a very benevolent outcome and lots of possibilities for you. You just got to create that timeline, and I hope that helps. Thank you. Thank you sincerely for being here. Thanks for hanging out all this time. I appreciate you. Absolutely. I hope that helps. Boom. Who's up next? Who else do we have?
We have Chael. I'm not sure if I pronounced that
Oh,
right.
yeah. Sorry, we don't know how to pronounce your name. Chael, however we say it. Yeah, thanks for being here. Do we have a question?
Any insight would be fascinating. 8:03.
Okay, that's where we are. Whoa, good, because I was up at 7 p.m. You're still in the chat. We're in the wrong place. But anyway, yeah, go for it. If you have anything for, sorry, we're mispronouncing your name. I'm just going to pronounce it Chael, for lack of a better way to say it. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm bad with pronouncing names. Let me tune into your timeline. Let's see what's going on. Huh. There's a strong desire to serve. It looks like you've been on the path of forgiveness, forgiving yourself, forgiving others, like a bouncing back between yourself and others. But overall, what they're trying to do is get you to see the world using your senses. So if you find yourself visiting different timelines, or visiting the past, or visiting a story, or visiting a scene, visiting something that's happened, they're kind of asking you to see it through your senses versus seeing it through your mind. So it's kind of seeing it through your heart versus your mind, or seeing it through your sensory system. How has your body responded to it? How has it's like, how has different parts of your body responded to it? So it's kind of like you're learning how to clear yourself without clearing yourself, if you get what I mean. It's an interesting, that's where sometimes being passive helps. It's like they're asking you to take a step back and just notice, absorb, and release. It's an interesting form of surrender they had to go through. But there is a state of transformation that's happening. So it looks like you're taking what you've learned, or it could be you're in that timeline to find the wisdom behind it and take what you've learned and create a whole new timeline within yourself. If you've been talking to your guides, that is a real conversation that's happening. Your guides are here. It looks like you're getting communication coming through. But right now, it's a matter of taking the next steps. Do you want to maintain that connection to the divine? Do you want to create a timeline in which you're doing a certain thing, or do you want to go back to doing something in the past that gave you a sense of security and financial stability? So it's a matter of where do you want to go next. That's where you are in the next stage of your journey. But overall, they're saying that you can survive. You can negotiate your survival. And I guess right now it looks like your guides are pressing, do not fall back into old habits, and you can push through. And I'll stop right there.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I did see your question there down at the bottom, having something to do with ancestral curse. I did read that as she was talking. I'm going to give you my impression upon that. To me, it does not feel as though there is a cursed energy, but it does feel as though there's a collection of thought forms and belief systems that are deeply lodged within your emotional body, kind of like you'll take on programs or ideas or kind of belief systems that at times it could feel like we're cursed, because we will feel ourselves falling down similar paths or receiving similar outcomes, or just encountering similar things as maybe people within our ancestry, people within our family network, people within, just the people that brought us up, whether you want to call them ancestors. Sometimes, we're brought up by other people. I would say it's a lot less of a curse and a lot more of just energy that you're holding, belief systems from them. And so I think you have great authorization to completely redefine a lot of those things that you were handed, and create your own way in whatever form that you can. But it feels like as you do so, you will find that in the coming year, certain blockages, whether it has to be about stuff like abundance or kind of opportunities or, connections in this world, you'll definitely break through them. But anyway, to wrap up on that, I don't feel what we would call anything like an ancestral curse, just holding a lot of something for other people. And so anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you. And who's next? I see Hope is still here. I'm trying to find your question, Hope. I know there's a couple other people. If you're still hanging out in the background, say something in the chat. Say something in the chat or raise your hand so we can get to everybody. I did close the meeting, you guys, so we're not, for better or worse, we're not letting anybody else in now. After about 4 hours, it kind of makes sense. But put your hand up if you're still waiting for a reading. And yeah, I think it's Hope, right? It might be Hope that's up next. Thanks for waiting all this time, Hope. My goodness, it's probably been a long time. I'm going to try to find your question because I saw it roll through. It was a private message. Let me see if we can find it. I saw it there. We do have one more winner that we're going to announce of a private session, and probably after we do Hope here, of the people that are left over. Let me find it. We need a little bit of theme music to play in the background. Oh, there it is. It's a dream one. Okay. And so I'm going to quickly skim through it. Hopefully it's okay to read this out loud. I don't see anything that feels very, very deeply personal in there. So I'm going to go ahead and state it. Question surrounding a dream or energy of a waking dream. Liminal space I was in comprised a white room, no walls, doors, windows, etc. I was not my human self. I couldn't see who or what I was. There was also another person, a man in the room. I embraced him, and he sank a dagger of some kind into my lower back. I did not die. I exhaled and pushed the blade out of my back. It fell to the ground. It immediately turned into a humongous snake, anaconda-like. The snake quickly wound itself. The man squeezed the life out of him, very visceral. I smelled the scent of the snake and the breath of the man dying. Wow, thank you. That's fascinating. So the question is maybe what do we think is kind of happening there, or what is going on? And let me kind of change my camera angle here, put it on the main screen. It feels as though you're going through a continued path of experiencing things and being called to witness certain things within the dream space. The fact that you have such a vivid recall of what it is you're experiencing or encountering, in my opinion, means that you've been chosen, or that you yourself have chosen to take part in or witness, to document, or at least to watch and, to just, see what other beings are going through. It does feel as though you encountered something in another dimensional plane. Maybe the snake is representing certain beings that, are also playing a role in your own path. It doesn't feel like anything is aimed at you, more that you were called to witness or be a part of something. I would say if you're able to continue to write about it, continue to speak about it, communicate these experiences as best as you can out to the world. Maybe you're going to be creating some form of art from those things. But in my opinion, it's part of a path of activation of multidimensionality and your inherent ability to continue to walk through worlds and to view certain channels and dimensions of energy. And I might be kind of overstating and kind of looping through that now. Just real quickly, because I know you've been here so long, I'm going to pull a card for you, Hope, if there's anything else that needs to be known about that very, very powerful and strange dream experience. Thank you. Let's see what shows up. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Oh, you got a 5 of Wands. Interesting. So you might have been destined to view a certain type of a conflict or a certain type of chaotic event that took place. And, honestly, like when you're wondering, what do we do with the 5 of Wands? There's not always too much you can do with it other than allow what needs to reach you and pull yourself out of it. So you're going to be extricating yourself from the tangles of energy and ideas and emotions that might be wrapped around whatever that experience is. And understand that, there's really no top position. There's really no winner in all this. I think going back to the intricacy of what you experienced, in my opinion, this is an opinion, it's an honor that you're getting to experience and view such things in astral space. Now, the whole thing about 5 of Wands is that we got to ask ourselves, is this a fight or are we dancing? Is this something that is meant to take place to teach us a lesson, or is it something that's, every now and then we just see a car wreck on the side of the road and we're like, whoa, what the hell? I'm going to get out of here. And in some cases, that's the best thing you can do. Fives are inherently imbalanced energies that last as long as we remain seated within them. And so I would say continue to communicate what this is and understand that as the dream ends, I believe that your soul and your energy is returning back to its rightful place. You're just a true witness. You're a true multidimensional being. And so there's no winning or losing with a Five of Wands. We just decide when to pull ourselves away from whatever the tangle is. And honestly, it feels like you're doing really good at documenting such things, experiencing them without getting attached to them. And I hope that helps. I know you waited a long time. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of understanding and energy to work with. And yeah, anyway, thanks, Hope. Let me know if there's anything else down in the bottom of the chat here. I'm going to go down to the very, very bottom. And yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, that rings very true. Thank you. Additional, I see a pentagram on the card. Oh, no, there is. There definitely is. It's definitely there. It's being formed. It's in the process of being formed. And so as you learn to recognize the patterns within what's happening around you, within you, what you're viewing, there will be more data that comes in. Honestly, that's a good thing to add with the Five of Wands, is that there is a pattern, there is a shape, there is, some form of a symbol that will be shown to you. And I think just the fact that you got to see that snake squeeze that guy to death, as gruesome as it sounds, you're being shown something, a pattern, maybe, like I said, things that you're called to witness. And anyway, I'm just kind of looping on that. One. Anyway, thank you, Hope. I appreciate you. You have a very deep internal lens. It's actually remarkable. And so, yes, we have closed our meeting, Courtney, for the moment. I'm going to open it up for the next few moments. If your son wants to pop in, he might be one of the last ones. And so I'm going to unlock the meeting. And so there you go. If he wants to jump in, go for it. Go for it. In the meantime, if you're still waiting, guys, say something so we know that you're still here.
We have Geraldine and Courtney
Geraldine's
asking
here.
for me.
Yeah, I think we did one for Courtney earlier.
Okay.
Yep. But if you feel free if you want to tackle that again. Hopefully her son can make it in. Come on in, bring him in as soon as you can. There we go. We got Raymond Fu in the background. I knew there was somebody still there. Absolutely. Anyway, go ahead. Who is up next? I think Geraldine. With Geraldine. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, there you are. I see your comment. Thank you. It's probably middle of the night where you are. But yeah, I'll go ahead and step out of the way. Go ahead, Honora.
Thank you for being with us, Geraldine, all this time. I feel like it's late where you are, so it means a lot. Let's see what's happening in here. I'm not sure if you're being invited to do things or to participate in things. I would say go for it. There will be a sense of fulfillment. There will be a sense of fulfillment. There's a sense of joy coming in. There's a positive timeline, I would say. There may be like a higher social interaction that might be required from you where you're at. I'm not sure why it may be required from you, but there is a social interaction that is being asked of you. You're being called to experiment, I would say. You're being called to experiment. You're being called to connect. And overall, I feel like the message in here is that you're desirable. You are desired, and also to accept your own desires. And as you attend those meetings, you realize what you actually desire, what type of meetings you want to attend to. What is your essential self? Who are you? It kind of builds on the tapestry of who you are. I would say that's the timeline you're entering. Let's see what's happening in there. If there are people draining you, I guess you're being challenged to set your boundary too. So there's like something extremely positive, and then there's some negativity coming in. Not necessarily negativity, but just watching out of people that will drain your life force. People that want to take a gamble. But I would say follow your intuition and And you've got this. Like, you know when to assert yourself, you know when to retreat, you know when to stay quiet, you know when to speak. I guess it's one of those situations, but you are being celebrated. But they're telling you to watch out of any destructive impulses from the past. And for those, when I separated yourself from the destructive impulses, and when past versions of yourself want to self-destruct, I would say tune in and give them compassion and soul retrieval. It's kind of what's being required, but overall you're being celebrated in the new timeline.
Thank you, Geraldine. I will add one thing to that. As you go toward the end of this year, I believe that you're being asked to choose the next directive, the next thing that you deeply desire, and focusing solely upon that. It does feel like you have authorization to take some chances. And so, maybe even some risks. I'm serious. You're going to be making some risky moves, and I think it's rightful for you to do so. It does feel like you're in a stage of kind of new stability right now. And I think that Spirit's waiting for you to really decide on what it is that you want next so you can claim it on a much different level, maybe on a way that you weren't able to do at another stage of your journey. And so take some chances, get a little bit crazy, do something risky, decide upon a passionate desire and become obsessed with it. You might find some magic or something very cool on the other side of it. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for being here. Who else is here? There's a couple more people. I know we had Raymond there in the background. Maureen just popped in because we just I reopened the meeting and people started showing up. So Courtney, if your son still wants to read, and bring him on in here. We're going to do a couple more. So get them on in here. In the meantime, I think where was it? It was Raymond Fu. Where's your question? Did you have a question? Let's find it. Hi. Oh, I don't have a question. Anything you can say for me? I feel sure I'm doing okay with everything. Yeah, let's check in. I'm going to pull a card for you and we'll see what happens for the mind, body, spirit complex known as Raymond. Let's see what's going on. What needs to be known? What needs to be seen or heard? For those of you guys that are still watching on YouTube, I do want to let you know we did kind of close the meeting. It is kind of closed for now, just because of the time frame that we're in, and for the effectiveness of what we're doing. But we are going to be doing this again in just about 1 month. We're going to be doing it over in the Patreon realm, and so you can head over to the Patreon meeting, or the Patreon page. There we go. Trent entered the room. And from there, we're going to lock it. But in the meantime, we're going to pull a card for Raymond. Thank you for hanging out all this time, Raymond. Here we go for Raymond. Anything that needs to be known. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Whoa, Raymond Fu, you got a pretty wild energy. I don't know that we've seen too many aces this entire day, night, evening, whatever time it is where you are. I think somebody earlier got a ace of pentacles, which was the big giant coin. And Raymond, you received the ace of wands. Oftentimes when people stare at this for a while, they're like, whoa, that's a very phallic image. And I'm going to be real, it kind of is. This is a phallic image and it's meant to be that way. It is the energy of masculinity. It's the fire of creation. It's the fire of passion. It's the most elevated form of fire that is available in the world of multidimensional tarot. So when you get it, understand that number one, you're going to be embracing those qualities within yourself. You're going to be embracing things like your sexuality, your masculinity, the commanding force that is within you. And you're also going to be activating DNA by embracing your fire. And so like you might have heard earlier, fire must burn. And in the process, something will be consumed. Something might be destroyed. You have an opportunity to create tremendous change in your world when you receive an ace, but it's going to be at the cost of recognizing your patterns. And so what types of patterns am I talking about? I'm talking about patterns of passion, patterns of intimacy, patterns of sexuality, patterns of, desires that you have that you burn for. And if you're able to recognize the cycles that come around every so often, you'll notice old feelings returning, old ideas coming back, old urges returning into your life. However long you've been doing this process, you have authorization to greatly change the manner in which you connect with this energy. And how will you change it? You will find the other cycles in your life and you'll break the game. You'll break the cycle. You'll do it completely differently than you ever approached this energy in the past. When you do so, it has a very deep effect on how your reality changes, on how you're able to take command and control over your physical reality. That is a thing that happens with wands. We activate ourselves by taking full control and deeply embracing the energy of fire. And so for you, find something to burn. I mean it sincerely. Find something to, and I know for some people it's a crazy thing to say, find something to destroy. By doing so, you will be also allowing a path of new creation in your life. Not everyone's comfortable with those statements. Not everyone's being like, okay, well, I'm going to let that fall apart. I'm going to destroy that, because I understand that by tearing down a certain structure in my life, it's going to be giving me greater command over the essence or the element of fire in your world. And so this is pure desire, pure passion, pure intimacy, pure sensuality, pure masculine control, which, like I said already, for some people is triggering. Some people don't know what to do with it. They're like, what? I don't know. But if you really want to make use of it, you're going to embrace that wand, you're going to grab onto it, and you're going to learn to swing it around in an entirely new way. And you will do so without any shame, any fear, any trepidation. You just go for it, embrace fire. And I feel like I'm looping at you now, Raymond, but thank you for hanging out in the background all this time. Very, very sincerely. I hope it helps. And yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Boom. Who's up next? I know we got a couple other people. It's all good, Courtney. Totally. It's all good for real. And so I think we got, I saw that we had Trent. Maybe did Trent leave? Is Trent still here? Let us know if Trent is still here.
We
There.
have Maureen and Trent here.
Cool. So we're going to do Trent and then we're going to do Maureen. And once again, you guys, if there's anyone else still hanging out, waiting for a reading, say something and let us know. Put your hand up in the chat or say something in the bottom of the chat. But yeah, go ahead. Trent, if you have a question, you can shout it out, or we can just pull a card for you. But we'll give it a moment. You can feel free to unmute yourself. Don't worry if you don't want to. We can just do we could just do a general one for you. It's all, yeah, totally. Thanks for hanging out with us, Courtney and Trent. Thank you, Raymond. Anyway, I'll let it go. I'll let it go. Go ahead, Nora, if you have anything for Trent. Thanks for being here.
Tuning into your timeline. Okay. Let's see what's going on. I would say the past 2 months have been a toll, and it seems to be snowballing. And I would say this month things have been more still. I guess they're showing me a preview of what the past 3 months have been looking like. And I guess they want to tell you that you can handle what life brings to you, and there's a message behind it. And things are gonna get cooler. It will no longer snowball. But looks like in your life, out of the situations comes like a few new individuals, and there's a new message to learn from them. And it looks like there are individuals that have returned back that are uniting with you as well. So it's kind of a moment where you're realizing those that care about you and those that don't, and also new mentors, you can say, people that have a lot of wisdom to share with you. So it looks like there's like it's like a reset in your, I'm going to use the word social system. There's a reset in the people you're around. There's a reset in your social system. But overall, it looks like they're asking you to embrace yourself. And how do I say this? I guess they're asking for more of an impulse control. So you might find yourself like either doing everything at once and not doing anything at once. They're asking you to control your impulses and not fall into addictive patterns. So I would say watch out. Yeah, watch out when it comes to that. But they want to know your guides are here and you're being protected. Your angels are here. And you can ask for help too. You can communicate with them, I would say. Yeah, but overall, it looks like the situations that have brought up to you have been asking you to tame yourself in a sense, or to like, how do I say this? Just, to to cook with, it's like boiling versus cooking. So learning how to cook versus boil your food. So there's a it's kind of like you've been trained to like simmer your stew versus like overcook it. That's kind of been the situation you're in, how to like still the waters and control your anger, and also notice the times when you're not angry, when you're supposed to be angry too. So there's a lot of elements you've been working with, like new people or people exiting your life, people entering your life. Yeah. And just understanding that if you're angry, then there's a cause behind it, and you're allowed to be angry, but how to be angry as well. There's a lot. It has been a learning process for you, I would say, the past 3 months.
Thank you. I'm going to add a little something to that. And I don't know, maybe this will make sense, maybe it won't. But Trent, I believe that you have full authorization to make up your mind about certain belief systems or things that have been placed upon you. You're going to notice over the coming year, maybe years, maybe months, how some of your belief systems are going to divert from those with which you were brought up with. And it's going to be a little bit of a leap of faith in terms of deciding, like, is this what I want? Is this what I don't want? Is this what I believe? And I think one of the best things you can do is to make up your mind for yourself. I think that there's a certain type of a jumping off point in which it's going to show you what it is you're capable of. And then I would say finally on that, which probably was the bigger thing that came through from what I just said, there is a hidden talent, a very, very distinct form of hidden talent within you that I think you're going to find it. If you have not already, have faith and experiment with something, because you're going to notice in the coming year or years, however long it takes, that you're nearly an expert at something at this very moment. It's just, it needs to be unlocked. There's like a little part, there's like a key that you're going to need to unlock. And to be even crazier, it's like you can even, and this is a thing that I did at a previous stage of my life, and I did not realize that it was unlocking something within me. I got into the art, and it's an art of learning to pick a lock, of like learning how to open up things that were locked. And what it did is it unlocked something within myself. And some people have opinions about that, that's okay if they do, but learning to unlock things in a physical world, learning to find new ways to open doors or passage points or windows, whatever it is going to teach you something about yourself that could have only been granted through your own path of self-exploration. And so I hope that makes sense. I feel like I just dumped out a bunch of weird stuff on you at the end. But yeah, thank you. And thank you, Raymond. I see you there in the background. A lot of these readings, you guys you're gonna feel like, is it also for me? Yes, it is. I say that on YouTube all the time. We're a collective, and so certain messages are gonna come in and you're gonna think they're aimed at somebody else, and they are. But the energy is collective, and you're going to be going, I wonder if that's the same thing for me. And it is nearly every single time. If you identify with it, if you feel it within your own way, it's also speaking to you. And so anyway, thanks, you guys. Appreciate you. I know we got Maureen still here. And honestly, if there's anyone else still hanging out in the background, let us know. I don't want to leave anyone out. Like I said, we did close the meeting. For those of you guys that are on YouTube, we did kind of close the open door. So you can join us again next month on Patreon if you want to come in and do this officially. We do this every single month. This month is our big kind of 3-year anniversary. So we're doing like a crazy, crazy marathon. And we are going to pull one more winner before we roll out of here. I'm just going to pull it from the chat. Whoever it will be, we do not know. But in the meantime, I think we got Maureen. And then if there's anyone else that's still hanging out, please shout it out. Let us know. But yeah, Maureen, let us know if you have a question or if there's anything you want to ask about, or we'll just do a reading for you. We'll give it a few moments here. You can also unmute yourself if you want to ask that question. You're also giving me a couple moments to scroll through the chat to see if we missed anyone. So we'll have a couple moments of awkward silence as I frantically scroll through everybody's messages. Cool. Okay. She says general reading. Excellent. And so I'll pull a card for you in just a moment. I'm scrolling through the chat to see if there's anybody else there. I don't see that there is. But okay. So for Maureen Milliken, thanks for being with us. You squeaked in at the right time. Good job, by the way. Good job, Maureen. Okay, let's pull a card. Here we go. For those of you guiding Maureen in this collective earth-based experience, is there anything that she needs to know or be made aware of? Any data points or pieces of energy that are relevant? Here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Boom. What? Okay, let me put it on the big screen so I can see it. I don't know how it is for you guys, but for me, it's like it's the collective view. Boom. There we go. Greetings, Maureen. Thank you for waiting all this time. You have received like one of the craziest cards in the world. I shouldn't say crazy because it's not so much that it's crazy, it's the world. And so it's literally everything in the world. And when the world comes in, you have to ask yourself, well, what am I working for? What am I manifesting? What is it that I'm obsessing upon every single day? What is it that I look at on my phone as soon as I wake up, or obsess upon, when I'm on a break or when I'm doing my thing throughout the day? When you're in your own little world and you're thinking about something you're trying to create or receive, the world is incredible, because if you're willing to become obsessed with those things, if you're willing to reflect them everywhere and talk about them and speak about it and hold it up literally to a mirror in front of you. Sometimes you'll even place an image on a mirror in your home, and you'll look at that message and you'll look at that thing and you'll fixate upon it heavily over and over and over and over again. The world is a situation wherein, if you're willing to do that, if you're really willing to do that and go for it, you're going to manifest things that, this is where we get weird. They could be incredible. They could be life-changing. It could be one of those moments where you decide you're going to win and you just win. And you're like, wow, I just kind of manifested this. Yes, you can. But if you're not careful, you could also manifest negative things. You could bring in illness. You could bring in chaos. It's going to be whatever you're the most obsessed with. So remember that when you have the world, Spirit has placed you in a temporary, because it's often temporary, a temporary phase in which whatever you fixate upon the most is going to show up in your physical world. And it shows up in a remarkably reliable fashion. That's why I would say, if you want to, and this is an oversimplification what I'm about to say for the world, but the world is a very good careful what you wish for card. Because whatever you're obsessed with, the universe goes, oh, I noticed Maureen's always obsessing on that thing right there. Okay, let's give her more of it and more of it and more of it. And they'll just keep dumping it on you over and over and over again, which is very cool, right? Very cool if you know what you're creating. Very cool if you're going to be active and aware of, what you're focusing your intent upon. And so focus of intent is very important. Grounding of the emotional body is important. Reflecting a certain thing out to the world. What do I mean by reflecting it is sometimes you'll dress as it, you'll portray it. Sometimes you'll feel disingenuous because you're like, well, I don't even have qualification to act or do or be that way. But the world says, hold it up to that magic mirror in front of you and reflect what it is you're trying to manifest. And that's how it'll show up over and over and over again. And so, not to go on and on this, Maureen, but you have authorization to be obsessed with something right now. Because when this shows up, the more obsessed you're willing to make yourself, usually in a positive way, because watch out, it could go the other direction. But the more obsessed you're willing to be, the more devoted you're willing to be, the more something will change. And so, it could be in any area of your life. Once again, that's why it's the world. It's literally everything all the time, all that's available, the good, the bad, the right, and the wrong. And so be very deliberate about what it is you're trying to create. And anyway, I feel like I just said that like 4 times in a row. But yeah, thank you. Thank you. I hope that makes sense. I guess it's been a few hours, so we might be in manic mode now. But I appreciate you, Maureen. Thank you for being here. Thanks for being a part of our group. And yeah, with that, I'm going to immediately find the person who's going to win our last private session of today. Actually, Honora, you can give one away if you want as well. I'm going to scroll through the chat. Seriously, guys, my eyes are closed. It's going to stop on a person. I do not know who it is. 3, 2, 1, boom. Cool. All right, Kelly Dolan. Boom. All right, Kelly Dolan, you're winner number 3. Hope I don't even know if he's still here. I think that was a while ago. Kelly Dolan, you're winner number 3. Wow. All right, cool. Kelly Dolan, I appreciate you. I don't know if you're still here. He says the reinventing is knocking hard on my door. That was probably a while ago, but the mouse pointer stopped upon you. And so maybe he's still here. I don't know. But anyway, I'll send you an email, Kelly, later on. You have won a private session with myself or Nora. And I guess, yeah, do you want to give one away before we go, Nora?
Let's do it.
Just scroll through. I'm just literally scrolling through and putting my mouse pointer on somebody, or you can choose somebody that's here in the moment. Maybe that's wiser. We'll choose somebody that's here in the moment, because I think Kelly bounced a while ago, but I'm gonna send him a message. And so just to reiterate, sorry to cut you off. Just to reiterate, you guys, our winners today were Greg Herrera, Victoria R., Kelly Dolan. That's interesting. We had 2 males. That's kind of rare. But anyway, go ahead, Nora. Go ahead and choose.
And my mouse is on Life Melody Aisatu.
Okay, cool. I wonder if she's still here. I don't know. I don't.
She's here on the screen. I selected those that are here.
Oh, okay, cool. Whoa, nice. I saw 2. Boom. Thank you.
Here. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, cool. So we have some winners. I saw 2. We have Kelly Dolan. We have Greg Herrera. We have Victoria R. Yeah, let us know. Raise your hands if anyone has any final questions out there in the Zoom squad. If you have any final questions, we do have a couple minutes left. If anyone wants to ask, we got 5 minutes left. So if somebody wants to throw in another question real quickly before we go, raise your hand, unmute yourself, whatever it takes. Go for it. In the old days of my previous life, we would call it, are there any burning desires? Some of you guys will know where that statement comes from. If there's any burning desires, throw them on out there. And it's okay if there's not. There definitely doesn't have to be. I think we've been here, what has it been, 4 or 5 hours? Something like that. It's okay. Ocean Soul, there we go. Geraldine says, can you pull a card? Yeah, totally. Ocean Soul says, why was it odd for Honora to see a sword for me? You want to answer that real quick? Why do you think that's odd? Do you have any feedback on that, Honora?
I'm trying to tune into why or what the sword represented, or what was happening around the sword. I'm not able to pick up from there on why. And by the way, everyone, I do disconnect. I tune into a channel and then I try to, whether it's I hear it or see it or even smell it, or sometimes guides will bring things that represent things to you, and then my memory gets cut off. So I don't necessarily remember, but sometimes I do see people start remembering bits and pieces.
I'll say a little bit on that if it's okay. I feel like maybe some of the kind of wildness or the oddness of the sword will have to do with you developing and embracing a sharpness, an angular quality to your energy, maybe more determination within your communication, or a thoughtful using of the voice, and just more power through which you speak. Because swords in generality, whether it's in, the world of tarot or otherwise, most of the time when we're speaking about them in a psychic sense, these are non-physical swords. And so it's going to be how you wield your energy, how you insert yourself, how you cut through things like bullshit in this world and, the madness around you. So for some people, maybe we might call it a little bit odd, because that sword will show up and that spirit kind of handing it to you, going, okay, take this and start cutting through things, start, weaving your way through new understandings and really new methods of communication. And anyway, I hope that helps a little bit. Maybe that clarifies it. Ocean Soul says something about a lemon. Anything else about a lemon? I don't remember anything about a lemon. So maybe
I just saw her last comment. If it's a code of the family, that could be a family member tuning in, trying to say that they're seeing you. A lot of times when you're tuning into family members that have passed away, they'll bring in something that represents them or something that's actively happening right now. Again, I'm not able to go back in time to see who it was. And again, those readings are like short formed of, for example, an hour or an hour and a half reading. So you guys are getting like the snippet of what we would do in an hour and a half, where I would have gotten a clear message. But yeah, no, I'm glad they showed up. Yeah, that's really cool. I love seeing those things happen. Yeah.
Thank you, Ocean Soul. I pray that puts up maybe a little bit more clarity in there. And yeah, it is. It's very much a thing that oftentimes when we're doing kind of a more dedicated individual reading, it's a lot easier to grab onto and maintain the stream of energy. And so for anyone that feels guided, for those of you guys in the Patreon group, you guys can book a session. There's a discount code, which I'll put in the Patreon group once again, that gives you $50 off a private session. Or for other people, you can book a session at any time that you feel guided, and we can look much more deeply or specifically into your energy field. In the meantime, I think it was Geraldine was asking for a card. And yes, we will pull a card for you. Absolutely. Before we roll out of here, do one more. Thanks for waiting, everybody. Thanks for being here. I know some of you guys waited for quite a long time. We've been here for all kinds of hours, and my prayer is in that some of the understandings and the readings and the cards that were pulled for other people, you will have found meaning within your own life within those places. And like I said earlier, sometimes you'll be like, well, that couldn't have been about me, because that was for so-and-so or this other person. But as the energy of a collective, as one body, one organism, one being, like we were doing with that breathing thing in the beginning, the messages and the guidance and the cues and just the energy that comes through is universal. And so if you feel like it's reaching you, that's spirit saying, yes, it's reaching you. And so anyway, that said, we're going to aim this at Geraldine, and I guess anyone else that needs to receive it. Thank you to everyone that's been hanging out on YouTube as well. As a lot of you guys know, I have not seen the comments. I don't even know what's going on over there. This is primarily on Zoom, but we do this every month, you guys. Every month for the past 3 years, we've been meeting up in this forum, and we're going to continue to do it. So just about 1 month from today, we're going to be meeting once again over Zoom, mind you, where we're just going to continue to do this. And so feel free to join us at patreon.com/Blue Flame Collective. And finally, this is for Geraldine and anyone else. 3, 2, 1, boom. Oh, there it is. Interesting. Okay. What's wild, you guys? We didn't see a lot of wands today. We did not see a lot of wands. We had King of Wands. We had a Page of Wands earlier. We didn't really get a lot of wands. And so I think it's very fitting and cool that the 6 of Wands showed up at the end here. And so this is primarily for Geraldine, but anyone else who needs to receive it. When a 6 of Wands shows up on your timeline, please know that you have approval from spirit, that your guides, your guardians, the aspects of self that are conspiring upon your behalf in this world are cheering you on. Quite literally, when you really look at the symbolism of 6 of Wands, you can see it. There's a whole crowd cheering for this person. There's a whole kind of, a group of beings and all kinds of energy that's being thrown out there. And this is congratulatory. It's an authorization, but it's also a little bit of a departure. And there's a certain type of a process that will kick off in your life with a 6 of Wands if you're willing to make a decision to do something. And so when I say do something, what do I mean? The wands are about testing the physical bounds of our world. They're past the point of being an emotion. They're past the point of being a thought form. The wands come in when you're actually doing it. And so for Geraldine and anyone else, you have approval. They're cheering you on. Go for it. Go ahead. Take a chance. Sometimes it'll be long, leave town, whatever the whole, whatever the current desire is. If you're wondering, should I, could I, will I? 6 of Wands says, yes, absolutely. And they're waiting for you to begin that. And so to add just a little bit more to it, maybe we could call it a downside of the 6 of Wands. I don't think it's a downside, because one of the things you'll find with all the 6s in the world of tarot, you guys, 6s are go-ahead numbers. They're go-ahead cards. They authorize movement. They authorize faith. They authorize receiving. They authorize investment of certain things. But in this case, it requires an action, and it's a little bit time sensitive. It's kind of like you have to kind of actually initiate a process, because you can imagine if the universe was giving you like a congratulatory party, or this, this big, going away, surprise, bash. If you didn't show up, if you didn't actually go through with it, if you didn't actually take some form of action, eventually people would go, you know, and they'll just kind of like, okay, we'll come back later when she's going to do it. And so you really do have authorization to begin something. Now, you know, specifically for Geraldine, it's, you know, it's going to be about what it is that you want to take a chance on and desire next. But for everyone else, maybe some of you guys out there, maybe some of you guys on YouTube have been waiting for a sign from spirit that says, can I, should I, is it okay for me to? And the, you know, the slate is blank. So it's really up to you what it is you're trying to create or do. But Six of Wands says, hell yes, you can. And they're cheering for you. So receive it, take some action. And anyway, thank you for being here. I appreciate everybody. Thank you to those of you guys that are still hanging out with us on YouTube. This was officially our longest group ever in the history of doing groups. I know there was a couple people that might have tried to pop in after we closed the meeting, or at least close the open door. And that's really just to kind of preserve the, you know, our own sanity after 5 hours. And so I do apologize for anyone else that tried to jump in with the link a little bit later on. But like I said, we're going to be back in exactly 1 month. We're going to do this all over again. So head over to patreon.com/Blue Flame Collective. As some of you guys know, we're beginning a remote viewing class tomorrow. And so we're going to roll out of here in just a few minutes so we can get ready for the next wavelength of crazy weirdness that we're going to be doing for the next 3 weeks. But just to back it up, we do a regular energy clearing every month. I've noticed that for the last couple months, well, it hasn't been every month. We're starting to do it every month. Once again, for people that are in tier 2, which is the $20 tier on Patreon. And what we do is essentially we've been doing a dedicated clearing process, an energy clearing or an activation with either myself or Honora. This month was one in which we were doing basically the private clearing that we do when you book a private session. But we're going to be doing that again, probably at the beginning of October. And then, like I said, we keep on doing these crazy reading groups. And so come find us over at Patreon. And yeah, I think that's it. I think we made it. So for those of you guys in the Patreon group, you will eventually, sometime in the night, you're going to see a recording that will pop up in the Patreon page. It's going to be a 5-hour long recording that you're free to download and watch back at your leisure. I have left every single recording from every single Patreon group we have ever done, has never been deleted from our Zoom. And so for those of you guys that want to join the group, that want to take advantage of it, every single meeting we have ever done is still there. And so please feel free to jump in at any time. In the meantime, I think we're finally going to cut it. Honora, do you have anything you want to say before we pull out of here? Any final words for everybody?
Yes, thank you everyone for joining us on this strange timeline and the longest readings we've ever done. Yeah, it's an honor to do this till next year when we do our 4th.
Yeah, well, man, that might be even crazier, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, maybe next year when we do this, we're going to bring some other readers in to do this along with us. Because honestly, that kind of makes sense. That might be the next step. But yeah, in the meantime, I want to say thank you to everyone that's watched this, that has invested your time and your money and your energy in coming to these strange groups over the past 3 years. We have a few winners, which we're going to be sending some emails out to. And yeah, we'll see you guys again in just about a month, live from the multi-dimensional trailer park over in YouTube realm, and also the strange place we call the Blue Flame Collective. I love you guys. Thanks for being a part.